Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by author Huo Yang. Chapter 641-650. Hobert's Intelligence Officer, Zio Derecha. Currently, there are 3 witches in this warehouse, Sherman, who was trained by Triss to approach Earl Stelford. One is Triss, who is determined to investigate Edsac's death, and the other is Katarina Pell, the White Saint, who is using Earl Stelford to find and hunt Triss. At this moment, Hobert, wearing a mask made from the Order Crystal, walked in through the warehouse door in broad daylight. Zio, also wearing a mask, followed closely behind. Although her shoe inserts were much higher, she still looked much shorter than Hobert. When Katarina saw Hobert, a mirror appeared in front of her, and she immediately tried to escape from the mirror world. Katarina, of course, did not recognize that it was Hobert or Adira, the creator, but rather because the demoness sect had become a startled bird. If it weren't for the essential task of capturing Triss, she would definitely have continued to lie low, minimizing or completely avoiding public appearances. However, Katarina found that she couldn't enter the mirror. At this moment, Triss suddenly became illusory. She looked at Hobert and gave him a sweet smile. "I wish you success." In a flash, she turned into an illusory mirror and instantly shattered. It turned out that she herself was not here, but was merely using a mirror to maintain her image. Hobert used the 0 to 71 disaster porcelain doll to completely cut off the surrounding mirror world, and the power maintaining her image was thus interrupted. At the same time, Katarina also couldn't escape from the mirror world, or utilize any Beander abilities related to mirrors. Alter. Hobert altered the density of the molecules in the air, creating immense pressure on Katarina. The alteration and distortion at the molecular level were a unique attack method Hobert derived by referencing some of Rex's research. The reason it is called unique is because although scientists in the North Continent already had the concept of molecules, Hobert, who had taken chemistry classes, possessed more comprehensive knowledge about molecules than these scientists. It was precisely because Rex's understanding of molecules was not very profound that he only had some conjectures and research, merely providing Hobert with a very good idea. Bang! The graceful body of the White Saint was replaced by a staff. Facing the sudden air compression, Katarina cautiously used her staff doppelganger ability to evade, but she quickly discovered that the doppelganger, which normally would be completed instantly, now took about 1.5 seconds to complete. This was an experience Hobert had summarized when dealing with Beyonders of the Witch pathway, using the utilize ability to delay their doppelganger process, turning the witch's most troublesome doppelganger techniques from instant completion to slow completion, which, on the contrary, provided a good opportunity for attack. Hobert stretched out his hand and pushed forward forcefully, simultaneously using the amplify, alter, and distortion abilities, causing the force of his push to instantly transmit to Katarina, making her tumble into the air as if struck by a large caliber cannonball. However, due to Hobert's continuous distortion of her, Katarina only tumbled in place. After 1.5 seconds, strands of spider silk appeared in midair, allowing her to stabilize her form and evade Hobert's attack. Katarina glanced at Hobert with some surprise, pondering how to escape. She realized that the enemy in front of her had reached an appalling level in the application of abilities related to the lawyer pathway. Moreover, she also felt suppression from a higher sequence, inferring that the enemy held an angel level, witch pathway sealed artifact. First, she realized that her attack effects would be very limited. Not only that, but it also greatly restricted her abilities. For example, all magic related to mirrors could not be used. Then she guessed that this was very likely a Beander from the Creator faction, and the sealed artifact in his hand should have come from the previous South Colson Beander battle, an artifact formed from the fall of an angel of the demoness sect. Based on these conjectures, Katarina now only had the thought of escaping. In a corner of the warehouse, Earl Stelford watched Katarina flee in a somewhat disheveled manner, which was somewhat incredible to him, as he was well aware of how powerful this beautiful witch was. At the same time, Zio helped Sherman untie the spider silks that bound her. Sherman's beautiful eyes, filled with mist, questioned Earl Stelford. "Everything you told me before was a lie, wasn't it?" Earl Stelford recovered, smiling playfully. "I can only say you are a naive witch." Zio, wearing a mask, radiated an aura of anger. She raised her left hand, mental piercing. On her left hand was a black glove, the 1-107, that Hobert often used before, a sealed artifact that allowed the wielder to utilize imperative mage abilities for 3 minutes. Earl Stelford immediately showed an extremely painful and distorted expression. At this moment, he felt as if someone was stirring his brain with a barbed iron rod. The intense pain and mental damage made him kneel on the ground, wailing and taking out a verdigris-covered cross with trembling hands. Just as he was about to pierce his finger to let blood flow out, Zio used the whip ability again. Each strike of the demigod level whip was bone deep, and Earl Stelford almost couldn't hold the cross in his hand, having no strength left to pierce his finger. Sherman turned her head away, unable to bear watching further. She mustered her courage and said to Zio, "Let him go." Although she was wearing a knight's uniform and her height had changed, she still recognized that the masked person who was standing up for her was Zio. Earl Stelford immediately showed a grateful expression, but Sherman said, "I really regret wasting my feelings on a scoundrel like you." At this moment, Hobert, not far away, while attacking Katerina with Beander power, said coldly, "You will soon regret your decision to let him go." Almost as soon as Hobert's words fell, Earl Stelford, free from the mental piercing and whip attacks, his eyes turned ruthless. With a forceful squeeze, he used the sharp points on the cross to pierce his finger. The fresh blood on the cross made it look extremely sacred. Sunlight, a pure sphere of light, entwined with countless holy flames, appeared above his head. Zio, who had already been prepared, immediately said, "Exile." She exiled the huge pure fireball, and at the same time, she drew her gun with her other hand, firing all 6 bullets from her enchanted revolver. Zio's marksmanship had always been excellent, and it was a close-range shot, so all 6 bullets hit. Even though the opponent was a disciplinary knight, he was severely wounded by the 6 enchanted bullets. Zio stepped forward, raising her left hand again, mental piercing. "Ah!" Earl Stelford's scream echoed in the warehouse again, only this time the sound gradually weakened. On the other side of the Saint-level battlefield, Hobert, holding the disaster porcelain doll, had an absolute advantage. Katerina tried to escape several times, but all her attempts failed. Hobert slowly but surely pressed closer. He altered the structure of the water molecules around Katerina, turning them into hydrogen and oxygen gas molecules. Katerina's originally lustrous and elastic skin immediately became dry and wrinkled. She ignited black flames, intending to burn away Hobert's Beander attack. But she quickly discovered that the black flames, which had been very effective against various strange Beander abilities before, were unable to inhibit the loss of water from her own body. This was because Hobert's alteration was not entirely an Beander attack, it was an alter of the fundamental order of nature, just as if all the water in her body decomposed at this moment, it would comply with the relevant physical laws. This was an attack that greatly terrified Katerina. She could feel her body and organs slowly failing. Left with no choice, she immediately used the puppet doppelganger technique. Just like her previous utilize of the doppelganger technique, for the next 1.5 seconds, she was once again subjected to Hobert's attack with no ability to retaliate. Hobert waved his hand, again, altering the structure of the hydrogen molecules around Katerina. Whoosh! A large fireball suddenly formed in the warehouse, and Katerina was immediately engulfed in the huge fireball. Amplify. Hobert realized from the previous round of attacks that witches were quite resilient. So this time, he simply transformed the physical attack into a high-temperature attack. As the flames grew redder, Katerina finally completed the doppelganger process. Black flames ignited around her, immediately burning a large black hole in the orange-red flames maintained by Hobert, and she herself immediately darted out of the flames. Hobert stared intently at Katerina, distorting her position with the puppet doppelganger she had just thrown out. And since that puppet was still in the flames, Katerina was once again surrounded by deep red flames, while the ignited puppet fell to the ground, its flames instantly extinguishing. As the flames turned deep red, it meant that under Hobert's continuous alter and amplify, the temperature around the flames had already reached several hundred degrees Celsius. In the warehouse, Zio and Sherman were both parched by the scorching flames. Both of them looked at the beautiful fire mass before them with some surprise, while also lamenting that the battle between demigods had exceeded their imagination. Zio realized that it was very dangerous to stay here, so she dragged the unconscious Earl Stelford, pulled the still somewhat dazed Sherman, and immediately crashed through a hole in the warehouse wall to escape. Whoosh! As soon as the hole in the wall opened, a strong gust of wind flowed in. That was Hobert extracting oxygen from a 5-kilometer radius. Even if Zio hadn't sensed the danger, Hobert would have had to tell them to leave, because the area was about to become a space with very high oxygen content. Black flames appeared again on Hobert's manipulated orange-red flames. Katerina, roasted like a boiled lobster, all red and steaming, emerged from the flames again. As the flame color changed again, the surrounding temperature had already reached 700 or 800 degrees Celsius. At this moment, a crackling sound echoed around, and incredibly fine spider silks were ignited and burned through. These were the spider silks Katerina had secretly laid down by continuously dodging. She had originally intended to trap Hobert once enough silks were present, to buy herself 1 or 2 seconds of escape time. At this moment, Katerina was also somewhat surprised. In her memory, spider silks at the demigod level could not be burned through by ordinary flames. Hobert, standing in place, suddenly brought his separated hands together. He strengthened the association between Katerina and the puppet doppelganger she had thrown out earlier. The already very dry puppet immediately ignited with orange-red flames. At the same time, Katerina, who had a close association with the puppet, also ignited with flames of the same color, and she was once again surrounded by the flames Hobert had created with immense spirituality. The continuous attacks made Hobert realize that burning in high temperatures were most suitable for dealing with witches, as both spider silks and hair were quite afraid of fire. Although they had been enhanced by Beander power, the inherent flammability of spider silks and hair remained. So Hobert continued with alter, distortion, and amplify. The entire warehouse became as hot as a furnace. The goods inside were ignited one by one, and the flames on them quickly turned orange-red. This was because the warehouse now contained a large amount of oxygen, and Hobert was still continuing to purify the accelerant for the flames. As a result, Zio and Sherman, who had already run far away, tried to breathe deeply, but it was as if there was no air around them. No matter how hard they tried to breathe, their lungs sent strong demands for oxygen. It wasn't until a thick white fog appeared in the sea at the docklands and instantly drifted towards the warehouse, that the two Beander who had fainted several times due to lack of oxygen seemed to come back to life. That was because Hobert discovered that the pure orange flame, formed by gathering oxygen from a 5-kilometer radius, still couldn't burn Katerina to death. So, he simply let a large amount of water molecules in the nearby sea decompose into hydrogen and oxygen, and then instantly injected the decomposed oxygen molecules into the warehouse. Katerina, covered in a layer of crystal-like ice, emerged from the flames again, looking extremely disheveled. Her hair was singed and curled, and her clothes were as fragile as paperboard that had been exposed to the sun for many years. Although protected by the crystal ice, her body had already begun to melt to a certain extent. After all, the flames at this point had reached around 1,000 degrees Celsius, a temperature higher than the melting point of many metals. As the oxygen molecules from the sea arrived, the flames in the warehouse turned golden orange, and the temperature rose again. Katerina showed an extremely pained expression, constantly trying to utilize her Beander power to create frost around her to lower the temperature. However, the newly formed frost immediately turned into gas, and at this temperature, the crystal-like ice covering Katerina's body also began to melt. As the ice receded, Katerina immediately caught fire. Amidst her screams, she tried to escape her current predicament using various substitution techniques. But whether she used a cane, a straw figure, or a puppet for substitution, Katerina couldn't escape the darkness of her own burning. Katerina in the flames stared intently at Hobert. At this moment, she was extremely unwilling. This demoness of undying, whose body had also undergone a qualitative change, couldn't believe that she would be burned to death by ordinary flames. Of course, these flames were not ordinary at all. Only in some special furnaces could flames reach such a high temperature. Hobert used his Beander ability to make it appear in an open warehouse. But it was indeed not an Beander flame. It did not have the damage of the Beander domain. It was just exerting its instinct, burning everything. The light in Katerina's eyes quickly disappeared, her head was burned to charcoal. Hobert, whose face was also baked orange-red and who was breathing heavily, suddenly smiled slightly. His application of his Beander ability just now was truly exhilarating. Extremely satisfying. But at this moment, he knew that this battle was not over yet. Hobert quickly threw out a beautiful black gemstone-like talisman, Association. This was one of the preparations he made after Zio prayed to the Creator, creating an angel-level talisman with the ability of Association. This talisman not only required black iron of excellent quality but also angel-level spiritual materials. Hobert used a portion of the blood of the black-scaled Emperor Gold Beast, inherited from Rex, and utilized the authority of the Country of Disorder to successfully create this talisman. The angel-level talisman of the lawyer pathway looked like a long, black gemstone, dazzling and beautiful. As the talisman transformed into illusory black symbols, Hobert severed the association between Katerina and her resurrection arrangements. Just like the situation encountered in the Beander battle in South Colson before, Katerina's soul was like a wanderer who had lost her dwelling, lingering beside her charred corpse while emitting sharp screams. Hobert, who was already prepared, drew his rapier and stabbed the spiritual body of the White Saint. At this moment, she was at her weakest, bursting like a bubble. This backbone of the demoness sect thus died in a burning warehouse. Hobert took her Beander characteristic, carried away a piece of her charred body, then used the distortion ability to crush her body, which was then carried away by an amplify gust of wind and scattered throughout the entire docklands. At this point, the flames in the warehouse, lacking a high concentration of accelerant, returned to their normal color. Hobert waved his hand, causing the temperature in the warehouse to rapidly decrease, dropping below the ignition point of the flames. When people nearby were attracted by the fire to put it out, the flames had already been completely extinguished. Everyone scrambled to open the badly burned door, and a cold wind rushed in. September was still one of the hotter months in Backland, but everyone shivered from the cold. There was a thin layer of white frost covering the cargo boxes in the warehouse. This stunned everyone. Wasn't it on fire? How did it burn out a layer of white frost? In the darkness, a very sweet voice suddenly let out a pleasant laugh. Ha ha, a frenzied mage. Hobert caught up with Zio and Sherman by distortion, ing his position. Then he used distortion to instantly take the group away from the docklands, quickly arriving at a forest on the outskirts of Backland. Hobert glanced at Earl Stelford, not dead yet. Zio was about to say something, but Hobert had already waved his hand, twisting the Earl's neck through the air. Zio then said. I still wanted to ask him a few questions. Sherman, who was beside them, remained silent, her expression unchanged. Hobert, however, said, spirit communication is more reliable than questioning. As he spoke, he once again drew his rapier from his cane, and with a grab at Earl Stelford, a painful-looking, somewhat illusory spiritual body of Earl Stelford was seized by him. Hobert gave Zio a look. Zio stepped forward and asked, do you know Mason Dill? Based on some clues, she had investigated and found that this Earl Stelford seemed to have some connection to her father's death. While tracking this Earl to continue her investigation, she saw Sherman, who had already become a woman, being taken to the warehouse at the dock. Zio's spirituality, of course, sensed the danger in the warehouse, but out of concern for her friend, she thought of seeking help from the Creator. In Zio's opinion, Sherman, aside from liking men and wanting to be a woman, was otherwise quite reliable. On several occasions, Sherman had chosen not to betray Zio, even at considerable risk or in the face of substantial bounties, making her one of Zio's more trusted friends. I know him. Earl Stelford, now devoid of pain but appearing dazed, answered emotionlessly. Zio had experience with spirit communication, so she started by asking some simpler questions. Who is he? Actually, she didn't need to, because the rapier in Hobert's hand was of extremely high status, so there was no need to follow such rules. Earl Stelford replied, he is the former Chief Imperial Guard. Zio took a deep breath, concealing her complex emotions of excitement, anticipation, and fear. What caused Mason Dill's death? This was a question she had wanted to ask 8 years ago. For these 8 years, she had constantly sought the answer, Yet she also feared the answer wouldn't be what she wanted, fearing that her father had indeed participated in that rebellion and was thus executed. Earl Stelford did not immediately answer Zio's question, as if struggling for a moment. Hobert injected more spirituality into the rapier, and it immediately emitted a chilling, pale white light. Earl Stelford, with his receding hairline, immediately stopped struggling. He discovered His Majesty the King's secret, tried to inform the three major churches but failed, and was executed on the spot. Zio was stunned for several seconds before she seemed to grasp the answer. Although this answer terrified her, it allowed her hanging heart to return to its original place. His Majesty the King's secret. Zio muttered softly, then asked, "What secret is it?" At this moment, Earl Stelford struggled slightly again, then said with a dazed look, "That secret is." Suddenly, his spiritual body trembled violently, and his confused eyes instantly regained their luster. Immediately after, the spiritual body and physical body in front of Hobert and the others suddenly completely disintegrated, turning into a powdery state. These powders suddenly churned, as if about to explode. Hobert immediately took action, using the ability of chaos to interrupt the explosion process. So, only a pile of colorful powder and an Beander characteristic of a disciplinary knight remained on the ground in front of them. Hobert waved his hand, and the Beander characteristic appeared in his palm. He said to Zio, "I will keep it for you until you accumulate enough merits to exchange for the Beander characteristic for promotion here. But before that, to prevent the royal family from leaving a mark on the characteristic, some processing is required." Zio nodded, "Thank you." Hobert raised his hand again, and the pile of colorful powder ignited, immediately releasing a smell in the air like burning hair. He used the utilize ability to speed up the burning process, and the powder instantly turned into a puddle of black powder. Hobert then buried this black powder 5 kilometers underground. He glanced at Sherman. "You wouldn't be foolish enough to come and mourn him, would you?" Sherman was slightly stunned, then showed a somewhat forced smile. "Don't worry, I won't." As she spoke, she held a crucifix with spikes in both hands and presented it to Hobert. It was a bronze-green crucifix ornament, a style unknown in the North Continent in the Fifth Epoch, but Hobert was quite familiar with it. It was precisely an ornament worn by a Christian priest or bishop. However, it looked very ancient, full of a classic and antique feel. Hobert remembered that this magical item would repel other Beander items held by its wielder, so he took out an order crystal and had Sherman place the crucifix on the order crystal. The order crystal immediately seemed to come alive, forming a small box that sealed the sealed artifact. Zio also took off 1 to 107, and her mask and handed them to Hobert. Hobert put away the sealed artifact. "All right, let's go back." "Where are you going?" Zio gave an address in Wood District, and Hobert used travel to send them back to Backland. After waving goodbye to Zio, he re-entered the spirit world. Once Hobert left, the subtle sense of oppression disappeared, and Zio and Sherman both sighed in relief. Not far from here, in a small alley, was one of Zio's secret strongholds. After they arrived at the stronghold, Zio very seriously warned Sherman, "You are not allowed to contact that witch again. She made you a Beander, clearly using you." "Okay, Zio," Sherman immediately stated. "Although I am very grateful to her for helping me realize my long-held wish, I also know that she is very dangerous." Sherman said earnestly, "Thank you, Zio, thank you for saving me." Zio's expression was no longer so serious. It was the mysterious person wearing a mask who just left who saved you. "He must have been invited by you." Sherman said apologetically, "I know you must have paid a corresponding price. A demigod-level helper, just the willingness to provide assistance, itself possesses extremely high value. You don't need to worry about that." Zio knew Hobert wouldn't ask for an unacceptable reward. "What are your plans next?" Sherman sighed. "First, I'll hide in the countryside for a while, and then come back when Earl Stelford's matter is completely forgotten." Zio, however, said, "Perhaps you could also hide in the East District. I can utilize some of my connections there to hide you in the slums." She said, "Of course, you'll also have to help me manage the intelligence network I've painstakingly established in the East District." Sherman was stunned. "You're building an intelligence network?" Every bounty hunter, although they all want to have their own intelligence network, their financial resources are completely unable to maintain the operation of an intelligence network, they can only maintain cooperative relationships with informants. In many cases, these informants are an unstable factor, because it means that bounty hunters could be betrayed at any time. I met a mysterious person who is willing to invest in an intelligence network in Backland. Zio said, so far, our cooperation has been very pleasant. Hobert returned to his study and first offered the spoils to the country of disorder. He casually placed the 2 Beander characteristics on the corresponding stone platforms, and finally picked up the crucifix. This item was useless in his hands unless it was crushed into an Beander characteristic, and even if it was crushed into an Beander characteristic, it could only be sold to the church. Unless he wanted to establish a deep cooperation with the church, otherwise, dealing with demigod-level Beander characteristics in this way would not maximize its value. Hobert thought for a moment and decided he could trade with Fool, considering it as compensation for Fool's help. Originally, Hobert had planned to ask Klein, who was still a demigod at the time, for help when he was promoted, and the compensation had already been agreed upon. However, it seemed now that Mr. Fool would still need to act, or rather, he would need to ask Klein, after becoming an angel, to act on the gray fog above, which would require providing more compensation. Putting the crucifix aside, Hobert returned to the real world, had a servant bring him a pot of tea, and began reading reports from Longtail Island and South Colson. In the latter half of the night, around 2 in the morning, Zio quietly entered the Earl's mansion, climbing in through the study window. Hobert was not surprised by Zio's arrival. Zio was not surprised by Hobert's waiting either. Hobert pushed aside the documents in front of him and poured Zio a cup of tea. Sit. Thank you, Hobert. Zio sat on the chair opposite Hobert, her feet still a little distance from the ground. If it weren't for you tonight, I wouldn't know what to do. Then she asked, what kind of reward should I pay you? Hobert was well prepared and took out the intelligence Zio had investigated earlier. Kill these 2 people. Zio said, they are 2 sequence 7s, which doesn't seem enough to pay for your help. The process of killing these 2 people should involve a certain degree of danger. Hobert said directly, in my opinion, this is a relatively fair trade. All right. Zio smiled. Then I can only repay you later by providing you with some intelligence. She still felt that Hobert could refuse, but she could not give. Hobert did not refuse. Triss, the witch who turned into a mirror in the warehouse. There's a high probability she will contact you through Sherman. When that happens, tell her that I didn't turn her into an Beander characteristic, which is already a favor to her. But that's all, we have no possibility of cooperation. Zio then realized that Sherman must be in a high-level trouble, so she asked, what does Triss want to do? She wants to avenge her lover. Hobert smiled. Although I admire her courage and loyalty, especially in this cold world, she is definitely a splendid and unique fireworks. But we are not on the same path. He had no intention of saving this witch, even Sherman was accidentally saved. He couldn't possibly kill Sherman after leaving the warehouse just to avoid some trouble, could he? Triss was different from Sherman. In Hobert's opinion, Triss's death was perhaps a form of liberation for her. Zio was somewhat confused, but realized it was better not to get involved, as she had just learned the truth about her father's death and still had many things to do. So Zio asked, Hobert, do you know the king's secret that Earl Stelford mentioned? Hobert raised a hand, creating a private space for conversation. I know, but I can't tell you. Why? Because it's an organizational secret. Zio immediately asked, what kind of task do I need to complete to get the relevant intelligence? Regarding this, Hobert was also well prepared. He forced a helpless smile. This isn't a matter of tasks, but rather you need to reach a certain status or obtain a certain position within the organization before I can tell you this information. This means you have to become a devout believer of the Creator, which means you have to be deeply bound to us. As your friend, I certainly know you don't wish to join any organization, but also as a friend, I hope you can understand that I also have my difficulties. I'm sorry, Hobert. Zio said sincerely. You have always helped me, and yet I have often made things difficult for you. Hobert shrugged slightly. That's nothing. Zio thought for a few seconds before saying, are you, I mean the Creator, are the members of the Creator's faction all as normal as you? She felt her description was still not precise enough, but couldn't find the right words to describe her question for a moment. Hobert saw the difficulty on Zio's still somewhat naive face, and reminded her, "You mean, are they all like me, without any negative effects?" "Yes, yes, yes." Zio showed a happy smile, but then she seemed to realize that it was not appropriate to laugh at this moment, so she immediately restrained her smile. "Sorry, I didn't mean anything else, it's just that I've seen many cult members, and I have some concerns." She had actually investigated this question before and received some answers, she just wanted to hear Hobert answer it directly today. "As you can see," Hobert smiled, "I, like Angus and the hundreds of other Beyonders, have always been perfectly normal." He explained, "The reason those cult members you mentioned are so abnormal is because their deities are abnormal, and under the influence of their deities, they become very abnormal. And we don't have such concerns." Zio took a deep breath. "Then can I join you too?" Hobert said seriously, "Of course you can. I've said before that you are the talent we urgently need. It would be great if you could join." Zio then asked, "Then after I join, how can I get the information I want?" "Become my intelligence officer." "How can I become your intelligence officer?" Hobert retorted, "Do you want to be my intelligence officer?" "Of course. Then you are now." "Huh." Zio didn't react for a moment. Hobert continued, "Your first task is to establish an intelligence network covering all of Backland. Tomorrow I will bring you a few Beyonders, and you can choose if there are suitable people to be your subordinates. After the Backland intelligence network is established, you need to go to Trier, Fenaport, and the capital of every country to establish intelligence networks." He instructed, "Also, remember, you only have one superior, and that is me." Zio nodded, "I remember." She had also reacted by then and immediately got into character. Hobert sighed with relief. The intelligence problem was finally completely resolved. He added, "As for your previous question, according to relevant regulations, I can answer you now. The king wants to become a god, and this process has caused many innocent casualties and broken many once happy families. Although I don't have specific data, to my knowledge, the royal family has been continuously transporting slaves from the colonies to Backland, and vagrants in the East District are also said to frequently disappear mysteriously. Over the years, the number should be in the hundreds of thousands. It's as if there's a place that constantly needs to be filled with lives, and it seems to never be full. Oh, by the way, do you remember the Capum case last year? According to reliable sources, Capum sold all the kidnapped girls to the royal family." Zio listened silently to all of this, finding that she wasn't too surprised. "According to the spiritual communication with Earl Stelford, your father was an upright man." Hobert said seriously, "Perhaps this was also his way of being loyal to the royal family, not wishing the royal family's reputation to suffer an irreversible crisis in the future." Zio took a deep breath. "In my impression, he was indeed very loyal to the royal family." She didn't know whether to be angry or sad at this moment, but they. Hobert, however, said, "In the near future, we will find a way to stop George III's process of becoming a god, and perhaps we can help you get revenge along the way." Zio's anger and sadness were immediately replaced by surprise. You are an Earl of Lowen Kingdom." Hobert nodded. "That's right, but who says an Earl can't disrupt the king's plans?" Zio was speechless for a moment, and after a long while, she said, "Remember to notify me then. If the opportunity is right, I will definitely take you with me." Longtail Island, Tutuja Harbor. The morning sun shone on this bustling port, and a few seagulls chirped and flew around in the morning light. As the Blue Avenger docked, Alger, who had completed the church's mission, finally arrived at this port, which had already become famous on the raging sea. On the dock, Alger saw several intelligence peddlers he had known before. They used to hide in secret strongholds in Byam, but now they were openly exchanging intelligence on the dock and in the port. The patrolling official Beyonders and security officers seemed to ignore them. Alger chatted with them for a few words and learned that as long as they didn't spread rumors detrimental to Tutuja Harbor, no one would bother their intelligence trading. But they encountered a new problem: intelligence became cheap. Often, a group of intelligence peddlers knew the same intelligence, but there were only one or two pitiful buyers. Some intelligence peddlers even lamented that continuing to sell intelligence was not as good as moving bricks on the construction site of Tutuja Harbor. Just as Alger was about to go to the food street mentioned by the intelligence peddlers for breakfast, his spirituality stirred. He looked out at the sea and saw that the space on the surface of the sea was suddenly torn open, and a giant ship appeared near the coast. Everyone in the port saw the giant ship. One intelligence peddler exclaimed, "Storms above, is that the blood-flesh tree that disappeared for several months?" Alger's eyes narrowed. It was indeed the blood-flesh tree. Since Blood Admiral was hunted by the Emperor, this ship had never appeared in people's sight again. At this moment, someone else said, "My goodness, it's 100 meters long." The pirate ships in the port looked as tiny as sailboats in front of it. "Clear the dock, make space." At this moment, the official Beyonders gathered towards this side, shouting orders. People didn't need the official Beyonders to shout, they all knew to run out of the dock. No one would be foolish enough to go out to sea at this time, because that would only lead to crashing into the blood-flesh tree's cannons. As Alger was hesitating whether to help, a huge mass of dense fog suddenly appeared on the sea. This dense fog, like a giant snake, rapidly swam towards the blood-flesh tree. At this moment, the sea and the port seemed to fall into an indescribable silence. Whoosh! A silver-white ship shadow, 10 times larger than the blood-flesh tree, rushed out of the dense fog. On its tall mast hung a flag that had never been seen before. It was a pennant, and in the center was a black crown. The whole world seemed to move again, and the sea seemed to boil for it. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. In Tutuja Harbor, everyone's gaze was fixed on the sea. First, the blood-flesh tree and a fleet of pirate ships appeared, looking as if they were about to raid the port. But then, a giant ship, like a small island, emerged on the sea, charging towards the blood-flesh tree. Alger, standing on the dock, felt goosebumps all over his body. He had once seen the Black Emperor from afar and felt that it should be the king of the sea. In terms of ships alone, Nastor was worthy of the title, King of the Five Seas, back then. But what was this giant ship now? Alger even felt it was a massive city moving on the sea. And he recognized the flag, it was the emblem of the Trensost family. Alger gradually recovered from his shock, the Trensost Empire. The reactions of the people around varied. Some said, that ship really exists. Some said, I must be dreaming, right? Others said, I might have drunk too much last night. In short, the giant ship that appeared near the coast seemed to make the whole world unreal. How could there be such a large ship? And how could it travel so fast? A few calm individuals on the dock saw the cannons on the giant ship's port side being pushed out. From a distance, a row of about 20 cannons extended from one side of the giant ship. Alger was one of the first to calm down. As a Sequence 5, he had excellent eyesight and could see that the cannons on the Empire were all white. He didn't know what metal they were made of. At this moment, the blood-flesh tree had already opened the spirit world, intending to escape quickly. Buzz. Just as its bow began to enter the spirit world, almost everyone in sight heard such a sound. Everyone saw the shells from the Empire pour out, but these shells were very strange. They were white and cylindrical, like a beam of light being emitted continuously for 2 or 3 seconds. The blood-flesh tree was hit by 3 shells and immediately burst into white flames. Screams of agony immediately came from the ship, audible even to the people on the dock. The pirates could still see from afar the people on the ship desperately struggling and rolling in the white flames, but they couldn't get rid of those white flames. A cold wind blew, and everyone on the dock shivered. Some were from the cold, others were from the sudden fear and screams. At this moment, the blood-flesh tree seemed like a living hell. The wails there made the people on the dock involuntarily step back a few paces, revealing expressions of fear, finally collapsing to the ground. Some felt their crotches warm, turned their heads, and ran. Many of them were ruthless murderers, but they rarely encountered such a tragic scene. Even Alger, who had witnessed many major events, felt a great fear emerge in his heart. He recalled this feeling of fear and immediately found the answer: death, underworld. This fear came from people's unwillingness to accept death and their desire to escape it, from the dread of reaching the end of life. Looking at the near sea again, some of the Empire's shells hit the sea surface, and large areas of white flames immediately ignited on the seawater. That patch of seawater suddenly seemed to freeze, as if even the seawater had reached its end of life. The fleet formed by the blood-flesh tree also remained motionless on the sea. They were surrounded by cold white flames, forming a giant bonfire. Many crew members wanted to jump into the sea, hoping to dive and swim away. However, the white flames on their bodies could not be extinguished even in the seawater. On the sea, they continued to wail and struggle, eventually dying from the continuous burning. But the flames still did not extinguish. They burned away the skin of the corpses, the bones and internal organs of the corpses, and finally burned until only some residue and Beander characteristic remained. The blood-flesh tree also collapsed, and the spirit world it had opened also closed again. At this moment, there were no more whales on this ship, as if there was no longer any life. However, this ship was a giant life form itself, so it kept burning. At this time, the Empire, having completed its turn, fired a few more shots, then lowered a small boat from its deck. Illusory figures appeared in the seawater. These were water ghosts, holding Beander characteristic, flatteringly placing the Beander characteristic that had just sunk to the seabed onto the small boat. When the small boat was pulled up, at least 20 or 30 Beander characteristic and several sealed artifact were recovered. Dense fog appeared around it again, and soon the entire ship was enveloped in mist, completely disappearing from people's sight. The flames on the sea continued to burn for more than 10 minutes until the blood-flesh tree was also burned to ashes before finally extinguishing. This outcome was unexpected by the Rose School of Thought demigods who were hiding in the spirit world, preparing to attack Tutuja Harbor. This attack had been brewing for a long time by the Rose School of Thought, intending to launch a surprise attack when Tutuja Harbor had let down its guard after its opening. To prevent the battle from spilling over, they planned for this surprise attack to end within 3 minutes. The fleet was to attack the port's ships by all means possible, while the demigods themselves would try to destroy Tutuja Harbor's buildings. After all, if one group of pirates died, another would come, but the loss of buildings and ships was the true loss for the Creator's forces and the pirates. What was supposed to be a well-planned surprise attack turned into a performance by the Empire. The development of events made the Rose School of Thought's demigods stunned in the spirit world for several seconds before they seemed to snap back to reality and immediately retreated. What surprised them most was that the blood-flesh tree was burned down just like that. One should know that even after Hobart had dismantled this ship until only its frame remained, it had recovered completely after several months of feeding. But this time, it was directly burned into wood ash floating on the sea, without any spirituality, and thus no possibility of recovery. The flagship of a pirate general was destroyed just like that. This was another ebb and flow. The Rose School of Thought temporarily lost its maritime power to rely on, while the control of the sea around Longtail Island became impregnable. For the pirates, it was a pirate general level raid, yet they were utterly helpless. Any ordinary pirate attempting a sneak attack now would be purely seeking death. On the dock, as the official Beander shouted a few times through a megaphone, "Sea police dismissed." They resumed their normal patrols. However, the pirates on the dock only recovered their senses half a minute later. One of the intelligence peddlers tried to maintain a calm demeanor. "Haha, this is Tutuja Harbor's naval defense. I have exclusive news about the Trenserost Empire. Those who want to trade, follow me." Alger glanced at the other person's still, wet crotch and smiled slightly. Speaking of which, he knew some truly exclusive news about the Empire. The first time he saw this ship was when he and the Emperor explored an island hidden deep in the raging sea. About 3 months ago, at a Tarot Club meeting, the Emperor also asked him and Star Admiral to inquire about the Empire's whereabouts. Now it seemed that the Emperor, or rather his colleagues, had found the Empire, and the Empire was clearly under the control of the Creator's forces. This made Alger sigh. This organization had grown stronger again. He strolled to the food street. The food here was indeed good. But Alger didn't eat much, because the sight before him was terrifying, more terrifying than facing the Empire directly, or seeing those white flames, or hearing the wails of the blood-flesh tree crew. In this city full of pirates, he saw order. As a pirate, a member of the Storm Church, he knew that all order, except that brought by fists, was a joke in front of pirates. And the order brought by fists was a cold order, making it difficult to form the bustling environment he saw before him. Everything before Alger told him that the pirates themselves were willing to obey the order here. Backland, Military Intelligence Section 9. Hobart, who rarely came to work today, heard a shocking piece of news before even reaching his office. Director Chunnas had disappeared. Hobart thought to himself, that's right, it's about time. That means the war will happen in about 10 days. So, after Hobart clocked in and returned to his office, he immediately entered slacking mode. First, he went to the South Continent to check on 2 construction sites that had already begun work, then went to Earl of Light to secure the third batch of £150,000 in investment, and had Todd arrange for people to pre-order the necessary factory equipment. In the afternoon, Hobart also checked on the factories producing building materials in South Colson and Longtail Island. Currently, the production capacity in both places was too low to keep up with the consumption in various areas. So Hobart had Todd order a large quantity of building materials in Backland for contingencies. Although the first 2 months of the war were relatively optimistic for LotM, once the Fasak Empire occupied large industrial areas on the Janai southern bank, LotM's industrial production capacity would be completely cut in half. At that time, factories would surely be under military control, making it difficult to order goods. And by next year, as more and more countries joined the war, most factories in Backland would have to cease production. By then, Hobart's demand for industrial products in the South Continent would no longer need to rely on the North Continent. After completing further arrangements, Hobart once again checked on the preparations for the telephone. He planned to release the telephone on the eve of the war. However, this time there was almost no preheating. He merely sent people to promote it to some nobles and government departments. The trial machines already installed had not been given much importance by everyone. But with the bombing by the Fursak, the utility of the telephone would be demonstrated. By then, there would be no need for much advertising. People lacking a sense of security, in order to get information about their families as quickly as possible, would actively learn about and install telephones. The government, to achieve faster and more convenient communication between departments, and the military, to obtain information from various sources more quickly, would gradually come to value the role of the telephone. These deployments could not be done in a day or two. Hobart planned to spend these few days looking around his territory, thinking, and talking with various levels of government to see if there was anything he had overlooked. Around 5 in the afternoon, Hobart returned to the Earl's mansion. Tonight, he had an appointment with Princess Alice to enjoy a symphony. Because he returned a bit late today, Hobart let the carriage go first. After changing into formal attire, he caught up with the carriage and arrived at Countess Georgina's mansion. However, he was still late. When Hobart arrived, the 3 members of the royal family had already arrived. Usually, out of politeness, Hobart would arrive before them. After dinner, everyone went to the private room from before to enjoy the symphony. As expected, before the performance began, Alice came to Hobart's room again. "Congratulations," Alice smiled. "It is said that the Gas Association is already at risk of dissolution. With the withdrawal of funds by Duke Nigan and others, the gas industry is now in a dismal state." "Oh, is that so?" Hobart smiled. "Tell me more." Although Earl of Light was also quite concerned about the trends in the gas industry, he did not know that Duke Nigan and other nobles had already begun large-scale withdrawals of funds. But thinking about it, it made sense. Once such news spread, the stock prices of these gas companies would surely plummet. Alice knew that Hobart would definitely need this information, so she carefully inquired about it before coming. After Hobart heard the news about the information, he realized that in at most another week, it would be a good time to buy at the bottom. At that time, Gas Association generally lacked financial support, and for risk investors, the shares of Gas Association could still fall, and they would wait and see. But Hobart, who had new ideas for the gas industry, thought it was the best time to act. Almost no one would compete with him. After finishing this topic, the symphony began. The light in the private room gradually dimmed, but Hobart slightly amplified the brightness, and then took out a ring box and handed it to Alice. "Consider this as payment for your intelligence." Alice was slightly stunned, opened it, and saw something like charcoal inside. She looked at Hobart with some confusion. Hobart smiled slightly. This black charcoal comes from a magician. As far as I know, she is the leader of the demonist sect in LotM Kingdom, and she is also responsible for cooperating with the royal family. Alice immediately understood. Was it her who arranged for Triss to approach Edsac? Hobart said, "It should be. It is certain that she also played a significant role in the Backland Smog event, but she has always hidden behind the scenes." Alice happily hugged Hobart. "Thank you, Hobart, this is the happiest gift I've ever received." The two of them understood each other without words. Their intimate actions were limited to this private room. Outside, one was an earl and the other a princess, but in this private room, they could be a bit more casual. This made Hobart suddenly think of what Apton had described from his return from Trier 2 days ago, some of his observations in Intis Republic. The nobles of Intis played even more wildly. They didn't need to sneak around under the guise of appreciating a symphony like in LotM Kingdom, and they went straight to real action from the start, unlike Hobart and Alice who just had a brief intimate moment. This thought flashed through Hobart's mind, and he smiled. "Originally, I wanted to use it as a reward to ask you to help me inquire about another matter." Alice put away the ring box. "What is it? Just say it." After all, she still owed Hobart a favor for the assassination of James. Hobart said seriously, "I hope to know the location of the main force of the LotM Kingdom's military." Alice was stunned. "You are also interested in military affairs." Although she owed a favor, she also knew the importance of military secrets to a country. "I just think I can do a business deal with the military," Hobart explained. "But the premise is that the military has also deployed a large number of forces in the Western Theater." "I'll help you investigate this matter," Alice immediately smiled. "I'll give you an answer by next Monday at the latest." In her opinion, Hobart had no need to lie to her about such a matter. After all, he was a demigod, and he had plenty of means to make her complete the relevant investigation without her even realizing it. Since Hobart stated it was a business deal, it should be profitable. For Alice, it was possible to reveal some relevant information, and then she could also get a share, and inquiring about such news was not too difficult for her. But if Hobart were to investigate, it would easily arouse suspicion. Even if he were to ask Aemilus, the shareholder representative of Earl of Light would not tell Hobart. Having finished the serious business, Alice smiled. "All right, dim the lights, let's seriously enjoy the symphony." "No problem." On Sunday morning, Backland was windy. This was an early autumn wind, blowing away much of the dense fog. People in Backland rarely bathed in the sunlight. Around 9 o'clock, Alice sent someone to deliver the military deployment situation to Hobart, but the information was very rough, without specific army designations, only a general estimate of army garrisons. Hobart spread out the map in his study and compared it. Currently, the LotM Kingdom's military deployment is mainly in 4 directions: east, Janai Southern Bank, the vast west, and the suburbs of Backland. Nearly 30% of the military force was deployed in Janai Southern Bank. It seemed that LotM Kingdom had also received intelligence that Faesac Empire might cross the Intersea to launch a surprise attack. But in Hobart's view, this was far from enough. Although there was the Intersea as a natural barrier, with the participation of a large number of Beander, how much effect this natural barrier could play was still unknown. He remembered that the battle here was once very fierce, and a large number of casualties should occur soon. LotM's main force, approximately 45% of its military power, was deployed in the west, as there was the traditional enemy Fenaport, and relations with Intis Republic were rapidly deteriorating, making it a key area of defense for the LotM Kingdom. Hobart smiled. "This business can be done." He immediately had Dophus prepare 3 invitations, inviting Alice, Georgina, and Aemilus to the Earl's mansion for afternoon tea next Tuesday afternoon. And he noted on the invitations, there was a very confidential matter to discuss with them. After Dophus left the study, Hobart simply burned the document, pondering the business deal with the military. Soon, Dophus returned. Archbishop Horamike Haydn has suddenly paid a visit. This archbishop is the general person in charge of the Church of Steam and Machinery in Backland. Generally speaking, mutual visits among Backland's upper society usually require prior notification and confirmation of time, etc., and sudden visits are rare. Hobart smiled. "Please ask the Archbishop to wait in the reception room." Since his last conversation with Old Man Winston, Hobart had ordered the construction of a small generator on Longtail Island and had designated many newly built factory buildings as future laboratories. Today, the steam church finally sent someone. Hobart changed into a more formal outfit and went to the reception room to meet with the old man, Archbishop Haydn, who was wearing a priest's robe and a soft hat. Just as Hobart had guessed, the steam church agreed to most of Hobart's previous conditions regarding the commercial profits generated by the research results and confidentiality issues. The only point of contention they had was that the steam church hoped to have sufficient autonomy over where and to whom the developed new technologies would be used. Haydn said very sincerely, "Many of our believers are tycoons in the machinery and technology industries. If they want to use some new technologies, and we still have to ask for your opinion, this will greatly damage the church's prestige and status." Hobart nodded, feigning understanding. "That is indeed a problem." He seemed a little troubled. "Well then, you can decide who uses the technology, but we will set the patent fees for these new technologies, and 80% of them will belong to us." Haydn sighed with relief inwardly. For a church, money and such things are generally not too important. In his view, Hobart cared more about commercial profits, while they cared more about mastering the latest technology. Such cooperation was actually more reliable. After the two quickly reached an agreement, Hobart immediately invited Haydn to visit the power plant in the suburbs and the research and development center on Longtail Island. Haydn was very satisfied with Hobart's preparations. After reporting the negotiation results to the angel of the church through prayer, he signed a series of agreements with Earl of Light that very night. This also indicates that the cooperation between the Creator's forces and the steam church has officially begun, and Apton, who established a factory in Intis Republic, will definitely receive more assistance. And with the protection of the steam church, the power plant no longer needed to worry about leaks or safety issues. In the early morning, Backland, as usual, was shrouded in dense fog. Hobart took a carriage to Backland University, with Elizabeth, who was also going to school, in the carriage. The business school she attended had undergone major adjustments in the first half of the year, so the start date for new students was postponed by half a month. Elizabeth chose to study finance, which is a very popular subject now, and she greatly looked forward to her upcoming university life. Additionally, Melissa and Tyrone were there to see Elizabeth off. The three teenagers, similar in age, chattered incessantly. Hobart looked at his younger brother Tyrone with some suspicion. It was understandable for Melissa to come see Elizabeth off, but why was Tyrone here? But he didn't have time to continue thinking about this question, because with the opening of the business school, many dignitaries came to send their children, and Hobart naturally had to exchange pleasantries with them. Given Hobart's current title and business standing, even the dean of the business school personally came to greet him. Hobart was being polite with everyone here, while Dolphus took Elizabeth and the others to complete the enrollment procedures. Around 10 o'clock, all procedures were done, and they could start classes tomorrow. Elizabeth had already met a few classmates, and they agreed to explore the campus together. Melissa and Tyrone also decided to stay and explore with them. So Hobart went back alone in the carriage, but he only sent the carriage back first, while he himself hid opposite the entrance of the business school. About an hour later, he indeed saw Melissa and Tyrone come out together. Tyrone, who was usually quite introverted, was not shy at all at this moment, chatting and gesticulating with Melissa about some popular topics of the day. Hobart noticed that there were occasional intimate interactions between them, such as a slight hand-holding, or looking at each other with genuine affection, etc. He smiled slightly. This is confirmed. These two, little friends, were really in love. Watching them leave, Hobart wondered whether to tell Klein this news. He smiled. Why does it feel like a meeting between parents? After a slight hesitation, Hobart decided to wait and see. What if they only had a mutual liking, and it was normal to be in love at this age? It hadn't reached the point of informing the parents yet. At noon, Hobart had lunch with Audrey and inquired about how much money was still on the books. Audrey was somewhat surprised upon learning that Hobart intended to acquire more gas companies. Last night, my father and brother were still discussing the gas company. They believe that by early next year at the latest, electric lights will cover all of Backland, and gas companies will successively go out of business. Is there still a need to invest in such a company? Hobart thought to himself, that's because Earl Hall and Hobert don't know the other uses of gas. This is the benefit of the so-called God's perspective. Some things that people currently haven't thought of are common knowledge to Hobart. Of course, Hobart also clearly understood human potential, which is why he decided to acquire the gas company now, rather than waiting until they were completely at their wits' end. Perhaps under pressure from reality, they themselves would find new uses for gas. In Hobart's impression, such unexpected turnarounds were simply too many, and there was no need to take this risk. Hobart whispered to Audrey, I'm going to tell you a secret, one you can't even tell your own family right now. Audrey also became serious, I won't tell anyone. Good, Hobart said. My research team has discovered new uses for gas, and a series of new studies are currently underway. Once the research results are out, gas will still have a huge market. Audrey looked surprised and leaned closer to Hobart. What new uses? Industrial combustion and home cooking, Hobart said simply. Currently, steam engines basically burn coal. It's not that no one has thought of using cleaner gas, but the problem of pressure still plagues them. The current pressurization equipment is also a steam engine, and the pressure it provides is limited, only enough to power a lamp. Using it to power a steam engine is simply unrealistic. However, once electric motors are available, it will be different, the pressurization speed will be faster, and the pressure greater. From the pressurization end to the usage end, the output of gas can completely be used to fire boilers. Audrey nodded in a half-understanding way, very happy that Hobart would tell her this secret. After lunch, Hobart discussed the evening's assassination plan with Audrey again before going to talk with Todd. Hobart planned to establish the Earl's Light Group, separating the gas business and the future telephone and electric motor businesses into new, independent companies. It was past 2 in the afternoon when Hobart returned to the Earl's mansion to attend this week's Tarot Club meeting. At exactly 3 o'clock, his vision was covered by the gray fog, and he instantly arrived at the giant palace above the gray fog. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, Justice, Audrey's greeting rang out, officially starting this Tarot Club meeting. None of the members, including Hermit, Catlia, had diaries to offer, so they moved on to the free trading segment. Leonard spoke first. Respected Mr. Fool, I wish to speak with Mr. Emperor privately. Fool, Klein nodded, creating a private communication space for them. Emperor, Hobart smiled. That angel has made a choice, hasn't he? Leonard nodded. That's right, he chose the first method to recover to his peak state, but there's a condition, he needs a lawyer, pathway demigod level charm. Hobart said almost without thinking, no problem. Although he didn't have many angel level spiritual materials, he had accumulated quite a few demigod level materials. Asking himself for a demigod level charm would be very simple. Hobart continued, I need to remind you again, although the recovery time to peak state is as long as 15 minutes, there are geographical limitations, probably only a few tens of kilometers. And using this method is very noticeable, so it's not recommended for use in Backland. I know. Hobart had briefly mentioned this point when discussing this transaction last time. Leonard was more concerned. What are your conditions? Hobart said, provide angel-level assistance once. If combat is required, I will provide another item to restore peak state. This time, Leonard had received authorization from Pales, allowing him to proceed with the transaction if the compensation was within an acceptable range. At this moment, in Leonard's view, the Emperor's asking price was very fair, so he immediately agreed. Okay, I hope to complete the transaction as soon as possible. Tomorrow morning, Hobart said, you need to give me time to make the charm. As soon as this transaction ended, Catlia suddenly said, I wish to speak with Mr. Emperor privately. Hobart was momentarily stunned, thinking it was Queen Mystic, Bernadette who had something to discuss with him. Unexpectedly, Catlia spoke directly, I wish to obtain the blueprint for the teleportation array. Klein behind the gray fog thought he had misheard, teleportation array. What teleportation array? Hobart smiled, it seems you've been to Tutuja Harbor. Yes, it's already very prosperous there, and it's a different kind of prosperity than Byam. Catlia recalled a small incident she encountered at the dock again. A pirate had beaten a native porter, and as a result, the security officer took the pirate to court. Not only did the pirate have to pay the native worker £5 in medical fees, but he was also escorted to the mountains for 3 months of labor reform. This was impossible in any colony, or to put it more directly, no port would care about the life or death of a native. Hobart pondered for a moment. Are you representing Queen Mystic, or the Moses Ascetic Order in this transaction with me? Catlia replied, the Moses Ascetic Order. In that case, I can't make the decision myself. Hobart's target client was actually Bernadette. A price of around £150,000 would be suitable for the Queen Mystic, but if he were to transact with other secret organizations, this price would not be appropriate. Especially with an organization like the Moses Ascetic Order, selling them the blueprint would mean that 2 organizations in this world would possess the teleportation array, which was not the outcome Hobart wished to see. Catlia nodded, then asked, may I ask where the teleportation array blueprint came from? Does this answer require a transaction? No need. Hobart said, it came from a ruin that once believed in Mr. Door, but that ruin has now been destroyed. Of course, for Catlia, how to get to that ruin was the problem. Catlia nodded. I understand. After the private conversation ended, the hall was silent for a second or two. Just as Hobart was about to speak, the moon, Emlyn spoke first. I have a question I'd like to ask Mr. Emperor. Hobart paused slightly before saying, go ahead. Emlyn asked, what is the current state of the bound god? Actually, the higher-ups of the blood race hoped he could obtain relevant information from Fool, or the Creator, because the blood race was about to form an alliance with the Temperance faction, and they wanted to learn more about this pathway. Emlyn first thought of asking the knowledgeable Emperor. If the Emperor didn't know the answer, he would then consider asking Mr. Fool. Hobart casually replied, he seems to be controlled. Emlyn was slightly stunned. Controlled? By whom? Everyone was also drawn into this topic. If they remembered correctly, the bound god seemed to be an King of Angels level deity. Who could control an existence of that level? Seeing Emlyn's persistence, Hobart said, this question requires a transaction. I will explain it to you from beginning to end. He paused for a moment before saying, the answer should be more than worth it for you, because this question will involve 2 outer gods, and your ancestor. Emlyn was slightly stunned, it would even involve the ancestor. He immediately said, no problem, is the reward still 3 sequence 5 level missions? Not this time. Hobart smiled. I hope the blood race higher-ups can provide information about the beauty goddess Olnea, including where she fell, some of her deeds, and so on. The key is what research she conducted after becoming empress. The price will be estimated based on the detail of the information provided. If the blood race is unwilling to provide relevant information, then it will be 3 demigod-level missions. If they are only willing to provide a portion, or not very important information, an additional 2 demigod-level missions will be required. While reading relevant records in St. Yadro City, Hobart discovered a problem. There was not much record of Empress Olnea in the family's relevant records. They didn't even know where she fell or where her Beander characteristic was. And the curse on Hobart was closely related to this empress, so Hobart wanted to understand information about her to see if he could achieve any unexpected effects. Emlyn nodded. After the gathering, I will report this immediately. Then he asked, can you tell me why you need this information? There's a Trensused family member in our organization who found that the family's records had no mention of Her Majesty the Empress. Hobart casually gave a reason. He believes that the blood race, with its long history, must have very detailed records, so he wants to trade for such information with the blood race to complete their family history. Magician, Furs, who was probably sitting opposite Hobart, thought to herself, that Trensused family member wouldn't happen to be you, would he? But then she thought, why would Hobart need records of the Trensost Empire Empress? Hobart's words clearly played right into Emlyn's hands. He habitually raised his chin. Then he's found the right person. Our blood race has rich foundations and detailed historical records, and we will surely find the answer he needs. Klein, at the head of the table, thought to himself, one day, if Hobart sells Emlyn out, this guy might even happily help count the money. Everyone's faces showed a slight smile, more or less. They weren't mocking Mr. Moon, after all, who doesn't have a weakness? Everyone just felt that Mr. Emperor had a very precise grasp of Mr. Moon's weakness. At this point, Hobart asked Emlyn again, "Do you want to listen alone, or do you want everyone to listen together?" Emlyn lowered his chin and immediately said, "Listen together." Actually, he mainly hoped that the Hanged Man, Hermit, and the world would listen together. These three people's questioning angles were very special, always able to dig out more information. Hobart said to the other members, "The main compensation for this transaction will be paid by Mr. Moon. If everyone wants to join the transaction, they also need to pay a certain price. But this price is not large and can be settled together with the next transaction." Everyone expressed no objections, and Audrey even thanked Mr. Moon for being willing to share the answer with them. Emlyn was polite while unconsciously raising his chin again. After the compensation was agreed upon, Hobart continued, "Regarding Mr. Moon's question, we need to start from the second epoch. The information source is still Demon Monarch, Farbati. This information is relatively reliable. After all, Farbati and the Bound God are adjacent pathways. Relatively speaking, he has a more detailed understanding of the Bound God." This time, what Hobart said was the truth. The source of information for this question was indeed Farbati, unlike before when he used him as a cover. "We just traded information about the second epoch," Hobart said. "A far-reaching god war occurred at the end of the Age of Primeval Fire. The Blood Ancestor, Lilith, along with Alien King, Quasi-Tuon and Destruction Magic Wolf, Flegre, perished together. We've already discussed some irrational aspects of this battle before. Today, let's talk about another irrational aspect. Why didn't other ancient gods rush to support after the battle broke out? Other ancient gods not going might be because they couldn't make it in time, but it's a bit strange that the Undying Bird Ancestor also didn't show up. Given that he possessed the Apprentice Pathways Beyander characteristic, he should have been able to reach the battlefield quickly, right? I thought about this question a long time ago, but I never found the answer until I communicated with Farbati. It turns out that at least two of the three ancient gods who perished together were influenced by outer gods. The ancient gods might have also hoped to use this method to cut off the outer gods' influence on the real world, which is why they allowed this battle to completely spiral out of control. The fool, Klein frowned slightly. Was this divine war manipulated by an outer god? But why would an outer god do that? Hermit, Catalya realized. No wonder Emperor repeatedly emphasized that this divine war had a far-reaching impact. It seems that not only did their subordinate gods become big figures in the Beyander world after the ancient gods fell, but it was also because the battle itself had a profound impact on the real world. The Hanged Man, Alger was also pondering. In the second epoch, did outer gods have such a great influence on the real world? Why does it seem like there's no influence now? Then he smiled. Perhaps it's because my level is too low. Even if there is an influence, it wouldn't affect me. Moon Emlyn simply asked, which outer god influenced our ancestor? Mother Goddess of Depravity. Hobert replied, I mentioned it once before, that the blood ancestor Lilith was affected by something at the time. But at that time, I wasn't very sure about the authenticity of this intelligence. Later, I had the opportunity to consult the Great, the Creator, about this matter and confirmed that the intelligence provided by Farbati was largely true. Actually, it wasn't suitable to reveal too much information about the old ones at that time. Justice, Audrey asked, Mr. Emperor, what is the outer gods' purpose? Did they just want to make the ancient gods fight? Emlyn nodded repeatedly, feeling that Miss Justice's question was very precise. Hobert replied, according to my observation and conjecture, their purpose is to completely control the gods of the real world. The other members were all very surprised. Control the gods. Star, Leonard, this is definitely blasphemy against the gods. Well, this level of blasphemy seems acceptable. He thought to himself, I seem to have been led astray by the Emperor. The world, then asked, why would an outer god have such a purpose? Did they just want to create powerful puppets in the real world who obey them? Hobert said, I do have some conjectures about this, but currently, I lack key evidence and some crucial intelligence, so I can't answer your question for now. But I can roughly tell you my conjecture. The outer god's purpose seems to be to obtain some Beyander characteristic of the gods. He was intentionally blurring this information, because now was not a good time to explain issues like First Awakening. This answer greatly exceeded Klein's expectations. He almost subconsciously manipulated the world to continue asking why, but thinking that it was a place Hobert couldn't confirm the answer yet, he suppressed his desire for knowledge and didn't ask further. Leonard then asked, do outer gods only wish to obtain the Beander characteristic of the ancient gods? Or do they also wish to obtain the Beander characteristic of the current gods? Hobert smiled and retorted, is there any difference? Leonard showed an ugly smile. For him, of course, it was different. The ancient gods were just legendary names to him, as if they had nothing to do with him. Ever since he learned that the Evernight goddess was once a subordinate god of an ancient god, and after Leonard accepted this, he felt a sense of participation in that period of history. But in his subconscious, ancient gods and modern gods still seemed to be different existences. Hobert continued, let's continue our previous topic. We said earlier that the three ancient gods involved in the divine war, such as the blood ancestor, all had subordinate gods participating in the battle. So this means that this battle was not entirely an encounter battle, at least, it underwent basic mobilization. Even if it was only mobilized to the level of subordinate gods, it would require preparation time, whereas if it were a complete encounter battle, there would be almost no time for mobilization. Of course, it's also possible that after the encounter battle began, the subordinate gods learned that their main god was fighting, so they came to support. But the question is, if the subordinate gods had time to rush to participate in the battle, why didn't the other ancient gods have time to rush over? Upon hearing this, everyone understood the emperor's meaning. The process and outcome of this war were very strange. Logically speaking, since the ancient gods were divided into two factions, there should have been a mutual support mechanism between the factions. However, neither the blood ancestor nor the alien king received any support. At this point, Leonard tried to analyze. It's also possible that it was originally a battle between two factions, with three ancient gods from the pan-human faction confronting three ancient gods from the non-human faction, so the other ancient gods couldn't provide support. Magician Furs, however, reminded him, Mr. Star, you have such a guess because you don't know another piece of information. She said, we learned in a previous transaction with the Emperor that after the battle ended, Giant King and Elf King both accused each other of betraying the blood ancestor, which led to her fighting to the death with other ancient gods. If it was a battle between 6 ancient gods, and 3 ancient gods from the pan-human faction also participated, then how could there be talk of betrayal? Leonard was slightly stunned. I didn't know about this. Then he also fell into deep thought. Clearly, the outbreak of this divine war was a bit inexplicable. At this point, Hobert said, according to the information I obtained from Farbati, and some of my conjectures, it is very likely that the other ancient gods tacitly allowed this battle to break out, or rather, they had no intention of stopping it. Furthermore, I believe that the battle initiated by the blood ancestor might have been her plan to break free from the outer god's control. Everyone felt more and more confused as they listened, so they stared intently at the emperor, waiting for his further explanation. Even for modern gods, the pollution of outer gods is a difficult problem to solve. Hobert began to explain. From a hierarchical perspective, this is as simple as a god polluting an archangel. It's just that under normal circumstances, a god would choose to directly attack an archangel, because causing injury to the archangel or making their state poor in this way is a more cost-effective means of attack. But outer gods are different. The power they can project into the real world is very limited. Using long-term pollution to influence gods might be their only means of dealing with gods. Therefore, the other ancient gods had no intention of participating in this battle to avoid being polluted. And the mutual accusations between Giant King and Elf King were likely accusing each other of allowing the blood ancestor to suffer pollution, not accusing them of betrayal that led the blood ancestor into the enemy faction's trap. This problem is not complicated. If the non-human faction had set up a trap in advance, waiting for Giant King or Elf King to lead the blood ancestor into it, then the blood ancestor would have been ambushed by the ancient gods of the non-human faction, and destruction magic wolf would definitely not have appeared in this ambush. So, after excluding other possibilities, the conclusion that other ancient gods were unwilling to participate in the war is basically established. Catlia smiled. Another brilliant analysis. Hobert continued to explain, according to other information I obtained, in the second epoch, outer gods could not cause too much influence on the real world, or rather, the influence they have caused up to now is still very limited. Another piece of information is that the pollution of the mother goddess of depravity is quite special and difficult to remove. Based on these two pieces of information obtained from different places at different times, I infer that although the blood ancestor was affected by the outer god, it was far from losing her sanity. But if she didn't find a way to solve the mother goddess of depravity's pollution quickly, delaying it would definitely lead to her completely losing control. The method she thought of might be to sacrifice her divinity to preserve her will from being completely polluted by the outer god. The specific operational method has not yet been accurately obtained, but I conjecture that for a period of time, the blood ancestor should have existed in the real world by utilizing the uniqueness of the moon pathway. Actually, it's not suitable to disclose the schemes and transactions between the Evernight goddess and Lilith now. These pieces of intelligence should be revealed after the divine war, at the very least. Hobert conjectured that Lilith's original plan should have been to utilize the blood ancestor's death, and some unknown methods, to eliminate the mother goddess of depravity's pollution, and while holding the uniqueness, seize the opportunity to recover other Sequence 1 characteristics. In the era of the first radiance of fire, Lilith might have had contact with the goddess of darkness, who is the Evernight goddess, but at that time the ancient sun god had not yet awakened, so in her plan, there should have been no part for the ancient sun god. It's just that her plan was disrupted by demon monarch, Farbati, as well as the then god of spiritual items, and later, bound god, and other gods. For a considerable period, Lilith likely survived by relying on the uniqueness of the moon pathway. Of course, at this time, she was protected by the goddess of darkness using secrecy. It wasn't until the Evernight goddess returned and the ancient sun god awakened that things took a turn for the better. Regarding this information, as well as conjectures about why the destruction magic wolf participated in the war, Hobert plans to explain them in detail to the members after the divine war ends in a year. At this moment in the Tarot Club, Klein recalled some previous transaction content and his own conjectures. If the uniqueness of the moon pathway is with the goddess now, then can it also be assumed that Lilith is also collected by the goddess in her divine kingdom? Similar operations where gods utilize death to achieve their goals were no longer new to the other members, as they had heard of similar cases before. But this still made them indulge in their own fantasies. Just then, Moon Emlyn suddenly cried out loudly, "Our ancestor!" Everyone's fantasies had just begun when they were drawn in by Mr. the Moon. The moon wiped away a tear. Our ancestor chose to sacrifice herself to prevent this world from being polluted by outer gods. She saved this world. The son, Derek, sitting beside him, was stunned for a long time. How did you come to that conclusion? Audrey also fell into a brief moment of self-doubt. Did I not fully understand Hobert's meaning? How do I feel that those were simply schemes carried out by the blood ancestor to escape her predicament? Does it have much to do with saving the world? The other members were also at a loss for words for a moment, and finally, everyone looked towards the Emperor. Hobert smiled helplessly and said, "Mr. the Moon, we've had some transactions before, and the blood ancestor's situation later took a turn for the better. You don't need to be so sad." Without waiting for Emlyn's reaction, he immediately said, "Let's talk about the situation of the alien king at that time." According to the information provided by the demon monarch, the alien king was not affected by an outer god at that time, but his subordinate god, the god of spiritual items, made a deal with the mother tree of desire. When discussing this matter, Farbati specifically explained that in the second epoch, there were many strange existences. Initially, the god of spiritual items was not very clear that he was making a deal with an outer god, he only thought it was a strange existence. Under the manipulation and intervention of the god of spiritual items and the goddess of darkness, when the alien king and the destruction magic wolf were fighting, they both must have made many misjudgments, and the result was being dragged by the blood ancestor to their mutual destruction. Here, Farbati used a very apt analogy. For example, if three Beyonders of the same sequence level, one of them wants to perish together with the other two, at least one of the other two can escape. At that time, the blood ancestor didn't have time to set up a trap, and even if there was a trap, the destruction magic wolf, with its strong spirituality and precognition abilities, would most likely not have stepped into it. For Farbati, who didn't participate in the battle and only observed to a certain extent, the outcome of the three ancient gods perishing together seemed very strange to him. Not only was Farbati strange, but the members of the Tarot Club were also very strange. Klein, behind the grey fog, even thought, could it be that the goddess suddenly intervened at a critical moment and gave the destruction magic wolf enough darkness? After all, according to the previous transaction, the destruction magic wolf was only at the King of Angels level. As an angel-level goddess, a sneak attack at the right time could completely make the destruction magic wolf unlucky enough for a short period. Katlia also had similar conjectures. I heard that the curse source ability of the prisoner pathway can not only harm the target by harming oneself but also harm the target by intentionally enduring certain Beander attacks. When the Blood Ancestor was preparing to fight to the death, was it possible that the alien king was already preparing to escape, but the god of spiritual items rushed up and used the method of enduring certain damage to himself to keep the alien king? Alger then thought, the darkness goddess could indeed help the Blood Ancestor to keep the destruction magic wolf, for example, by making the destruction magic wolf fall into a brief slumber at the right time. Although the other members knew a little about the Beander abilities of these three pathways, none of them dared to imagine them at the level of gods. Especially Leonard, he was rarely sitting upright, not daring to have any blasphemous thoughts. Hobert gave everyone a few seconds to digest before continuing. I always believe that the simplest way to understand some problems is to look at the interests involved. For example, in this divine war, the darkness goddess and the god of spiritual items both gained great benefits, so they must be inextricably linked to the fall of the three ancient gods. It's just that unlike the darkness goddess, Farbati had been secretly watching this divine war and took advantage of the opportune moment to take away a sequence one characteristic of the prisoner pathway. And at that time, the god of spiritual items, who was at the angel level, would definitely choose to escape immediately when encountering the demon monarch snatching the spoils. It is said that after this divine war, the god of spiritual items completed a transaction with the mother tree of desire, sacrificing a sequence 1 Beander characteristic of the moon pathway to her. I speculate that the mother tree of desire should have provided some method for the god of spiritual items to temporarily trap the alien king, or to temporarily prevent the alien king from escaping. According to Farbati, what the mother tree of desire wanted should be the sequence 1 characteristic of the prisoner pathway, but the god of spiritual items still needed it himself and could not sacrifice the characteristic of this pathway to her. Farbati also stated that he felt the malice of the mother tree of desire at that time, but he didn't have a very intuitive understanding of the outer god's purpose at that time, so in order to restrict the mother tree of desire, he sacrificed the sequence 1 characteristic of the prisoner pathway that he had obtained to the mother goddess of depravity. Upon hearing this, Klein's reaction was similar to Hobert's when he first heard the news. Is this a balance between gods? However, Hobert then said, this is basically Farbati's original words, but I haven't verified this part of the information yet. After all, deception might be a habit of a demon, and Farbati's information needs to be reconfirmed through other channels before a final conclusion can be drawn. However, I have already confirmed through other channels that the mother tree of desire indeed possesses high-sequence Beander characteristics of the moon pathway. When we previously traded information about the primordial moon, we mentioned that the mother tree of desire also has a way to impersonate the primordial moon, and her method of impersonation should be through the utilize of a sequence 1 Beander characteristic of the moon pathway. As for whether Farbati sacrificed the sequence 1 characteristic of the prisoner pathway to the mother goddess of depravity, that's hard to say. At that time, there was indeed no concept of an old one, and the first blasphemy slate had not yet appeared, and there might not have been a complete theory of adjacent pathways. However, according to the information I obtained from other sources, the characteristic of Beander characteristics attracting each other can be faintly sensed by Beanders at sequence 2. Farbati obtained a sequence 1 characteristic of an adjacent pathway, and I don't believe he didn't sense the attraction between it and himself, perhaps he just hid that Beander characteristic himself. The other members couldn't help but smile, all feeling as if the true nature of a certain evil god had been exposed. But soon, Klein and Alger almost simultaneously thought, The Emperor's intelligence is only released at the Tarot Club after a certain degree of verification, and the confirmation channel is very likely through the creator, or through some reasonable speculation. But no matter what, this process is very reliable, so even some of his conjectures are very credible. Let's go back to the god of spiritual items. Hobert said, in the second epoch, the influence of the outer gods on the real world was still very weak, so his cooperation with the Mother Tree of Desire didn't affect him too much. He even joined the Rose Redemption in the third epoch. As we said before, those who could join this organization were gods whom the ancient sun god and the Evernight goddess trusted more. If there was a problem with the god of spiritual items at this time, the Evernight goddess would definitely not have invited him. The turning point should have occurred at the end of the fourth epoch. Some members should have heard that the six gods entered the astral world at the end of the fourth epoch and rarely descended since the fifth epoch. It is said that at the end of the fourth epoch, the six gods sensed that the outer gods were trying to infiltrate their power into the real world, so they collectively went to the astral world to resist the outer gods peeking into the real world. Audrey's eyes sparkled with surprise. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Furs realized, if Hobert hadn't mentioned this, I would have thought that gods naturally lived in the astral world, but thinking about the struggles they had before the fifth epoch, they must have indeed stayed in the real world for a long time. Emlyn and Derek each expressed their surprise, while the other members knew more or less about it. Hobert said, after the fifth epoch began, due to the fall of the Underworld Emperor, the LotM Empire had huge disagreements surrounding the issue of either enthroning a new emperor or resurrecting the Underworld Emperor. At this time, the god of spiritual items changed his name to the Bound God, established the Rose School of Thought, and founded the Highland Kingdom, competing with the LotM Empire for control of the South Continent. Based on the time and location of the Bound God's appearance, he should have been in the South Continent ever since he withdrew from the Rose Redemption in the early fourth epoch. After the fall of the Underworld Emperor, he finally waited for the opportune moment. Unfortunately, in the fifth epoch, the Mother Tree of Desire's influence on the real world greatly strengthened. The demon monarch, who had previously tried to avoid contact with the Mother Tree of Desire, was still able to constantly contend with this outer god. And the Bound God, who had previously cooperated with the Mother Tree of Desire, was not glorious for long in the fifth epoch before being completely controlled by this outer god. After a second or two of silence in the hall, Klein finally thought, the Mother Tree of Desire must have started influencing the Bound God in the second epoch, waiting until the fifth epoch, when the time was right, to suddenly strike. No wonder Hobert said that after long preparations, polluting at the right time is the only attack method outer gods have against gods. It turns out his statement has evidence. Then he thought again, this further proves that the influence of outer gods on the real world is indeed not great. Emlyn, on the other hand, felt a little scared. Fortunately, our ancestor realized that he was being influenced early on and made corresponding plans and arrangements, otherwise he would have been as tragic as the Bound God, completely controlled. Catlia thought in another direction, the Mother Tree of Desire controlling the King of Angels of this pathway, to a certain extent, controlled the entire pathway. Alger also had similar thoughts, and his conjecture went a step further. Could the Indulgence faction and Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought be the final struggle between the Mother Tree of Desire and the Bound God? At this moment, Emlyn, who had proposed this transaction, asked again, Mr. Emperor, what is the current state of the Bound God? Did he directly fall? Currently, it seems he has not directly fallen. Hobert replied, but in some respects, it might even be worse than directly falling. It is said that Sua, the current leader of the Rose School of Thought, is a child created by the Mother Tree of Desire using a torn-off sequence 1 characteristic from the Bound God. Audrey frowned. Why can the similar operations of gods always exceed my imagination? Can a sequence 1 characteristic even be made into a child? Furs also felt a bit uncomfortable, as in her view, children were to be conceived, not manufactured. Among the female members of the Tarot Club, perhaps only Catlia, who had already advanced to demigod, didn't feel anything, as this was the Beander world. To her knowledge, high-sequence Beyonders of the Moon pathway could rapidly conceive life. Klein thought to himself, this Bound God is truly miserable, even his Beander characteristic was torn off. Life worse than death is exactly this. Hobert continued, I'm not sure about the specific situation of the Bound God, but judging from the fact that only one Sua appeared, he should still possess the uniqueness of that pathway and a sequence 1 characteristic. And the power that the Mother Tree of Desire can currently project into the real world is still limited. Everyone's perception of her before obtaining specific information about her is the best proof, as if the power of this outer god is only slightly stronger than that of some wild gods. It is estimated that when he tore off the bound god's Beander characteristic, he must have used a relatively clever method. If he had mastered the uniqueness of the prisoner pathway, it would certainly be impossible for him to be so obscure in the real world. And Sua, the god of spiritual items controlled by the Mother Tree of Desire, obviously couldn't completely kill the bound god, otherwise the members of the Temperance faction would definitely be able to sense that the King of Angels of their pathway had fallen. Leonard nodded slightly. It is said that when the Underworld Emperor fell, some Beyonders of the Corpse Collector pathway were in a bad state for a long time. The old man said that besides this pathway being relatively special, the fall of a unique existence in a pathway affects many Beyonders of that pathway to varying degrees, at least they can sense approximately when the other party fell. Hobert finally concluded, so the current state of the bound god can also be basically inferred. He should be hiding in a corner, fighting his final battle with the Mother Tree of Desire. It is certain that he has completely lost his freedom and has been severely polluted, but because he still holds the uniqueness of the prisoner pathway, he can still make a final resistance. The Mother Tree of Desire should need some opportunity to completely obtain all the Beander characteristics of the bound god. For now, the bound god will not fall. Emlyn asked very carefully this time, Mr. Emperor, can the bound god still provide some help to the Temperance faction? Hobert immediately replied, he can't provide any help. It's already a blessing that he hasn't affected or polluted the members of the Temperance faction. Emlyn nodded, I understand, thank you for your answer. With this transaction concluded, everyone once again diligently absorbed the information they had just acquired. Klein suddenly realized that after obtaining information about the bound god, the Tarot Club had already traded information on all the, well-known, evil gods in the Beander world so far. First was the true creator, who surprisingly originated from the ancient sun god. He was an evil god formed from the humanity and fallen emotions of this old one. The second was the primordial demoness. It turned out that she had been severely injured at the end of the fourth epoch, and her condition had been very poor ever since due to that injury. The third was the primordial moon. This deity had many followers. Some believed it was actually the blood ancestor, while others thought it was a high-sequence Beander characteristic of the moon pathway, which responded to prayers on its own due to residual consciousness. Before trading related information, Klein had not expected that two outer gods were actually competing for this evil god's identity. The fourth was the cosmic dark side. This evil god was not very well known, and did not appear frequently in the Beander world, but its origin was significant, surprisingly being Farbati, the demon monarch from the second epoch. The fifth was the bound god, traded today, who was also not very well known in the North Continent. When Klein went to the South Continent, he learned that the bound god still had many followers in the Highland Kingdom, but almost no one in the North Continent worshipped this evil god. They were evil gods recognized by the major churches and the vast number of Beyonders. As for King of Angels like Adam, Amen, and Mr. Door, firstly, they were relatively low-key or sealed, and there had been no bloody sacrifices targeting them, so they were not recognized as evil gods in the Beander world. Many Beyonders didn't even know of their existence. After more than 10 seconds of silence in the hall, Hobert suddenly said, I need to correct some information from a previous transaction. The other members were all stunned. It was the first time they had heard of correcting information. Klein thought to himself, is this after-sales service? Hobert said, when I traded some information about the fourth epoch before, the information I obtained had some errors. Last week, I received more accurate information, so I need to explain it to everyone. This made everyone even more curious. Previously, they thought the fourth epoch information was very detailed and reasonable, and they didn't feel there was anything unreasonable about it. Everyone should still remember my description of the True Creators faction. Hobert further explained, at that time, I said that the True Creators faction had a considerable disadvantage, with only the True Creator and Solomon as true God-level existences. Last week, I just received definite news that the Underworld Emperor also participated in the war at that time, and he supported the True Creator. As for the King of Angels, in addition to Medici and Ouroboros, there was also Mr. Dor. In terms of angels, there were also archangels like Antigonus, Zoroaster, and Zeratul. Overall, their strength was actually similar to that of the Six Gods faction, especially in terms of archangels, where there were 7 or 8 of them, only lacking in true god-level power. Everyone showed some surprised expressions. Leonard thought to himself, no wonder the old man always spoke with pride whenever he mentioned the Solomon First Empire. So the Solomon Empire at its peak was this strong. Klein, on the other hand, thought, this explains why the 6 gods would seek Tudor and Truncest as inside agents. Otherwise, with an overwhelming advantage, there would be no need for such schemes. Alger suddenly chuckled, what a pity, this faction still perished, because their opponents were the 6 gods. The other members also had their own thoughts, but the impact was not significant, or rather, they had just finished discussing high-end topics, like old ones and ancient gods, and they were a bit numb to such news. The next 10+ seconds, because there were no new transactions, skipped to the free discussion segment. Alger was the first to speak. I saw the Truncest Empire at Tutuja Harbor. Katlia paused slightly, then said, is that news true? When Alger arrived at Tutuja Harbor, she had just left there not long ago, and she thought the news she had received was incorrect. After all, that was a legendary, treasure ship. There had been no news about this ship before, but now it had suddenly appeared in Tutuja Harbor. It's true, Alger affirmed, I was at the port's dock when the Empire appeared. Everyone had more or less heard about this ship and knew that it was one of the legendary treasures of the sea. So everyone looked at Hobert. Audrey was somewhat displeased among them. We had lunch together at noon, and you didn't even tell me such an important matter. First, on behalf of Tutuja Harbor, I welcome your arrival, the Hanged Man. Hobert smiled, and the Hermit, I apologize, I've been busy with other things these past few days and couldn't host you. Alger chuckled, I was just curious what kind of port it was, no need for hospitality. The Hermit smiled without speaking. She had completely snuck ashore, so there was even less need for hospitality. Furs paused slightly, the Hanged Man and the Hermit both came to Tutuja Harbor. I had no idea. At this moment, she also didn't know whether it would be better to host them if she encountered such a situation again, or not to host them. Not hosting would indeed be impolite, but if she hosted them, they would 80 to 90% recognize her as the magician. Hobert continued, as the Hanged Man said, that is the Truncest Empire. One of our members found its clues in St. Yadro City and then found this giant ship in the raging sea. Its current purpose is to guard against Erebus's sudden attack. Because it was built for a different purpose, the Empire is a colossal warship. I believe even the Black Emperor would not be its match. And the Rose School of Thought's attack last week very well verified the Empire's combat power. The Blood Flesh Tree and the Pirate General level fleet's surprise attack were completely disintegrated in less than 10 minutes. Alger thought to himself, actually, it only took 1 minute for everyone in the Blood Flesh Tree fleet to die. The remaining 9 minutes were white flames burning the pirates' corpses and incinerating the dozens of meters-long giant ship, the Blood Flesh Tree, into ashes. Katlia, however, turned her head, feeling that the Emperor specifically mentioned Pirate General as a warning to her. Emlyn asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, are there really mountains of treasure piled up on the Empire? No, Hobert said concisely, there are only a few hundred cursed people. However, the ship's weapons are very special, more than enough to eliminate an angel. But the prerequisite is that the angel stands there motionless, allowing the Empire to attack freely. Audrey pressed, Mr. Emperor, I remember you said before that during an exploration with the Hanged Man, you obtained some information about the Empire. Were they really cursed by the Underworld Emperor? Hobert replied, yes. Leonard, who was unaware of the relevant news, was very curious and was about to ask, but the world spoke first, didn't you hear clearly? Mr. Emperor said that one of his companions discovered clues about this ship from St. Yadro City. Katlia had indeed noticed this point, but she was also considering the Pirate General matter mentioned by the Emperor, so she did not raise related questions. Alger had also overlooked this point earlier because he was recalling the Empire's powerful attack power. Now, reminded by the world, he remembered, I remember, that seems to be the vanished capital of the Solomon Empire. Hobert smiled, that's right, we found this vanished city based on some clues. The world asked again, in what state does this city currently exist? I can't say for sure. Hobert spoke frankly, it seems to be in the real world, and yet it doesn't seem to be. Alger pressed, what kind of scene is inside? It's similar to the outside world. Hobert briefly introduced, but there are many monsters affected by the War of Gods, and periods like dawn, noon, dusk, and night are all very brief. Everyone found this description very novel and tried to imagine what it would be like for a day and night to pass very quickly. Klein, Alger, and Catlia could all tell that the Emperor's answers about this city were quite restrained, almost only answering what was asked. They guessed that some detailed information might be a secret of their organization and could not be disclosed, so they did not continue to ask. Then everyone began to take turns sharing what they had seen and heard in the past week. The sun was already preparing to set off for the afternoon town camp. Their first task was to clear the monsters around the giant court, and after a few days of rest, they would explore the giant court. Leonard shared his observations for the first time at the gathering. In the past 10+ days, Backland has undergone a tremendous change. Firstly, the gas industry used despicable means to frame the Earl of Light and then lost in the subsequent struggle. It is widely believed that within a few months at the latest, Backland will become a world of electric lights. At this point, Leonard felt that the world, which was Klein, was looking at him strangely. He quickly paused, not realizing anything amiss in what he had just said. Leonard was not very familiar with the raging sea and had no concept of Hobert's territory. Although Catlia had once mentioned the renaming of Longtail Island's port to Tutuja Harbor, he had not taken it to heart. So at this time, Leonard had not completely equated Hobert with the Emperor. He was more inclined to believe that the Emperor and Hobert were colleagues, because in his interactions with Hobert, Hobert had never shown a scholarly side. Leonard cleared his throat and said again, another piece of news is that the church discovered that the royal family seems to be secretly doing something. But after several days of investigation, they still haven't found the royal family's secret. Klein smiled, these two pieces of news, one is related to Hobert, and the other is related to me. I do know a little about the royal family's secrets, Klein said, manipulating the world at the end of the bronze long table. Leonard didn't know about this because Klein had started tracking Chunnas, and he was still a bit curious, why would Klein know the inside story? The royal family secretly excavated an ancient ruin, the world said. It seems there are some unspeakable arrangements in those ruins. This reminds me of the intelligence I traded with Emperor earlier. I wonder if George III is preparing for his ascension to godhood. Leonard nearly stood up. Geo, His Majesty the King is going to become a god. Emperor, Hobert said, that's right. According to the intelligence we've obtained, he does have such plans. Leonard frowned slightly. I remember there's an agreement between the various nations and the 7 Orthodox churches that the king can only advance to sequence 5 at most. The churches didn't even notice His Majesty the King's advancement from sequence 5 to sequence 1. I don't know exactly how it was done, but I discovered that the king has a stand-in, Hobert said. It might also be a clone, but it's certain that the king who frequently appears in public is not him. As for the advancement from sequence 5 to sequence 1, it seems some clever method was used. The specific intelligence is still under investigation, and we are also paying close attention to this matter. Then he said to the world, if there's any emergency, we can inform and support each other. This was also what Klein hoped for. He manipulated the world to say, no problem. When this topic concluded, the hanged man, Alger, who had been at sea for many years, finally brought up the second question Mr. Starr had just mentioned. I've also heard about electric lights. It's said they can emit light like daylight in the darkness. Yes, Leonard smiled. It's indeed very bright. He paused and then added, actually, I don't really like electric lights. They make the night less mysterious, but this seems to be a trend. Hobert was slightly taken aback. The poet student actually said something quite poetic. At this time, Hermit, Catlia also asked, what is burned to produce the light? Then, Justice, Audrey explained, it's not burning anything, but using electricity. After a slight pause, she glanced at Hobert. She suddenly realized, I'm not very clear on the specific principle either. The general principle is that electricity can heat a metal filament, and the filament starts to glow after reaching a certain temperature, Hobert briefly explained. Katlia nodded slightly. In fact, she still didn't quite understand how electricity heated the filament. She felt that she should visit the creator's territory more often when she had time. There seemed to be so many new things there. The sun, Derek asked, Emperor, where can one find electricity? Hobert explained, large power plants need to be built. If City of Silver has a need, I can have someone modify a small generator. However, if you want to generate electricity, you need to continuously burn coal or other fuels. He reminded him, unless City of Silver can mine coal, electric lighting isn't very suitable for you, because it requires too much fuel, which would be too luxurious for you. The coal you mentioned, is it that black, combustible rock? Although Mr. Fool translated, Little Sun still wanted to confirm again. City of Silver had its own coal mines, which were the main source of heating material. The trees and dry grass around the city had been burned up more than 2,000 years ago, so they had to find alternative fuels. If you have coal, it's easy to talk about, Hobert smiled. I can modify a small coal-fired generator for you, but it can only meet the lighting needs of some areas. He estimated and added, if you have a square, installing a large light in the square, a large light in the training ground, and then installing some electric lights in your 6-member council's circular tower headquarters is not a problem. Klein smiled. The ancient City of Silver installing electric lights. It always felt a bit out of place. Derek still felt a bit incredible. Emperor, can it really be as bright as daylight? City of Silver longed for daylight, even if it was just a false daylight. Hobert pinched his chin and thought for a while before saying, this has been certified by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. The light emitted by electric lights can even drive away relatively weaker wraiths. Of course, it's still far inferior to the sun. Then he said seriously, you must first report to your chief, because I just thought that electric lights might make City of Silver very conspicuous in the forsaken land of the gods, and I don't know if it will attract some powerful monsters. Derek was stunned. I understand. I will report to the chief after the gathering. Then he asked, what reward do I need to pay for the electric light transaction? Hobert thought for a moment before saying, all the essence of a Lord tree. This was one of the main materials for advancing to Earl of the Fallen. Hobert had hunted 6-legged sprites before for his advancement, but at that time he was trying to obtain the 6-legged sprite's brain marrow, as he had been trading for this auxiliary material for a long time without success. And the main material, the complete brain of the 6-legged sprite, was still gathering dust in the country of disorder, so Hobert was considering putting it to utilize. So he added, oh, right, please give me the entire Lord tree, because I also need its spiritual materials. Derek said, I will ask my companions to see if anyone knows the whereabouts of a Lord tree. In the minds of the others, images of an ancient city with electric lights installed appeared, the combination making it feel somewhat magical. After a few seconds of silence in the hall, the world, suddenly reminded, according to some information I've obtained, a war may break out on the North Continent recently. He analyzed this from the current situation and the undercurrents in the Beander world. Audrey also sighed, recently, the nobles have also been discussing this matter. It seems war is inevitable. Leonard was slightly startled, feeling as if he didn't live on the North Continent. He wondered why he hadn't received any corresponding news. But he quickly realized that he had either been investigating cases or playing cards recently, and hadn't participated in social activities for a while, so he had no channel to obtain such information. Emlyn was also a bit surprised to hear this news. He had been taking care of his puppet and volunteering at the Harvest Church during this time. Aside from a few days ago when the Blood Race Marquis Nibe suddenly called him to inquire about the bound god, he hadn't participated in Blood Race gatherings for a while either. So Emlyn asked, is it a war between Loan and the Fursak Empire or the Fenaport Kingdom? Why would there be a war? These two countries were Loan's traditional enemies. It could also be with the Intis Republic, Audrey said. I heard that Loan and the Intis Republic have also had significant conflicts recently. Emlyn was a bit curious, why has the Loan Kingdom become an enemy of the other three major powers? In his impression, he clearly remembered that the Loan Kingdom had a good relationship with the Intis Republic. In the eyes of nobles and dignitaries, Loan monopolizes East Balam and the Rorstad archipelago, and both are great powers that have undergone industrial revolutions, with very similar industries and conflicting interests, Hobert explained. As for conflicts in the Beyonder world, we just discussed it. George III wants to become a god, which will greatly disrupt the balance of Beyonder powers in the various North Continent countries. Do you think the other 3 countries would be willing to see such an outcome? During the Backland Smog event, Hobert had already revealed similar information, but it hadn't attracted much attention at the time. Now, everyone had a profound realization of this news, and some members also recalled Mr. Fool's previous reminder: the era has changed because of this. In a serious atmosphere, this tarot club ended. The only member who had no worries about the war on the North Continent was Derek. In the latter half of the free communication stage, his mind was filled with electric lights, and electric lights. After returning to the real world, Derek suddenly sprang out of bed and rushed to the circular tower where the 6-member council was located, quickly meeting Chief Colin. "Your Excellency Chief, I have a very important matter to report to you." Derek immediately got straight to the point. Colin was slightly startled at first, then immediately asked another elder of the council and 2 subordinates in the room to leave. "I have received important news. There is now a method that can emit light similar to sunlight by burning coal." At this moment, Derek was no longer as naive as before. He knew that the chief would attach great importance to such news, but due to his special status, he would not ask about the source of the news. So he was very clear that he just needed to explain the matter of the electric light. If it had been before, he would have tried very hard to fabricate an excuse, only for the chief to see through it with a few words. Colin indeed did not ask about the source of the news, but was somewhat surprised. "There's such a thing." Then he asked, "What kind of reward is needed?" "An entire Lord tree." Colin pondered for a moment and then said, "The exploration mission will be postponed for a few days. You go organize a few members and come with me to hunt a Lord tree first." Derek was also very happy with the chief's decision, but he still dutifully reminded, "Chief, if the light is too bright, will it attract some powerful monsters?" "The probability is low," Colin said. "Unless it can illuminate the entire forsaken land of the gods, within our exploration range, there are no monsters we cannot deal with." Perhaps there was a slight risk, but the significance was also immense. Imagine, the patrol teams outside the city would be able to see a light source inside the city as soon as they looked back. This would undoubtedly be a huge encouragement for them. Even if the exploration of the giant court failed and no exit was found, having such a light source would give City of Silver the belief to persevere. For Colin, such an opportunity naturally could not be missed. Backland, 62 Queen's Avenue. Hobert stared at the ceiling for a while, then stretched and got up to carve the black iron needed for demigod-level runes. Just as he was about to finish carving, a scene appeared in Hobert's mind. A tall young man, dressed in simple, combat-appropriate attire, prayed. "Respected Mr. Fool, please inform Emperor that the chief has agreed to this transaction. We will set off tomorrow to hunt a Lord tree." Hobert feigned praise for Fool, looking at the terribly ugly rune he had carved in his hand. "Fortunately, I'm praying to myself for power. If I were praying to other deities, they probably wouldn't even bother with me." He did not immediately make the rune, but used travel to go to Earl of Light and instructed Todd to modify a small generator. Currently, the small power plant not far from Queen's District still utilizes small generators. The relevant departments of Earl of Light are very experienced in this type of modification and can complete it in at most a week. After dinner, Hobert prayed to himself, completing a demigod-level rune, and sacrificed it along with a piece of order wood to Mr. Fool, asking him to complete the transaction with Mr. Star. At 11 p.m., Hobert picked up Audrey as planned for tonight's assassination. This time, Hobert prepared a Sequence 8-level opponent for Audrey, letting her complete the assassination of this target alone. Emperor Hobart was very clear that so-called combat experience was honed through countless battles, with no shortcuts whatsoever. This time, Audrey had a new understanding of her abilities, and combined with the tactics Hobart had taught her earlier, she devised an assassination plan. She began to hypnotize the target from the doorway, making him ignore her, then suddenly twisted off the doorknob and pushed the door open to enter the room. The target noticed something amiss but merely glanced at the doorway, seemingly not seeing Audrey, who had opened the door and entered. Audrey nervously entered the room, and under the target's gaze, used a sealed artifact to create a dawn sword, thrusting it through his heart. The target only struggled for a moment before dying. Audrey calmly handled the scene, since she hadn't caused too much commotion this time. Drawing others' attention, she had time to deal with the traces at the scene. She used the corrosive potion Hobart provided to dispose of the body, then picked up the Beander characteristic. Because Hobart had given Audrey an order crystal, she didn't need to perform any anti-divination procedures. After checking the entire room again, she confirmed no clues were left before quietly departing. Hobart, 2 or 3 kilometers from the scene, did not leave immediately. Instead, he watched Audrey while also observing the scene for a while longer. 2 eyes seemed to appear in the darkness, and after a glance, they immediately vanished back into the shadows. Hobart smiled slightly. This time, the Aurora Order's reaction was much faster than last time, but those 2 eyes were more like bait. Hobart wouldn't fall for it, he wanted to wait a bit longer to catch a bigger fish. Returning to the Earl's mansion's study with Audrey, Hobart once again helped Audrey review the battle before she returned, still somewhat excited. Tomorrow, Hobart planned to have Zio continue with the assassinations. By then, he would definitely be able to reel in some fish. On Tuesday afternoon, thanks to the autumn wind, the heavy fog had dispersed, and Backland had enjoyed quite a few clear days recently. Hobart invited Alice, Georgina, and General Aemilus for afternoon tea today, primarily to promote the teleportation array to them, as the Loan Kingdom would certainly need it in the early stages of war. Around 2 o'clock, Hobart personally stood at the entrance to greet them, inviting them to have tea on the terrace. During their casual conversation, Aemilus brought up the telephone that had just been installed in the Ministry of Defense. That is absolutely something that can change an era. Aemilus said earnestly, imagine being able to hear the voices of relatives or friends from 1,000 miles away. This will have immense significance for ordinary people. Voice cannot be replaced by telegrams or letters. In my opinion, text is often cold, and only voice is warm. Georgina, who also had military experience, said, exactly, sometimes the voice of a loved one is faith and strength. She also expressed her view. More importantly, unlike Beander abilities, telephones can be mass-produced, and that is their greatest advantage. Both of you see the future prospects of the telephone, Hobart smiled. In my opinion, the telephone has another utilize, confirming the safety of relatives or friends. For example, an employee of a company who lives far from home sees a fire in the direction of his home, but it would take over an hour to rush back from the company. At this time, if there's a phone at home, he can just call home. If someone answers, then everything's fine. If no one answers, he can rush back quickly. Another example, for a time-sensitive hot news story, a reporter can call his newspaper, verbally relay the news content, and the other side can take shorthand. This will allow the news to be published earlier than other newspapers. But if it were a telegram, you would have to write the telegram first, then send it, and then it would have to be translated on the other end. In short, it speeds up the dissemination of information and makes information transmission more convenient. Only Alice had not encountered a telephone here. There's such a thing. We can install a few in the palace to try them out. By this time, everyone had drunk 2 cups of tea. Hobart said, today, I invited the 3 of you because I hope to show you something good. How about we all go to Earl's Light for a trip? Aemilus and Georgina were somewhat curious about Hobart's purpose in seeking them out, while Alice was a bit curious about what Hobart wanted to sell to the military. The last time they met, Hobart had mentioned wanting to do business with the military, and Alice had even helped him obtain key information for it. The 4 of them took carriages and arrived at Earl's Light. However, it wasn't the Earl's Light office building, but a large warehouse. The warehouse door was ajar, and Hobart invited the 3 of them inside. Alice first saw many building materials piled up in the warehouse. Passing through the passage formed by these materials, she saw porters loading building materials onto empty train cars, while the loaded cars were pulled by horses onto a not very high iron frame, where they were neatly arranged and secured. Hobart's appearance led many people to greet him, after which they returned to their posts. Alice and the other 2 still didn't understand what Hobart was doing, but they didn't ask, tacitly standing behind Hobart and watching quietly. A few minutes later, the train cars were fully arranged on the iron frame. Without Hobart's reminder, the Beander operating the teleportation array activated it. When the illusory giant gates rose from the ground, Alice and the other three were stunned. In the blink of an eye, several fully loaded train cars of building materials vanished before their eyes. After 3 or 4 seconds, Georgina finally came to her senses. This is really a teleportation array. The Navy, have you set up a teleportation array at Tutuja Harbor? A few days ago, the Navy had reported suspected mysterious magic circles appearing at Tutuja Harbor, capable of long-distance transport of personnel and goods. Georgina hadn't taken it too seriously, thinking it was a way to transport some urgent supplies through sacrifices and bestowals to the Creator. Today, seeing those illusory gates and realizing that what was being transported were building materials and such, Georgina knew that it was definitely not about asking the Creator to transport things. That was a deity. How could a deity help transport ordinary things like building materials? So Georgina immediately thought of a teleportation array. With her reminder, Alice and Aemilus also recalled some previously seen information. One of them came from a royal family, the other from a noble family, and both families had records of teleportation arrays. Aemilus sighed. In the 5th epoch, teleportation arrays have appeared again. Hobart smiled and said, "This is what I wanted to show you all." "How does it feel?" Alice, with her outstanding temperament, directly said, "Absolutely astonishing." Aemilus quickly asked, "How much cargo can be transported at once?" "About 3 train cars, or up to 6 large carriage cars," Hobart explained. "It can also transport people. We can try it out in a bit." Aemilus calculated that if they squeezed, it would be enough to transport a company of soldiers and their equipment. If commanded properly, a brigade could be transported to the front line in an hour. This was definitely something that could change the tide of battle. At this moment, the teleportation array activated again, and what returned were still horse carriages, but these returning carriages were full of tropical fruits, as well as grain and vegetables. This time there were only 4 horse carriages, and a few passengers came along with these carriages. They were employees from the Earl's Light Research and Development Department. The Earl's Light Research Laboratory, in collaboration with the Church of Steam and Machinery, had already begun operations on Longtail Island. Those scientists now primarily traveled between the 2 locations via the teleportation array. The next round of cargo transport began, and this time, building materials were still being transported to Longtail Island. Because not only had the teleportation array between Backland and Longtail Island been opened, but also the one between Longtail Island and Rocklear City on the south continent. That side urgently needed large quantities of cement and rebar. Gravel and bricks, however, could be supplied by locally built workshops. After securing the carriages, Hobart and the other 3 also stood on the iron platform. As the teleportation array activated, Alice and the other 2 saw a 7-colored corridor appear before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at an unfamiliar warehouse. The surrounding porters, originally white-skinned, had turned into the brown-skinned natives of the Rorstad archipelago. They were very deferential to Hobart, some natives even knelt, praising him loudly in their local language. Hobart waved to them and led Alice and the others out of the warehouse. Outside was the boundless sea, and on the other side was Longtail Port, with its Loan architectural style. Alice and the other 3 had seen many Beander abilities and experienced the convenience brought by travel, but this experience was different. They had arrived at the Rorstad archipelago with goods, and these goods represented the universality of the teleportation array. It wasn't like travel, which required becoming a Sequence 5 or obtaining a corresponding sealed artifact to utilize. A Sequence 7 could operate it continuously. The key was that it could not only transport a few people but also large quantities of goods. A traveler would find it difficult to transport goods. Perhaps only a Sequence 4 inches secret sorcerer could complete such operations. However, having a demigod constantly responsible for transporting goods would be a huge waste, and that demigod would also not be willing to do such work. Just like the telephone they discussed earlier, the teleportation array was a universal item. It wasn't just for a few people with related abilities, ordinary people could also enjoy the convenience brought by this mysterious world. The three of them, each with their own thoughts, watched the sea for a while. Hobart then took them to a coconut grove, picked a few coconuts, and returned to the Earl's mansion to have the servants open them, drinking fresh coconut juice with straws. They had all drunk coconut juice before, but this time was indeed special. More precisely, the mood and atmosphere today were special. After chatting about interesting sea anecdotes for a while, Aemilus saw that the time was right and asked Hobart, "Do you have any intention of selling the teleportation array?" Hobart smiled and said, "The three of you and I are good friends, I won't keep you in suspense about such matters." He paused, then continued, "Of course, I invited you to visit because I hope to find a good buyer for the teleportation array. However, it cannot be sold externally for the next month or two, because we need to first build the teleportation arrays for our own utilize." In reality, he was waiting for the opportune moment for speculation and using this time to acquire gemstone mines. Once the war began, the demand for teleportation arrays would become apparent, and that would be the best time to discuss cooperation. But whether it was Aemilus or Georgina, although they knew the international situation was tense, based on all the intelligence they had, they couldn't be sure when the war would break out. Aemilus was already very satisfied with Hobart's answer. As long as such a strategic item could be sold, it was good. Georgina was more concerned. What if other countries come to purchase? "Don't worry about that," Hobart smiled. "Since I am an Earl of the Lowen Kingdom, I will naturally help secure the opportunity to sell only to Lowen. Unless you offer too low a price, making it difficult for me to justify." Aemilus smiled and said, "The price can be negotiated." In his opinion, this item should be monopolized, even if it costs a lot more. Georgina also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the favorable treatment they had given Hobart all this time had finally paid off. By the time they returned to Backland, it was already evening. After Alice and the other two left Hobart's Earl's mansion, they arranged to meet again at General Aemilus's residence to discuss the teleportation array. For them, this item must be equipped as soon as possible, as it will definitely play a huge role in future wars. After Admiral Emilius sent the guests away, he began to prepare for tonight's operation. He first went to discuss with Hugh, and then gave her, 1-107, a glove that can utilize all the abilities of an imperative mage within 3 minutes. At midnight, the assassination operation began. Hugh, wearing a mask and height-increasing shoes, first arrived at the first assassination target, a sequence 7. There was no need to utilize the ability of 1-107. After rushing into the target's hiding place, she immediately used imprisonment to prevent the target from escaping. Then she rushed up and eliminated the opponent with her best close-quarters combat, ending the battle without even firing a shot. Hugh calmly wrapped the body in a quilt from the room, carried it, and leapt out the window. But after only a few steps, her spirituality sensed danger. In the plan of Admiral Emilius and Hugh was already mentally prepared. She threw the body on the street and lifted the seal of 1-107, "It is forbidden to hide in the shadows here." The shadows on the street suddenly became 3-dimensional, outlining 2 human figures. One was a shepherd, and the other was a rose bishop, both divine envoys of the Aurora Order. Under Admiral Emilius's previous guidance, Hugh immediately performed the second prohibition, "It is forbidden to graze here." Boom! The corpse not far from her suddenly exploded, blowing Hugh away and interrupting her prohibition. The flesh and blood of the corpse were scattered everywhere. Hugh had to quickly change tactics and, facing the shepherd, shouted, "Imprisonment." This was a demigod-level imprisonment. The shepherd had just finished grazing, and a blazing white spear was piercing towards Hugh, but the shepherd, along with the blazing white spear, was simultaneously imprisoned. Boom! More flesh and blood exploded. Hugh fell with the shockwave, pulled out her gun, and fired 3 shots at the Rose Bishop. The Rose Bishop felt that the pistol was a sealed artifact, but he didn't take it too seriously. His entire body seemed to suddenly turn into a puddle of liquid and melt onto the street, dodging the 3 bullets. But what he didn't expect was that the 3 bullets, which had clearly passed him, flew back. Puff puff puff. All 3 bullets hit. The Rose Bishop snorted. His Beyander ability already made him unafraid of such physical damage. But in the next second, this Rose Bishop completely lost his mind. This was an Beyander attack carried by the bullets, consisting of whispers, fallen, and darkness. The whispers bullet immediately drove the Rose Bishop mad, the fallen bullet made his flesh and blood fallen, and the bullet that enhanced darkness caused the Rose Bishop's spirit to temporarily collapse. Thus, this Rose Bishop instantly lost control completely. Hugh, crawling on the ground, looked at the revolver in her hand, slightly stunned. She knew very well that although the enchanted bullets produced by her pistol were very effective, they absolutely did not have the ability to track targets. Even if all 3 shots hit, it would be difficult to make a sequence 6 lose control instantly. This must have been an assist from Admiral Emilius, who was hiding somewhere. The imprisoned shepherd looked at the revolver in Hugh's hand with some surprise. As soon as the imprisonment was lifted, he immediately switched to a grazed soul. A hurricane blew from the street, making Hugh unable to open her eyes. The shepherd was blown away like a drifting fallen leaf. Admiral Emilius, hiding 3 kilometers away, did not pursue, because his manipulation of the 3 bullets just now did not utilize full power, making them appear to be the ability of a Grade 2 sealed artifact. Even so, the shepherd would definitely choose to escape, because Hugh still had a demigod-level sealed artifact on her. So, after tonight, the high-ranking members of the Aurora Order will receive intelligence that the person assassinating Aurora Order members has a demigod-level sealed artifact and a very powerful Grade 2 sealed artifact. When the assassination operations continue next time, at least 1 demigod will come to support them. To quickly eliminate the opponent, it is even possible that 2 demigods will come. At that time, it will be Admiral Emilius's turn to act. Hugh got up from the ground and fired the remaining 3 bullets at the monster formed after the Rose Bishop lost control, eliminating the target. Their Beander characteristics precipitated out at a visible speed. After Hugh picked them up, she was a little worried about how to dispose of the body. The monster's body was easy to deal with, but the Sequence 7's body had been blown everywhere. Just then, the body and the flesh and blood on the ground burst into flames with a whoosh, and the burning process was accelerated, taking only 3 seconds to burn everything to ashes. Hugh saw this scene and knew that Admiral Emilius had acted again. So, she immediately left with the Beander characteristics. At this moment, a strong wind blew down the street, sweeping away the ashes on the ground, leaving no trace. However, the gunshots just now woke up many residents nearby. They secretly peeked out of their windows, but naturally saw nothing in the end. Hugh quickly left by carriage and bandaged her wounds in the carriage. These wounds were basically caused by the 2 flesh and blood explosions just now, and they were all superficial. She continued tonight's performance and killed another target as planned. Tonight's operation was a complete success. Around 1 a.m., Hugh came to Admiral Emilius's study, and the 2 discussed the next step of the operation. Since Hugh was already Admiral Emilius's intelligence officer, Admiral Emilius had told her all his plans last night. Seeing Hugh, who had suffered some minor injuries, Admiral Emilius first used a healing fork to heal her wounds. So, the plan proceeds to the next step. Hugh felt all her wounds heal and marveled at the wonderful utilizes of Beander power. Admiral Emilius then took out 4 materials. Start the 3rd, and final, round of investigation. He said, the act must be real. Start the investigation next week, and appear even more cautious than before. Don't worry, next time they will definitely deploy demigod-level forces, and they might find you during your investigation. Hugh nodded fearlessly, no problem. As she spoke, she took off, 1 to 107, which Admiral Emilius had given her, from her hand. Admiral Emilius smiled and said, keep it with you for now. In case of a sudden attack by an Aurora Order Saint, you won't be completely defenseless. Hugh was slightly stunned, as if reminding Admiral Emilius, this is a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Of course, I know, but I also know that from today until the Aurora Order is severely struck, you will be in a very dangerous situation. Giving you the sealed artifact is to ensure your safety. Hugh no longer refused and put away, 1 to 107. After watching Hugh leave, Admiral Emilius sat in his chair, contemplating another problem. Just during the operation, the image of Fool appeared in his mind and told him that the moon had paid the reward, which was a detailed record about beauty goddess Olnea. At that time, Hugh's operation had already begun, so Admiral Emilius thanked Mr. Fool and did not immediately read those records in his mind. Now that it was safe, he began to browse them. These records began in the Second Epoch, but there were very few relevant records from that time, only stating that after the Blood Ancestor fell, Olnea became the new leader of the Blood race. Immediately after, this new leader led the Blood race to pledge allegiance to the Elf King. After only reading a few sentences, Admiral Emilius immediately entered the country of disorder, because he had sealed many memories there. Problems that he couldn't understand in the real world often found relevant clues in the country of disorder. Entering the country of disorder and sitting on the Iron Throne, Admiral Emilius first thought of a question: where is the third sequence 1 characteristic of the moon pathway? One was obtained by beauty goddess Olnea, another was sacrificed by the god of spiritual items to the mother tree of desire, so whose hands did the remaining sequence 1 characteristic fall into? This made Admiral Emilius couldn't help but browse the records provided by the Blood race again. It only said that Olnea became the new leader of the Blood race after Lilith's fall, but it did not mention Olnea's advancement after the war. Admiral Emilius thought of a question: could Olnea have been a sequence 1 before the War of Gods? Previously, Admiral Emilius had always believed that this beauty goddess must have advanced to sequence 1 after the war, which was based on the normal considerations for deities. However, ancient gods were different. They might not necessarily have 3 sequence 1 characteristics of their own pathway. Perhaps Lilith only had 2 sequence 1 characteristics of her own pathway back then, and some characteristics from other pathways. Or perhaps Lilith simply had 1 or 2 more sequence 1 characteristics of the mother pathway within her. This could explain why harvest goddess Annabella would harm Lilith. She might not have been after the sequence 1 characteristics of the moon pathway within Lilith, but rather the sequence 1 characteristics of the mother pathway within Lilith. After all, before the first blasphemy slate appeared, the concept of adjacent pathways was still very vague. Admiral Emilius then understood another problem. In the War of Gods during the era of the first glow of fire, Lilith's plan was not simply to utilize her own fall to seize the opportunity to reclaim the Beander characteristics of the moon pathway to wash away the pollution. It was also possible that Lilith used this War of Gods to transfer the pollution within her, and then used the uniqueness of the moon pathway to maintain her consciousness. Of course, she could also utilize the related characteristics of the mother pathway to maintain her consciousness. This was even a way to purify the characteristics within herself. If Lilith had the relevant characteristics of the mother within her, she should have prepared a backup body for herself long ago. Even in a bad state, she could completely lie low until the Evernight goddess returned. And by the way, she could also utilize the convenience of hiding in the dark to collect other sequence 1 characteristics. Thinking of this, Admiral Emilius nodded, reaffirming his conjecture, because he remembered that after stealing the harvest goddess's fate, Lilith seemed to have quickly ascended to godhood. Obtaining the harvest goddess's fate was primarily for revenge, and another purpose should have been to stabilize her state. After all, the transformation from an ancient god to the Earth Mother was by no means as simple as drinking a cup of tea. Before the Evernight goddess returned, her state must have been very poor. Thinking of this, Admiral Emilius's thoughts returned to the previous question: where is the third Beander characteristic of beauty goddess? In the country of disorder, Hobart's thoughts continued: would the third Beander characteristic of beauty goddess be with the Earth Mother or the Evernight goddess? At that time, the god of spiritual items snatched a characteristic of beauty goddess, but Olnea did not become an king of angels later. This shows that she either knew Lilith's plan, and even if she took action, she was helping Lilith snatch Beander characteristics and uniqueness. Or she didn't know the plan and was stunned at the time, not reacting in time to snatch the characteristic. This is not impossible. Antigonus and the later Mother of the Sky were stunned at the time. After all, the ancient god they followed had just fallen. If they weren't prepared like the goddess of darkness, their state at the time would definitely have been affected. Based on the current intelligence, only the goddess of darkness and the god of spiritual items consciously snatched Beander characteristics at that time. Other subordinate gods, apart from Antigonus's good luck, do not seem to have gained any substantial benefits. Another thing is that only Lilith's characteristic after her fall became a mystery. The Beander characteristics of the other 2 ancient gods basically have clear traces. The characteristics of the alien king were seized by the god of spiritual items and the demon monarch, Farbati. The characteristics and uniqueness of the destruction magic wolf, the darkness, part of which was obtained by the goddess of darkness. The characteristics and uniqueness of Fool's sequence were picked up by the reacting Antigonus, or later attracted to him. As for the whereabouts of the moon sequence characteristics within Lilith, besides being very certain about the whereabouts of the uniqueness, Hobart was not very clear about the whereabouts of the other sequence 1 characteristics, because this sequence has not produced a true god in the future, or rather, up until now. So Hobart changed his approach and tried to deduce the whereabouts of that Beander characteristic from the current situation. First, the uniqueness of the moon sequence must be in the hands of the Evernight goddess, and one sequence 1 characteristic is very likely in the hands of the Mother Tree of Desire. Otherwise, she is not even an adjacent sequence to moon, so it would be impossible for her to affect Beyonders of this sequence. Furthermore, the blood race can still receive commands from their ancestor. Lilith couldn't possibly utilize the authority of the Earth Mother to contact the blood race, could she? That would give people the illusion of having the wrong number. The angels of the blood race should also be able to distinguish. So, it is very likely that the Earth Mother has one sequence 1 characteristic in her hands. As for the third sequence 1 characteristic, it is indeed impossible to deduce, so Hobart blindly guessed if it might be in the hands of the Evernight goddess. In Hobart's opinion, since the Evernight goddess and the Earth Mother had already cooperated in the second epoch, when the Evernight goddess had the opportunity to obtain the beauty goddess, Beander characteristic, she would definitely help the Earth Mother to keep it for future transactions. Just from what Hobart knew, the Evernight goddess had 2 opportunities to obtain the sequence 1 Beander characteristic of the moon sequence. One was during the War of Gods in the second epoch, when she conveniently picked up a sequence 1 characteristic. The second opportunity was when the 6 gods jointly destroyed Truncest. In the process of dividing the spoils, the other gods knew that this was a sequence 1 characteristic of a sequence adjacent to the Earth Mother, so they would try to avoid it falling into the hands of the Earth Mother. If the Evernight goddess proposed wanting this spoils of war, the other gods would definitely be very supportive. Because of the lack of sufficient evidence, Hobart, after thinking about these things, did not continue to guess, but rather, flipped through the information in his mind. In the third epoch, beauty goddess, Olnea led the blood race to rise again and clearly told everyone, primordial moon is not the ancestor, and everyone should always be wary of primordial moon. Hobart thought that in the third epoch, the Earth Mother Church was the main secret organization at that time. Obviously, Olnea received Lilith's instructions and some help. There are many records of the blood race from this time, but not much valuable information, nothing more than Olnea responding to someone's prayers, completing something, and only later discovering that it was something of great benefit to the entire blood race. In addition, primordial moon was already influencing Beyonders of the moon sequence during the third epoch. This is not difficult to understand. If there was an Beander characteristic of beauty goddess in the hands of the Earth Mother, then primordial moon would have little impact on the blood race. However, from the end of the second epoch, with the appearance of the first blasphemy slate, humans quickly became Beyonders of various sequences by consuming potions, and artificial vampires must have appeared at this time. Primordial moon should have been influencing artificial vampires since then. In the fourth epoch, the blood race truly ushered in a golden age of development, because their beauty goddess became the empress of the Trensost Empire, who was then the blood moon queen. There are indeed records of beauty goddess conducting various studies, where she observed a large number of Beander descendants of the arbiter sequence and also attempted to alter the bloodline sequence and spirit body status of many Beander descendants. Although the records only mentioned the research results of beauty goddess, Hobart estimated that many tragedies must have occurred at that time. After all, these were human experiments. Apparently, these experiments were all in preparation for Truncest to maintain the bloodline and spirit body of his descendants. After these experiments, Olnea successfully created a path for the Night Emperor's resurrection. Hobart carefully reviewed these records and found 2 very valuable clues. First, In her research, Olnia obviously received help from the Earth Mother, because many operations required related abilities of the Mother sequence, and these operations were all completed very easily without exception. Without the help of the Earth Mother, this simply doesn't make sense. But what made Hobart curious was whether the existing blood race angels knew about this. The second useful clue was that Olnia discovered during her research that there was a strange, incomprehensible substance in the blood of the research target. If the research target was to achieve their goal, those incomprehensible substances must also be preserved in the bloodline. After hearing her description, the research target thought for a long time before saying that it was an outer god attempting to disrupt his plan. But because there was no way to remove it, those substances have always remained in the descendants' bloodline. The consequence of this is that when the research target tries to resurrect, his descendants are very likely to encounter the power of that outer god, and have a close connection of mutual attraction and fusion with the power of that outer god. But because it was in the real world inside the shield, the outer god could only project limited power, so the research target didn't pay too much attention to this point. First, the research target in this part of the data must be truncest. According to the order of the information provided by the blood race, Olnia had already begun experimenting on truncest at this time. Also, ordinary research targets could not possibly involve an outer god. And that outer god, of course, is uncertain mist. The first time Hobart had a normal conversation with truncest, he also said that uncertain mist had detected his plan, but because uncertain mist had limited power in the real world, it couldn't effectively stop it. At that time, it really couldn't be stopped. It seemed to only make the Trensust family descendants only able to choose the Black Emperor sequence, but other contingencies left by uncertain mist back then are now starting to take effect. It was only at this moment that Hobart understood. No wonder he inexplicably encountered the power of uncertain mist. Logically speaking, before he became an angel, the country of disorder should have had very limited attraction to him. Now the case is finally solved, the root cause was here. At the same time, this clue reminded Hobart of a record he had seen before in St. Yadro City, where Truncest had his subordinates seal the narrow-necked glass bottle containing the power of uncertain mist. Truncest's original words at the time were, "If this bottle is not sealed, the powerful mutually integrating force between us will easily awaken him, and I currently cannot prevent him from waking up." Leaving aside who the him refers to here, Truncest also emphasized at that time that there was a powerful mutually integrating force between him and uncertain mist. This made Hobart suddenly realize that since for unknown reasons, the Earth Mother Church couldn't replicate his body, then could they replicate the body of that young Erebus, and then, grafting the Trensust family's bloodline onto that body. Then, with the bloodline plus the mutually attracting force, after Truncest perceives his advancement, could Truncest be forced into that body? Hobart pondered for a long time, realizing that he was not professional in this matter, but he could consult the Earth Mother. And by the way, ask her what she did to him and what her purpose was. Of course, if she was willing to answer, that would be best. If she wasn't, Hobart had no choice. At the end of these records, Hobart found that the blood race didn't even know where their Blood Moon Queen had fallen. That is to say, Olnia's Beander characteristic after her fall was not with the blood race. Hobart thought about it and felt it made sense. At that time, the entire empire collapsed, and it was already good enough for some of the blood race's forces to escape. They simply couldn't spare any thought for their queen. Back in the real world, Hobart was about to set up an altar to pray to the Earth Mother, but suddenly thought that it would be better to go to a church than utilize an altar. After all, he had never prayed for power to the Earth Mother before, and suddenly praying to her would be quite sudden. Mainly, he didn't seem to be very familiar with the Earth Mother. Setting up an altar would be like inviting her to his home, and she might not be willing to come. If he went to the church, it would be like calling on her, and the probability of the Earth Mother pretending not to hear would be smaller. But at this time, the priests in the church had also left work, so he could only wait until tomorrow morning. On Wednesday morning, the handsome Emlyn took a public carriage to Rose Street. Since Ounds became a divine servant of the Harvest Church, he came to the church very early every day to clean and help believers treat illnesses. This made Emlyn come to the church early. For a while, the two even competed to see who arrived earlier. But the competition couldn't continue past 8 in the morning, because the Harvest Church only opened at 8. So now, Emlyn would definitely arrive at the Harvest Church before 8. Today, he arrived at the church entrance, and as usual, Ounds had already arrived. The two almost simultaneously raised their chins, merely exchanging a polite greeting, then stopped talking and began to scrutinize each other's divine servant robes. If they found any stains or wrinkles, they would definitely mock each other. Before this, the two even competed to see whose divine servant robe was cleaner. As a result, one of their robes was worn out after a few days of washing. Their competition only ended after Bishop Utravsky had a friendly conversation with them. At 8 o'clock sharp, the church doors opened, and the two entered the church where only Bishop Utravsky was praying. But as their feet landed, a person in a trench coat had already appeared beside Utravsky. Emlyn and Ounds, the two vampires, had no idea when the other person entered the church, nor did they see any changes in the space there. But the other person had indeed appeared there. At this moment, Bishop Utravsky said, "You haven't come to pray for a long time." The man in the trench coat smiled and said, "But I have built 4 churches of the Earth Mother and contributed my humble efforts to spread the Mother's glory." Emlyn recognized that this was the Emperor, Hobert. He was very surprised. Why did this guy suddenly come? Then he glanced at Ounds, seeing his surprised expression. You don't know him, do you?" Utravsky slowly nodded. "The Mother will surely see the contributions you've made." Hobert said, "I came today because I had some doubts in my heart, so I came to pray to the Mother, hoping to get some answers." Then pray towards the holy symbol of life. Bishop Utravsky said, "The Mother will surely hear you." The two vampires at the door listened to their conversation and watched their actions, not daring to disturb them. When Emlyn saw Hobert assume a prayer posture, he didn't pay much attention at first, ready to grab a rag and start wiping the candelabra, but suddenly he felt that the holy symbol of life on the church wall had changed. Emlyn couldn't quite explain what was different, but it was as if the wooden holy symbol suddenly began to exude vitality, making the spirituality throughout the entire church feel different. Immediately after, Emlyn felt a loving gaze appear from the direction of the holy symbol of life, a gaze very much like his own mother's when she looked at him. In the next second, Emlyn's heart was filled with shock. This was the gaze from Earth Mother. He and Ounds immediately made the corresponding gestures, praising Earth Mother and praying to her devoutly. After a while, Emlyn suddenly realized, it was Hobert's prayer. It was his prayer that attracted the Mother's gaze. Time rewound to 1 minute earlier. Hobert, sitting in the front row of Harvest Church, prayed softly, "Merciful Mother, source of life, you are. I just received some intelligence about uncertain mist and wish to report it to you. I hope you will look upon this place and hear my report." After praying softly twice, Hobert felt that benevolent gaze. Suddenly, he seemed to be in an endless wheat field, and before him, a solemn yet gentle gaze was fixed on him. This made Hobert slightly stunned. It wasn't strange for Evernight Goddess to respond to his prayer. After all, Hobert had prayed to the goddess many times before that, and had even asked her for power and made sacrifices. However, Hobert had never devoutly prayed to Earth Mother, nor had he requested her help. The first time he prayed devoutly, Earth Mother cast her gaze. But Hobert was not surprised. After all, he knew more than once that Earth Mother had once invested in his father, and he should also have a special mark with her. Immediately, Hobert began to report some intelligence he had obtained about uncertain mist and truncest. It was estimated that Olnea should have reported this intelligence to Earth Mother in the 4th epoch. However, she should not be very clear about Erebus's related intelligence. At the end of the report, Hobert asked, "Respected Mother, if I utilize Erebus's flesh and blood, and ask an Archbishop of Earth Mother to help me refine a body, then utilize the corresponding power to temporarily graft my own bloodline onto that body. Can the mutual attraction between uncertain mist and truncest, as well as the power of the bloodline, temporarily trap truncest within that body?" Before Hobert, a gentle voice said, "The life form I refined can achieve this, enough to give you time to eliminate truncest." Hobert lowered his head, his face brightening. "Can I ask for your help in refining Erebus's body?" "Yes, find him. In your battle with him, store a trace of his spirituality. Pray for my help at the altar in the church, and after I look upon that place, release that trace of spirituality." Earth Mother patiently and meticulously explained. Hobert asked, "What price must I pay?" "You don't have to pay anything." Hobert thought he had misheard. "Don't." Earth Mother then said, "April will repay it all later." Hobert paused slightly before asking, "Respected Mother, may I ask if my mother is your vessel for descent?" "No. What is her connection to you?" Earth Mother smiled slightly. "Child, it seems you have already sensed this. When April is promoted to angel, she will regain all her memories, and then she will tell you the whole story." Only then did Hobert realize that his mother, April, held a significant secret. He suddenly thought, could his mother be Olnea? After her fall, was she rescued by Earth Mother, who was one of the 6 gods at the time, and then given a new body? But now was not the time to think about this. Hobert asked again, "If I defeat Truncest who enters that body, will the family curse be completely lifted?" "Yes. Truncest only has one chance to revive. When he revives, he needs to gather the consciousness scattered in the bloodline, otherwise he will immediately fall into a state of madness due to incomplete consciousness after revival." Hobert was completely relieved this time. He finally asked, "May I ask what arrangements you have made on me?" "That is the last safeguard, an alteration to your spirituality," Earth Mother replied. "If all your plans fail, Truncest will not be able to completely replace you. You will coexist with him in this world." This reminded Hobert of Medici. He was psychologically unwilling to become that kind of mentally stitched-up monster, but this was indeed the last safeguard. In the Beyonder world, as long as one is alive, there are infinite possibilities. Hobert politely said, "Thank you for your answer." Earth Mother hummed, and the wheat field around Hobert gradually disappeared. He seemed to have returned to Harvest Church. Utravsky glanced at Hobert. "You truly received the mother's gaze." Hobert smiled slightly. "Praise the mother." He thought to himself, "Lu Bu, come and take the nickname, slave of 3 surnames. Forsaken land of the gods, city of silver." Derek, following the knowledge he received from Fool, installed a huge light bulb in the cold, dark square and made appropriate waterproof arrangements. This action attracted many onlookers. So far, the 6-member council had not yet announced the matter of the electric light, so no one knew what Derek was doing. Some people even asked, is something going to be tied to that sphere? He saw the wires and thought something was going to be tied, and the so-called sphere was the light bulb. Derek smiled at the person but did not answer his question. That person also did not ask again, because this meant that what Derek was doing now might need to be kept secret. After installing the electric light, Derek began to burn coal according to the operating instructions for the small generator, making the steam engine operate. This steam engine was not a traditional steam engine, it had the structure of a small turbine, which could better utilize the heat generated from combustion. As a large amount of steam entered the turbine, it made a whooshing sound, and finally, the generator at the end began to operate, making a humming sound. At this time, more people were attracted to watch the excitement, and they watched the operation of the machinery with great curiosity. Since no one was driving them away, it meant that the secrecy level of what Derek was doing was not high, so they were happy to watch here. After all, there was almost no entertainment in City of Silver, and they were very satisfied just to watch a show. Based on the knowledge in his mind, Derek felt that the generator was operating normally, so he pressed the pre-connected switch to power the electric light. The electric light in the square immediately lit up. The onlookers felt a huge impact on their minds. Their necks stiffly turned, staring blankly at the bright light. They rarely saw such bright light, and their eyes were very sore, with some even experiencing momentary darkness. But none of them looked away, they just kept staring, unwilling to miss any hint of light. Derek, inside the room, was also shocked by this scene. "Emperor, Mr. Emperor was right, the light from the electric lamp really resembles the sunlight produced by my ability. It's truly beautiful." Derek wanted to praise the light bulb, but suddenly realized he hadn't learned many adjectives, so in the end, only words like beautiful and bright repeatedly appeared in his mind. More and more people were attracted by this bright light, and soon the square was full of people. Suddenly, someone knelt on the ground. It is the omniscient and omnipotent Lord. The Lord's radiance has once again been cast upon City of Silver. He has not abandoned us. Many people knelt on the ground, weeping loudly and praising the omniscient and omnipotent Lord. It had been too long, since light had been seen here. Derek came back to his senses, feeling a sudden discomfort in his heart, because it was Fool and his ally the Creator who had brought light back to City of Silver. But at the same time, he knew that he could not tell everyone the truth yet. At this moment, an elder from the 6-member council first praised the omniscient and omnipotent Creator, with everyone, then explained to them, this is a new technology that Derek created based on his abilities. From now on, City of Silver will have light. This must be the Lord's guidance to us, telling us not to give up, to continue seeking a way out, and to pursue him along his footsteps. Everyone was somewhat disappointed, but then they thought that this must be the Lord's guidance to them, so everyone was only slightly disappointed. At this time, Chief Colin stood on the high round tower, watching the bright light dispel the darkness. A smile appeared on his stern face. This is a good omen. Suddenly, he felt his cheek was wet, and when he wiped it, he found it was tears. He looked at the electric light in the square. Many years ago, when he had to personally kill his granddaughter, he felt he would never cry again. But now Colin found that his heart seemed to be bursting with some unfamiliar emotions, and tears flowed continuously. It must be that the electric light is too dazzling. In the following days, many people continued to gather in City of Silver's square. Patrol members would stay under the light for a while after returning, people who had finished a day's work would stay under the light for a while, and even people who had just woken up would stay under the light for a while. Originally, Derek was going to connect the electric lights for the training ground and the round tower in sequence, but because it required a temporary power outage, Colin ordered it to be postponed for a period of time. During these few days, Derek taught several companions how to utilize electric lights and generators, as well as knowledge of installation and maintenance. No one ordered him to do this, but he knew he had to, lest he die during the exploration of Giant Court, and then no one would know how to utilize the electric lights and generators. Subsequently, the team exploring Giant Court finally set off. After leaving City of Silver, the team members looked back and could still see the bright light. Immediately, they all showed knowing smiles, and their steps became more resolute. Shortly after the team set off, a mutated rat suddenly appeared in the corner of the square. It hid behind a stone tablet and was not discovered by anyone in the square. The mutated rat, roughly the size of a cat, looked at the electric light a few times, then extended a paw forward and, from who knows where, pulled out a crystal monocle and placed it over its eye socket. The rat's eye socket couldn't hold the monocle, but the monocle seemed to be supported by an illusory force, remaining suspended before the rat's eye without any visible point of support, never falling. He said, I feel the power of the sun, and I also feel the power of lightning. These two powers can actually be converted in such a way. He sighed, the structure of that boiler reminds me of some structures in Chernobyl. It seems the outside world has changed greatly. As the mutated rat prepared to return to its hole, he glanced at the electric lights in the square again. It seems I'm going to win this gamble, I look forward to their performance. He made a bet with the other Aemon avatars on which city in the God-forsaken land could find a way out, without any help from Aemon or his avatars. For them, it was a very interesting game. In recent days, Hobert had been inspecting his territory, constantly checking the construction work in his domain in the South Continent. To speed up the progress, he often used his abilities to transport building materials. This made Lawrence and others in Roclier City feel Hobert's urgency regarding these construction projects, so everyone began to go to the construction sites, using their abilities to do what they could. Thus, the process of building light and heavy industrial bases accelerated significantly. From the colonists' perspective, the Bach family people were crazy. That was work for slaves, yet they were willing to do such hard labor. Hobert also brought Audrey to see it once. Seeing the tall buildings rising from the ground, and then looking at the low dwellings of the local people, a huge disparity was formed, and Audrey felt a great sense of accomplishment. The second batch of investment false accounts had already started to be made, and it was planned to invest another £1 million in the South Continent by the end of this year to next year. This investment mainly had two directions. The first investment direction was for the construction of infrastructure and public facilities, such as laying roads, building houses, building schools, building churches, and building government residences. The second investment direction was for the construction of several armories, large research bases, and university campuses. At the same time, Hobert had been following up on three things. The first was Hugh's further investigation into the Aurora Order members. Currently, it was unknown whether the Aurora Order had not noticed, or if they were brewing some action. In short, Hugh's investigation had not encountered any obstacles. The second thing was to find Erebus. After this guy was severely beaten by Storm of Lord, he had not appeared in people's sight again. Hobert then thought of using the clues from the Tamara family to find Erebus. Currently, he was very certain that in Backland, there was a Chaos Hunter from the Tamara family. She had been lurking in Backland, looking for an opportunity to strike again, but Hobert had been guarding against her before, and had not given the other party such an opportunity. So Hobert began to create opportunities for the other party, often taking a carriage to the power plant in the suburbs in the evening, because 2 power plants had just been completed and were about to be put into operation. Such an inspection seemed very normal, but it was indeed a good opportunity for assassination. If this still couldn't attract the other party, Hobert planned to go to the suburban villa where they met before and eat a few more skewers. This was tantamount to open provocation. Of course, this would also easily scare the other party away. The third thing was to have the Bach family and the Council of Knowledge select members to manage the Creator's divine kingdom. Currently, Hobert could still handle the prayers of believers to the Creator. However, after the Beander South Colson campaign and the war to suppress the Mountain God Church, Hobert realized the importance of battlefield communication. Even in the future, when telephones are widely used for communication on the battlefield, there is still a possibility of telephone lines being cut. So, since it is in the Beander world, why not utilize Beander power to establish a stable communication network? At that time, utilize telephones in the city, and prayers in places without telephones. Wouldn't this solve the problem of information transmission very well? In addition, some confidential intelligence can also be transmitted to the target using this communication network. These things are very cumbersome, and the Creator cannot do them, right? The key is that the Creator does not have this time at present. Then, several Beander operators must work in the divine kingdom. Moreover, Hobert also plans to place the supervisory body in the country of disorder, in the future, where corruption can be reported directly by prayer. Then, divine soldiers descend, to investigate. However, these personnel all need to be cultivated slowly. At first, the Bach family and the Council of Knowledge will each recommend one person, cultivate 2 people first, and then slowly strengthen the Divine Kingdom's team. However, on this matter, Hobert encountered a bizarre problem. Eliot wrote to him asking if the chosen maiden to serve the Creator should be sacrificed to the Creator in a state of complete nudity. Hobert thought to himself, the Creator also has a wife, okay. It's not for them to solve that kind of need. But to create a sense of mystery, the specific information about recruitment could not be announced at this time. He only replied, no need. And corrected, the main job is to help manage the Creator's divine kingdom. The implication was that it was not as dirty as they imagined. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Hobert specifically found Jonathan, a council member of the Council of Knowledge, and told him that those going to the divine kingdom were going to help manage the divine kingdom, and they should go dressed neatly and bring their luggage. So, on October 5th, when the Creator received the 2 employees, he saw a witch wearing sexy lingerie on the altar of the Council of Knowledge. Hobert was stunned. Is this, dressed neatly? Is Jonathan's comprehension problematic? What he did was, too good. Hobert sat on the Iron Throne and smiled. The witch's figure was indeed very good, curvy and with delicate skin. He took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and Hobert reminded himself that serious business was important. He opened the sacrificial door, grabbed the witch into the country of disorder, let her stay in the hall for less than a second, and then threw her to the town at the foot of the mountain. Then, the woman sacrificed by the Bach family was also allowed to stay in the hall for a while, and then transferred to the town. If Hobert did not approve, then the country of disorder would immediately cause severe pollution to them. But after Hobert made corresponding adjustments in the country of disorder, this Sephira also accepted them, just as long as Klein is willing to hold the Tarot Club in the Sephira Castle. The Sephira Castle will not pollute Hobert and them, which is the same principle. The Bach family sacrificed Elliot's sister. She wore a solemn fourth epic asymmetrical style dress, and her hair was styled into a complex and equally asymmetrical bun, looking very dignified. She was naturally very nervous about going to the Creator's divine kingdom, and Elliot was also very reluctant, but because she was a devout believer of the Creator, she was most suitable to be sacrificed to the Creator. Amidst the continuous prayers of the patriarch and others, and Elliot's reluctant crying, Moira saw an illusory bronze door. When she came to her senses, she was already in a magnificent hall. She had never seen the style of this hall before. It looked tall, spacious, and bright. And in the depths of the hall, there was a throne forged from swords, with a majestic and sacred figure sitting on it. That was the Creator. As soon as Moira had this thought and was about to kneel, suddenly her eyes blurred, and she appeared in a small town with peculiar architectural styles. The surrounding scenery was very mysterious, with half of the sky being day and half being night. Because Hobert had already controlled most of the land in the country of disorder, there were no forests or grasslands in the sky now. Currently, there was only a clock tower particularly conspicuous in the sky, which was a place Hobert could not yet control. Then Moira saw the majestic, exotic-style palace on the mountain, and the beautiful, illusory mirror-like lake nearby, a vast grassland, as well as woods and high mountains. Of course, there was also the beautiful lady in front of her who was only wearing sexy lingerie. Moira immediately felt a little insecure, because she was far inferior to the other party in both appearance and figure. Just as the two were about to greet each other, suddenly a male voice from the direction of the town said, "Ladies, I think Lawrence and Jonathan seem to have some misunderstanding." Hobert walked out of the town. "I invited you two here to share some of my work, and there is no other meaning." How about this? We'll first create a simple changing room for you. You can change into clothes that are convenient for movement, and then we'll discuss your work. They had all seen Hobert and knew that he was the leader of the God Blessed. Now, suddenly seeing an acquaintance, their inner tension was greatly relieved. Then they thought of the entrustment of their patriarch and council members, and they all blushed a little. It seemed that it was not at all what they had imagined, and at the same time, they were very curious about the work they were about to face. Hobert raised a hand, and 4 walls rose from the ground around them, forming a relatively spacious changing room. The two ladies exchanged a smile and began to look for suitable clothes from their suitcases, chatting as they changed. This witch was named Vienna. After her sexiness was covered by clothes, Moira found that she was only in her 20s, and her movements and expressions still had a hint of purity. This made Moira sigh with emotion. If they were truly here to serve the Creator, the Bach family would have no way to compare with the Council of Knowledge. After changing her clothes, Moira loudly told Hobert outside, and the surrounding walls were then removed. Hobert was already sitting at the stone table by the lake, and there was already a pot of hot tea on the stone table. Hobert poured each of them a cup. "Come and sit." The two ladies sat somewhat reservedly opposite Hobert, only taking a small sip of the tea given to them. Hobert said solemnly, "First, let's clarify one thing. The Creator asked us to come here to help him handle some trivial matters, so unless there is something extremely important, do not disturb the Creator in the hall." Moira and Vienna immediately nodded, especially Vienna, who felt extremely embarrassed thinking about her previous attire. Then, Hobert's tone softened a little. "We've met before, so there's no need for self-introductions." He said to Moira, "Your brother Elliot is responsible for guarding Tutuja Harbor. He is my colleague and partner, and he was also the first member of the Bach family I came into contact with." Moira smiled. "Yes, my brother often mentions you." Hobert then said to Vienna, "In the previous Shipyard Island defense battle, and later in the South Colson campaign, I saw your figure and knew that you cherish the Council of Knowledge, which is free from any constraints and utilize." Vienna paused slightly before saying, "Yes." She didn't expect that Lord Hobert actually knew her. "From today onwards, we are also colleagues," Hobert continued. "I will pay you salaries, and I will arrange your holidays. Don't mistakenly think that you have to stay here for the rest of your lives. All right, I'll tell you about your specific job responsibilities." The two ladies were slightly stunned. It was only then that they confirmed that they were really here to work. Hobert waved his hand, and stars emerged from the lake surface before them. these are all prayers from the believers of the Creator. These prayers mainly came from the Full Moon Lake West Bank, where a large number of people had become mentally unstable due to previous spiritual attacks from demons or Aurora Order members. Hobert used a poison against poison approach, utilizing the spiritual impact from the Creator to dilute the previous influences they had suffered. Roughly after the South Colson campaign, Hobert also revealed the honorific name of the Creator to them, so currently, a large number of people on the West Bank believe in the Creator. Meanwhile, the people on the East Bank primarily believe in the Earth Mother. After this period, Hobert consciously influenced the minds of these believers, and their mental states were mostly normal. As for the stars of the Creator's favored ones, marked individuals, and Beander believers, they were still in the pool in front of the Iron Throne and had not been moved here by Hobert. In other words, the stars in this large lake were all prayers that Hobert simply didn't have time to look through. Hobert reached out and grabbed one of the stars, which floated to the surface. On the water, a disheveled middle-aged man appeared, kneeling on the ground and praying devoutly. He prayed for a new pair of shoes because a coworker had gotten new shoes and flaunted them in front of him, which annoyed him. He also wanted a new pair of shoes so he could show them off to his coworkers. Hobert smiled and explained, many of the prayers appearing in the lake are from people the Creator rescued from evil organizations, and their mental states are a bit abnormal. For prayers with substantial content like this, you should put them over there. The Creator will look at them if he has time. Hobert raised his hand, and the star and the sound of prayer moved to the center of the lake. He had already planned to have the officials in the factory district take care of these people's daily needs. These workers also had wages, so they could be taken shopping to buy new clothes and shoes, and get haircuts and baths. Moira and Vienna nodded slowly. They both had some general knowledge of the situation on the Full Moon Lake West Bank through their respective channels. What they hadn't expected was that the Creator hadn't given up on even these madmen. Let's look at another one, Hobert said, grabbing another star. This star came to the lake surface, and this time, an old man's prayer appeared. His prayer was purely a greeting. Hobert said, for such prayers, you must utilize the vision granted to you by this lake surface to check the physical and spiritual condition of the person. If any problems are found, classify them to the center of the lake. If there are no problems, let the star sink back underwater. For example, this elder's etheric body is a bit dim, which is due to his old age, so there's no need to worry about it, just let the star sink to the bottom of the lake. Hobert pressed his hand down, and the star disappeared. Then he said to the two ladies, who were full of curiosity, you don't have permission to reply. Your main job is to help the Creator filter these prayers. This work is just for you to practice. In 2 weeks, according to the Creator's command, an internal communication system for our organization will be established. Some information will be accurately and flawlessly transmitted through you to speed up information dissemination. Of course, that's for later, you should focus on the current work first. The two ladies felt that they had encountered too many new things today and were a bit overwhelmed. Then Hobert began to talk about precautions. First of all, your work requires confidentiality. If someone asks about your work in the Creator's divine kingdom while you are resting, the answer should always be, managing the divine kingdom for the Creator. Also, your current range of activity is only that ancient city, the lakeside, and the grassland over there. And, do you see that hexagonal tall tower? Yes, that building. The Creator has sealed an evil demon inside. If I'm not here and you hear any sounds from over there, pretend you didn't hear anything at all, otherwise you will die a very miserable death. Moira and Vienna quickly nodded. Finally, Hobert said, oh, right, you can go out and sketch the architectural style here. In the future, this architectural style will be mandatorily implemented throughout the Creator's domain. The architectural style in this city, after Hobert's extensive renovation, adopted the style of ancient Eastern architecture, with a reasonable layout, harmonious lines, and great beauty. If Klein were here, he would surely exclaim, isn't this just an ancient city commonly seen in scenic areas? Hobert asked, is there anything else you don't understand? Moira asked, what are our working hours? Each person works 8 hours a day. If one is resting, the other has to work 12 hours. You get 1 day off per week. You can discuss which day to rest among yourselves, Hobert said. The salary is currently £3 per week, plus 3 points of merit. They each asked a few questions about the work. After Hobert answered them one by one, he taught them how to read prayers and how to process them, little by little. Finally, he took them to their living quarters. At this time, their authority level was very low, and they could not establish any contact with the outside world. After observing for a period, if they could settle down and work here, Hobert would consider giving them some authority for convenience. Returning to the real world, Hobert's work and life continued. Currently, telephones had begun to be sold, with several stores in Backland. However, there were only inquiries, and not many people actually installed them. Many government departments, however, had already discovered the convenience of telephones and began to purchase them in small quantities. Currently, for them, 1 or 2 telephones per department were sufficient. For interdepartmental work, they still habitually sent people to negotiate. Only simple matters would be communicated via telephone. However, the newly launched electric bell service by Earl's Light was widely praised. Before the electric bell appeared, there would be a small hole the size of a water pipe on the wall between the master's room and the servant's room, with a rope connecting them. When the master pulled the rope, the bell in the servant's room would ring. The servant would know that the master was calling and would rush to the master's room as quickly as possible. No matter how small the hole for that rope was, it still raised privacy concerns for the master. The electric bell could completely solve this problem. This hole could be directly sealed. As long as it was powered, when the master pressed a button, the electric bell on the servant's side would ring. For a time, among nobles and wealthy individuals, a wave of electric bell replacement swept through. Electric bells could be used not only in residences but also in offices. For example, Hobert and his secretary also had a handbell, and there was a hole in the wall, which could now be removed. Afterward, electric bells began to become popular in high-end hotels, restaurants, and other places. Hobert was not in a hurry about the sales of telephones because he knew that a buying frenzy would soon emerge. After October began, Backland experienced its first temperature drop of the year. Colder weather made it easier for fog to form, and Backland, which had just been clear for a few days, was once again covered in dense fog. Hobert, as usual, was discussing the upcoming motor business with Todd at Earl's Light. Yes, they had already developed the motor. In fact, when electric lights began to be sold, the research and development of motors had already started. Recently, with the involvement of the Church of Steam and Machinery, many research projects had accelerated. This included motors. Hobert had originally thought that a prototype motor would not appear until next year at the earliest, but he did not expect to have significant gains just over half a month after establishing a cooperative relationship with the Steam Church. Hobert smiled and said, "With motors, industrial production will usher in a whole new model. At that time, 3 power plants in the suburbs of Backland will not be enough. If there aren't enough power plants, we'll just build more," Todd said with some concern. But the Steam Church suggested that we sell the power plant technology to outsiders. I've heard for a long time that many tycoons in Backland have approached Archbishop Haydn, asking him to help introduce them to establish cooperation with Earl's Light. They are all devout believers of the Steam Church, and Archbishop Haydn probably can't withstand the pressure. Then sell the technology to them, Hobert smiled. Set a higher price. Oh, and this technology can also be sold to people from the Intis Republic. Todd thought he had misheard. Mr. Earl, that's our core competitiveness. Hobert leaned back in his chair and laughed. Of course I know that. You're so surprised simply because there's one thing you haven't considered. What? Hobert said seriously, the future situation of the North Continent. At this point, Hobert suddenly looked out at the mist outside the window. Look, they're here. ... Today in Backland was another day shrouded in dense fog. Everyone was already accustomed to such a sight. Public carriages ran as usual, and pedestrians appeared as usual in the streets and alleys of Backland. Some walked briskly, driven by work, others were very leisurely, discussing clothes and accessories they had just seen in department stores. Although there was no rain, gentlemen wore wide-brimmed hats as usual, vagrants walked aimlessly as usual, newsboys ran through the streets and alleys, shouting the day's news loudly. Suddenly, a strange sound appeared in the sky, making everyone look up anxiously. The sound gradually became clearer, like a sharp roar. Boom! The sudden explosion finally made everyone understand what that sound was, the sound of bombs falling. Screams and wails followed. The previous bomb had collapsed a shop, killing and injuring many people. At the explosion site, some people were crushed by collapsed walls, some had a leg blown off, and some were covered in glass shards. The scene was unbearable. The crowd on the street immediately panicked. Everyone ran around like headless flies, searching for what they considered a safe place. Boom! A bomb exploded in the crowd. People around the bomb were instantly blown to pieces. Shrapnel and stones scattered, and for a moment, severed limbs flew everywhere, and flesh and internal organs were torn and scattered. These shrapnel pieces passed through several people before landing on the ground, or remained inside someone's body. Where the shrapnel passed, a layer of blood mist first appeared, and then the injured people fell to the ground wailing. Many people were wailing with full force 1 second, and then fainted the next due to their own gushing blood. This was just one corner of Backland. Today, such tragedies were happening everywhere in Backland. In the financial district and commercial district, only one airship squadron came and circled once. This bombing mainly targeted the North District, where government departments were concentrated, as well as the industrial district and docklands, which were full of heavy industries. Inside, Earl's Light. Amidst constant explosions and shouts, Hobert emerged from the office building. He waved his hand, altering the temperature of the mist, and the mist in the sky turned into a light rain that fell to the ground. At the same time, the scene in midair was also very clear. Todd and others who followed behind gasped. More than a dozen airships, flying the Fasak Empire flag, were circling in the sky, bombing towards Earl's Light. These behemoths deeply shocked people's hearts, like giant beasts devouring lives. The light rain Hobert created quickly ended, and the dense fog quickly blocked everyone's vision, and the airships hid again. Hobert immediately realized that today's dense fog was unusual. There might be a weather warlock manipulating the weather. His first thought was, the angels of LotM reacted too slowly. But then he immediately thought, no, they must have really wanted such a bombing. After all, as things stand now, if the LotM kingdom goes to war with the Fasak Empire, LotM has a great advantage. This bombing allows the LotM kingdom to righteously declare war on the Fasak Empire as a just party. For the upper class of the LotM kingdom, this is a good thing. In a flash, the airship's bombing was already close to the Earl's Light. Hobert waved his hand, altering the direction of the force. The falling bombs suddenly flew back, rushing towards the bombing airship. Boom! The airwaves generated by a series of explosions in midair pushed away the mist. Hobert saw that all the bombs were detonated prematurely and did not harm the airship. Immediately after, the airship was once again obscured by the mist, dropping bombs from an unpredictable angle. Hobert raised his hand, clenched his fist, and pulled it down. Distortion, ed gravity and, ed attraction. A series of creaking sounds of metal being pulled to its limit immediately rang out in the air. Hobert felt an Beander force pulling against him. He smiled slightly, continuously exerting force, constantly, distortion, ing and, ing. The few airships above were about to give way. The tug of war between the two demigods could only last for another 4 or 5 seconds, and the airships would definitely disintegrate. Just at this moment, an employee not far from Hobert suddenly raised a hand, mental piercing. Hobert felt as if a hand had suddenly crushed his brain. He stumbled back 2 steps, somewhat disoriented, and sat down on the ground. Amidst the severe tinnitus, Hobert saw a female employee rushing towards him. She held a short sword emitting a green light, aiming to stab his chest. The entire process might have lasted only 1 second, or perhaps even less than 1 second. Before the people around could react, the short sword was already delivered in front of Hobert. Hobert almost instinctively, distortion, ed his position, but his distortion seemed not to work well today, only escaping a dozen meters. The female employee caught up in 1 step and stabbed Hobert again. At this moment, Hobert's brain finally cleared up a bit. He put one hand into his pocket, breaking the seal of the 0 to 71 disaster porcelain doll, and a mirror suddenly appeared in front of his chest. He knew that the opponent was very familiar with the abilities of chaos or distortion. Using these abilities would definitely make it difficult to evade her attacks. Ripples spread on the mirror, and the female employee's short sword was swallowed by the mirror. Hobert looked at the opponent, his pale face revealing an ugly smile. Orsay Tamara. He could be certain that this was precisely the Chaos Hunter of the Tamara family hidden in Backland. For more than a week prior, Hobert had been intentionally or unintentionally creating opportunities for her to kill him, but the opponent was very patient and had not taken the bait. He didn't expect the opponent to suddenly launch an attack during the outbreak of war today. Hobert could be certain that the opponent must have a sealed artifact that could hide spirituality and malice. Otherwise, Hobert would definitely have sensed the threat from her in advance, and would not have only noticed the opponent's attack when she raised her hand. These thoughts flashed through Hobert's mind, and his thinking became much clearer. But recalling the sequence 3 level, mental piercing, he suffered just now in an unprepared state, Hobert still felt a splitting headache. Orsay did not respond to Hobert. Having gained the advantage, she continued her offensive, saying, "Connection with the mirror world is prohibition here." As she spoke, she stabbed Hobert again. After using this prohibition, she immediately realized that she could not completely prohibition the connection between the surrounding real world and the mirror world. It only made the corresponding operations relatively more complex. Hobert did not utilize any more abilities related to the mirror world. He was somewhat disheveled and flustered, and immediately, distortion, ed the direction of the sword Orsay thrust out. As Hobert expected, Orsay's hand swayed like a snake, but ultimately it still stabbed towards Hobert. Just as Hobert understood the abilities of the arbiter pathway very well, Orsay also understood the abilities of the lawyer pathway very well. She used the ability of stripping to temporarily stripping Hobert's distortion ability, so her hand finally found the correct direction. But just as the short sword was about to stab Hobert, she suddenly withdrew her sword and retreated a few steps. Hobert secretly sighed in regret. He already had a theft charm in his hand. Orsay's short sword looked poisonous at first glance, and it must be the kind that could severely injure even a Sequence 3 Beander. So Hobert planned to steal and exchange fate with the opponent after Orsay stabbed him. However, Orsay must have sensed something. Even though Hobert acted very well, she did not fall for it. Hobert put away his disheveled and flustered demeanor, which indeed curbed the opponent's offensive, giving him a chance to turn the tide. He was about to tell Todd and the others who had rushed over to hide, but unexpectedly, Orsay turned and ran. After finally luring the opponent out, how could he let her escape? Hobert gestured to Todd and the others, and without even saying a word, he chased after her. Fortunately, thanks to Hobert's earlier tug of war, the Fursak Empire's airships knew there was a demigod here, so they bypassed the Earl's Light and began bombing in other directions. Just as he chased out of the Earl's Light factory, Hobert, distortion, ed Orsay's intention, turning her escape into a charge. Orsay seemed to have foresight, immediately, imprisonment-ing herself. She merely stood still, but did not retreat. Hobert used distortion to distort space, taking the opportunity to catch up. As soon as Orsay emerged from the imprisonment state, she clenched her fist and swung it down. Execution. Hobert immediately felt his neck being ensnared by an illusory rope, and then the ground beneath his feet caved in, forming a deep pit. Hobert instantly had the illusion of being hanged. He immediately ed his own gravity, making himself as light as a feather. But he quickly discovered that this didn't work either. The feeling of being strangled persisted. During this time, Orsay did not continue to attack, but chose to continue to escape. Hobert immediately distortion ed space, but even if his own position was distorted, the illusory rope was still there, still trying to hang him. He wanted to grant the rope to a startled stray dog by the roadside, but found that this Beander attack was targeted and could not be ed. Even though it was very uncomfortable, Hobert's pursuit continued, and Orsay never left his sight. When Orsay seized the opportunity to enter the spirit world, Hobert prevented her by distortion-ing space. This feeling of having his neck in a noose lasted for 4 or 5 seconds. Hobert's tongue was forced out, and the bones in his neck were broken several times, before the illusory rope finally disappeared. Hobert ed the discomfort and pain caused by the previous attack to a street lamp by the roadside, and the street lamp immediately burst. Looking at Orsay again, she was already 1 or 2 kilometers ahead. The road beneath her feet seemed to be moving backward on its own. In the blink of an eye, she had already covered tens of meters. This speed was not slower than distortion. Explosions frequently rang out around them, and the workers screamed repeatedly, all rushing out of the factory, making the road chaotic. Fortunately, the Fursak Empire fleet's main target was the factory, and they did not drop bombs on the workers. Although the road was chaotic, it did not affect the pursuit of the two saints. They were so fast that the people around them could barely see them. And today, no official demigods were destined to stop them, or rather, those demigods had no time to deal with them. To shorten the distance between them, Hobert utilized Orsay's ability, making it so that every step she took also pulled Hobert forward several hundred meters. It was as if Hobert was hitching a ride, using the opponent's ability. Coupled with Hobert's own speed, the distance between the two quickly halved. But Orsay immediately noticed this. She waved her hand, imprisonment-ing Hobert in place. Hobert immediately, distortion, ed the concept of himself and the opponent. When the imprisonment attack was about to hit Hobert, it actually flew back. Orsay made a downward cutting gesture, and the imprisonment floated like a ball to the roadside, imprisonment-ing dozens of pedestrians in place. At this moment, Hobert used the ability of 0 to 71, again, summoning mirrors to surround Orsay. Their current location was already far from the Earl's light, so Orsay's previous prohibition had become ineffective. Orsay exiled the mirror in front of her, creating a gap in the mirror encirclement, and continued to escape forward. Hobert, on the other hand, plunged into a mirror. Orsay's pupils suddenly constricted. A mirror appeared on her retina, and Hobert emerged from her eyes. Imprisonment. Orsay, imprisonment, ed Hobert outside the mirror. Hobert, who had just drilled to his shoulder, was immediately stuck. He did not wait for the imprisonment ability to end, but immediately drilled back into the mirror. Almost simultaneously, a figure flashed through a piece of broken glass by the roadside, and Hobert emerged from it. Orsay raised a hand, stripping. She could feel that Hobert's actions in the mirror world relied on a very high-level sealed artifact. So she did not, stripping, Hobert's actions in the mirror world, but temporarily, stripping, the reflective property of that piece of broken glass, making it lose the concept of a mirror surface. So Hobert was stuck again. He waved a hand in midair, altering the surrounding thick fog, making the fog condense into light rain, falling to the ground. At this time, Hobert chased while making the light rain freeze. Every step Orsay took, she had to pull her feet out with effort. After only 2 steps, her shoes were successively frozen to the road. Orsay, barefoot, ran while considering her counter-strategy. Without shoes, every step she took, the soles of her feet would freeze to the ground, and each time she lifted her foot, large patches of the ground would stick to her, significantly slowing her down. This kind of alteration or restoration of natural rules is not what the arbiter pathway is good at. Stripping. She had no choice but to temporarily stripping, the characteristic of water in the surroundings being able to condense into ice. However, Hobert had already caught up by using this series of operations. Hobert was heard chanting a spell from slightly behind, deception. Orsay sensed that he had used a charm, so she drew her short sword again, first breaking through a wall by the roadside to avoid the opponent's charm, and then facing Hobert, looking for an opportunity to escape again. At this moment, Hobert had also drawn his rapier and thrust it out. He knew well that his Beander abilities were easily nullified by the opponent, so he simply used the rapier to attack. Orsay sneered slightly, thrusting the short sword in her hand towards Hobert. She also knew that if a lawyer and an arbiter were to compete in Beander power, they would easily be busy for a long time without achieving anything. Neither of them dodged, their intention of trading injuries was very obvious. Orsay did not think she would lose, instead, she felt this was an opportunity to counter-kill the target. With a soft thud, Hobert's rapier pierced Orsay's heart, but Orsay did not feel her short sword hitting Hobert. At this moment, the short sword in her hand suddenly deformed, turning into her belt. It turned out that Orsay hadn't been able to dodge the deception rune just now. Hobert had deception, her spiritual perception and vision, making her mistakenly believe that her belt was her short sword. As a result, Hobert's sword struck Orsay, but she only hit Hobert with her belt. Orsay immediately dropped her belt and retreated. At the same time, she felt the coldness of the wound and knew that Hobert's rapier also had meander attacks, so she planned to imprison the wound immediately. At this moment, the two were in a small dessert shop, and Hobert used the second rune, theft. Hobert, theft, Orsay's three abilities, imprisonment, starting from that point, and the previous, stripping, and imprisonment. For the next 2 hours, Orsay would not be able to utilize these abilities. It was quite a coincidence that, because the abilities of imprisonment and imprisonment were stolen at the same time, Orsay temporarily lost the ability to control her injuries. Exile. Because of her spiritual warning, the injury caused by the rapier would be very dangerous if not dealt with immediately, so she immediately exiled the injury. An arbiter at sequence 3 could already exile and imprison some abstract things. Alter. Hobert immediately alter Orsay's target of exile, causing a box of desserts on the counter to be exiled into the void. Similarly, Hobert was also a sequence 3 and possessed the ability to perform abstract operations. At this time, due to the bombing, all the shop assistants in the dessert shop had fled, but even if they were there, they would not dare to charge Orsay or Hobert. Now Hobert was no longer anxious and planned to wear Orsay down. Anyway, the longer it dragged on, the more serious her injuries would become. Execution. Orsay realized that she had to escape first to have a chance to control her injuries, so she used the ability of execution again. Utilize. This time, Hobert was prepared and used the utilize ability to change the opponent's execution ability from 5 seconds to 1 second. A phantom guillotine appeared behind Hobert's neck. As the guillotine fell and Hobert's neck was half severed, this execution, which lasted only 1 second, ended. The ability of execution was flexible and changeable. If a meander below the demigod level was encountered, a chaos hunter would choose to directly execute the opponent's spirit body. Because at that level, the spirit body had not yet undergone a qualitative change, and the spirit body of a general target would follow the chaos hunter's judgment and die immediately. But for beyonders at Hobert's level, he would refuse to accept this judgment, so the method of execution, the opponent's spirit body, was not very meaningful. Only execution methods like hanging or beheading could cause substantial damage to enemies at this level. Taking advantage of Hobert's grant of the injury, Orsay finally had a chance to escape. This time, Hobert was not in a hurry to catch up. Instead, he injected his spirituality into the rapier and opened his mouth in Orsay's direction. It seemed that no sound was made, but Orsay, who was ahead, suddenly stopped and became stiff all over. What Hobert used was the ability of the rapier undead language. Orsay's spirit body had already been injured just now, and at this time, being attacked by an undead meander ability, her injuries immediately worsened. Orsay took a deep breath. No attacks on spirit bodies are allowed here. Amplify. Hobert did not attack the spirit body, he was simply amplify her injuries. Orsay's face instantly turned pale, her lips purple, and her body trembled. She could no longer escape. Hobert was neither far nor near her, seemingly not in a hurry to attack. After you die, I will commune with you, and then find the valley where the Tamara family is hiding and destroy it all. Orsay simply stopped running. She smiled coldly and said, "Then I should thank you for destroying that bastard and pervert's gathering place." Hobert paused slightly, but then he continued, "I've always been curious why you always wore a veil before. Today I suddenly understood. Is it because you have a scar on your face, or you don't want people to see something, right? Haha, your current face isn't your own face at all." Orsay was clearly surprised. "After I die, burn my body directly. Don't look at my face." Hobert laughed heartily. "Not only will I look, but I also plan to publish your face in the newspaper so that everyone knows what Orsay's face looks like." Orsay was furious. Death. She threw a punch at Hobert, but found herself stiff all over, her limbs no longer obeying her. And Hobert took advantage of the opponent's anger. Rampage. Orsay's eyes were angry one moment and worried the next, immediately falling into a state of rampage. So Hobert, holding the rapier, stabbed Orsay in the chest again. Arrogance. Hobert continued his mental attack, while the rapier pierced Orsay's left eye and finally penetrated her brain. Then Hobert quickly retreated. Orsay, as if having a nightmare, screamed and grabbed wildly a few times, finally stiffening there motionless, as if she had been dead for some time and had become rigid. Hobert immediately used the travel ability to take the corpse back to his study, and then immediately sacrificed the corpse to the country of disorder. It is estimated that the Tamara family might already know about Orsay's death, but at this time, the angels of their family did not dare to enter Backland. At this time, the angels of the Rune royal family did not stop the Fasak Empire's air raid, not because they were too old to lift their swords, but because they had no intention of stopping it at all. But if other angels came to Backland, they would certainly take action. Even if they didn't, coming at this time would easily cause misunderstandings and be seen as the Tamara family defecting to the Fasak Empire. Now the Tamara family did not control secular power, and offending the Augustus family would be very disadvantageous for them. Hobert confidently entered the country of disorder, and summoned the sealed artifact, 1:110, which was comparable to a ferryman, to commune with Orsay. At this level of communion, it was no longer like before, where one would enter a spiritual space full of gray mist, but could directly pull the target's spirit body out of the corpse for communion. Of course, Orsay was an absolute high-ranking member of the Tamara family, and her spirit body must have been treated accordingly to prevent communion. That's why Hobert simply brought her to the country of disorder, which could effectively isolate some of the Tamara family's arrangements. Just as he was about to pull out the opponent's spirit body, Hobert said to Orsay's corpse, "Out of respect for the dead, I will not look at your face, but you must also answer my questions well." After speaking, he pulled out Orsay's spirit body. The moment it was pulled out, her face was wiped away, and there was nothing on her entire face. Hobert asked, "Where is the valley where the Tamara family is hiding?" Orsay replied, "In the Minsk Mountains, roughly on the border between the Rune Kingdom and the Fasak Empire." "How do I find it there? Or how do I get in there?" "If you look for it from the ground, it's very difficult to find, but if you look from the air, you can see a tree with an entirely black trunk on the ground. Circle the tree 3 times, and you'll see that valley." Hobert nodded. "Tell me what you know about Uncertain Mist." Orsay replied, "That is an evil god. Our faction has always refused to believe in it, but Uncertain Mist has corrupted many members of our faction. This is why our leader compromised during the civil war back then. He no longer opposed family members believing in Uncertain Mist, but family members had the right to choose whether or not to believe. The last time I saw our leader, he told me pessimistically that Uncertain Mist was about to descend upon the earth." Hobert didn't expect there to be such a faction within the Tamara family. He first considered whether he should make them his own. But he quickly decided against it for the time being, unless they came to him seeking refuge. Otherwise, it would be better to turn them into Beander characteristic and cultivate forces loyal to himself. Hobert thought for a moment and then asked, "Do you know where Erebus is hiding?" "I don't know. Besides that valley, what other important strongholds does the Tamara family have?" Orsay's spirit body replied, "There are 3 on the surface, 1 in the Gale Basin in the central Hornassus Mountains, 1 in." Hobert raised his hand, signaling her to wait before continuing to answer. Hobert reached out towards the pool, and the surface of the pool rippled, revealing a map of the North Continent. Hobert said, "Mark their locations." Orsay's spirit body looked at the map, as if poking it with a finger, and 3 places began to ripple. 1 was in the Hornassus Mountains, the part within the Rune Kingdom, 1 was in the northern part of the Evernight Plain in the Fasak Empire, and 1 was on Demir Island. "There's also a stronghold I accidentally learned about," Orsay said. "That stronghold is kept secret from members of our faction." As she spoke, another dot appeared on the map, surprisingly in the Olertic archipelago on the western side of the North Continent. "All right, you can go to the underworld." Hobert waved his hand, and Orsay's spirit body disappeared. Then Hobert glanced at the short sword she had used before. It was a Grade 1 sealed artifact, seemingly corresponding to a sequence 3 inches coffin bearer, of the plantar pathway. Its main ability was to inflict poison damage on the target. It didn't necessarily have to hit the target, it only needed to be close enough to the target to poison them. Even demigods would immediately become extremely weak after being poisoned, even losing the strength to stand. In addition, just as Hobert had guessed, This sealed artifact had the ability to control spirituality and the ability to temporarily make all of one's emotions disappear. Orsay had used this method to sneak attack Hobert at close range. Perhaps because this sealed artifact's abilities were relatively singular, its negative effects were not great, making it indeed very suitable for Arbiter pathway beyonders who were good at combat. As for its origin, Hobert estimated that it was likely spoils of war for the Tamara family during the Four Emperors' War. Hobert named this sealed artifact 1-114, and placed it on the stone platform there. After accelerating Orsay's extraction of Beander characteristic, Hobert took the corpse out, burned it to ashes, and buried it underground in the wilderness on the outskirts of Backland. At this time, the Fasak Empire's bombing had ended. Hobert was about to return to the Earl's Light, when he saw Military Intelligence Section 9 Director General Georgina's carriage drive into the courtyard. Hobert smiled. The royal family's reaction is quite fast. The carriage door opened, and Georgina stepped out and said to Hobert on the terrace, "Princess Alice invites you to a symphony concert." Sitting in the speeding carriage, Hobert looked out the window at the crowds who had not yet emerged from their terror. Some sat by the roadside, staring blankly at the passing carriages, while others stared blankly at the bombed-out buildings, lost in thought. Besides these, there were two other types of people. One group was crying bitterly beside the ruins, their livelihoods destroyed or their relatives still buried beneath the rubble. The second group consisted of calmer individuals who were directing people to extinguish fires. Hobert sighed. Backland truly is a city plagued by disasters. Those Fasak people, who are like baboons, will pay the price, Georgina said coldly. Hobert did not respond, continuing to look at Backland after the bombing. Soon, they arrived at Georgina's mansion, and Hobert met the dignified Christine in a private box at the theater. What Hobert had not expected was that Georgina had indeed found an orchestra to perform on stage. After bringing Hobert before Christine, Georgina withdrew and closed the soundproof door. Christine rose and smiled, asking, "Did you receive intelligence before that the Fasak Empire intended to launch a sneak attack on Backland?" Hobert hung his coat on the rack. "No." "Then why did you promote the teleportation array to the military?" "I just felt that the three main military districts of the Rune Kingdom were too far apart," Hobert said. "For example, the border between Janai's southern bank and the Intis Republic is blocked by the Hornassus Mountains and also requires passing through the Takval Plain. If troops were to be mobilized between these points, even if the train ran non-stop, it would still take 3 days and 3 nights. Christine did not continue to ask this question, but said, "Please have a seat." Hobert sat on the spacious sofa. Christine did not, as usual, snuggle into Hobert's arms, but sat to one side and said seriously, "We are friends, aren't we?" "Of course." Hobert smiled. "It is precisely because of our friendship that I am willing to offer you some assistance." What he meant was that he was only friends with her personally, and this did not mean that the creator's faction was friends with Rune. "Then I'll be direct." Christine seemed not to have understood, but it was more like she was pretending not to understand Hobert's meaning. She said, "The Rune Kingdom hopes to become an ally with the power of the creator." Hobert seemed to consider for a moment before saying, "Compared to the Fasak Empire, the Rune Kingdom seems to have a considerable advantage, doesn't it? Why would it need an ally?" "That's right, we certainly have an advantage." Christine described very directly, "But the Rune royal family and the creator have always been very friendly, and we do not want the creator's faction to establish an alliance with our enemies." Hobert slowly nodded. "I will also be direct. We are not very willing to participate in this war, because even if we win, we will not gain much benefit." Christine made a gesture for him to speak. "Name your terms. What would make you willing to stand with the Rune Kingdom?" She noticed that Hobert said, "Not very willing," instead of unwilling. Hobert also did not stand on ceremony. "We need our own territory where we can establish a nation." He had long anticipated that the Rune Kingdom would seek cooperation immediately after the war began, so he had already thought of the terms. There was no problem with the creator's faction taking a side, but the Rune Kingdom had to show sincerity. Christine closed her eyes for a few seconds before saying, "Yes, but we can only give you a territory on the South Continent. You will become a Duke of the Rune Kingdom and can establish your own duchy." In other words, the nation established by the creator's faction would be legally subordinate to the Rune Kingdom. Hobert then realized that it was very likely William I was observing this negotiation through Christine's vision and would directly give Christine instructions, agreeing to some conditions or outlining the royal family's bottom line. No wonder Christine's expression had remained so serious, and she had not made any overly intimate gestures. Please wait a moment. So Hobert pretended to pray, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, yes, but we need to specify where we will establish the nation, and Longtail Island cannot be reclaimed by the Rune Kingdom. Christine did not immediately agree to anything, but said to the outside, bring a map of the South Continent. The room's soundproofing was excellent, and Georgina did not hear. Hobert waved his hand, and the doorknob turned by itself, opening a crack in the door. Christine called out again, and soon Georgina brought a map of the South Continent. Hobert had already planned which land he wanted. He pointed to the map of the South Continent and said, Milher Province, South Colson, as well as Balana and the St. Noce region. The 4 places Hobert mentioned were all in the southern part of the South Continent, bordered to the north by the Hagati grassland and to the west by the Hodis River basin. This area was connected to the 3 regions where the Bach family of West Baland currently had investments. As long as a duchy was established here, he could immediately establish a force spanning the southern South Continent. Moreover, the Star Plateau was in the northwest corner, and crossing a mountain pass would lead to the Highland Kingdom, which was very suitable for the next step of expansion. Christine quickly responded, yes. For the Rune Kingdom, the places Hobert mentioned were only about the size of 1 county. The key was that the Rune Kingdom had not developed that area much. The colonies where various countries invested a lot of energy were basically in the northern South Continent. Hobert knew that the northern regions would definitely not be given to him, so he simply did not consider them. And there was an advantage to areas with little development. Hobert could more easily establish his own order. Christine then said, however, the precondition is that after you establish your duchy, you must help contain the Fursak Empire's colonial army in West Baland. No problem. Hobert smiled, but we need to establish several arsenals in the duchy, and the Rune Kingdom must provide military technical support. Christine asked, what will these arsenals produce? Guns, cannons, grenades, bombs, bullets, and so on, Hobert said, in short, weapons that can be used on the battlefield in the South Continent. As long as it wasn't cutting-edge technology like airships or steamships, Christine could make the decision, yes. She said, once we formally become allies, we will announce this news to the public. Hobert smiled, this is my second point. We can only accept cooperation with the Rune Kingdom, but not an alliance. We don't want to follow in the footsteps of the Demonist sect and the Aurora Order. Also, the news of me establishing a duchy must be announced to the public tomorrow. From tomorrow onwards, the area I just designated will legally belong to me. Christine frowned. In other words, we are giving up such a large piece of land only in exchange for your promise to help us contain the Fursak Empire's colonial army. No, and our promise not to help any other country besides the Rune Kingdom in this war, Hobert said seriously. As you just said, we have a considerable advantage in this war. That's now. Hobert smiled. The Intis Republic and the Fenaport Kingdom haven't made their stance clear yet, have they? Christine did not immediately reply, but after 2 or 3 seconds of pause, she also smiled and said, all right, we will announce your nation's establishment tomorrow. Congratulations, Duke Hobert. Hobert smiled. Congratulations to you too, Princess Christine. For them, this negotiation was definitely a win-win. The Rune Kingdom secured the Creator's faction with a less important piece of land on the South Continent, and Hobert gained the opportunity to establish a nation, and this opportunity had legal basis. This meant that when the nation was just established, Hobert's faction would not have to face pressure from the Rune Kingdom. The tone of the negotiation was thus set. After Hobert left Georgina's place, he first went to the Earl of Light to comfort Audrey. Actually, Audrey didn't need much comforting. Hobert just briefly explained to her that the war had begun and then mentioned the negotiation he had just had with Christine. Audrey was very surprised. She hadn't expected Hobert to utilize this to be promoted to Duke and even establish his own duchy. After all, the Rune Kingdom's 3 former duchies were established thousands of years ago, and those 3 duchies had long since been dismembered. Hobert brought up this news, first, to demonstrate his sincerity to Audrey, and second, to hope that Audrey would convey this news to Earl Hall. After leaving the Earl of Light, Hobert immediately began mobilizing human resources. He had prepared for this long ago. Both the grassroots staff of Longtail Island and South Coulson began to be dispatched to the South Continent. At Hobert's command, another group of officials poured into the South Continent. To ensure their safety, Hobert dispatched the Tony family's forces, the Temperance faction's forces, and Angus's forces, totaling over 70 Beyonders to protect them. During the upcoming war, Hobert had to seize the time to solidify the nation's foundation and establish a country with comprehensive strength that could dominate the South Continent. In the early morning, Chris went out early as usual. Although yesterday's bombing did not last long, it cast a shadow over Backland. Chris could still see sorrow or lingering fear on the faces of some pedestrians. Extra! Extra! The newsboy shouted at this time. Hobert, the founder of the Earl of Light, has been promoted to Duke and granted permission to establish a duchy on the South Continent. Chris froze for a second or two before quickly calling out to the newsboy, "A newspaper, please." After taking the newspaper, Chris immediately unfolded it. The front page headline was indeed the news of Hobert's nation building. For Chris, this news was even more unexpected than the Fursak Empire's sneak attack on Backland, as the Rune Kingdom and the Fursak Empire had already begun attacking each other in the newspapers for a long time. However, there was no sign at all of Hobert establishing a nation. Refolding the newspaper, Chris smiled. He established a nation, so doesn't that mean I'll also have an official identity? Backland Street, Dwayne Dante's residence. At this time, there were not many servants here. After yesterday's bombing ended, Klein had the butler take the people to the manor in the suburbs. Today, Klein also had to leave here. The war had begun, and he needed to change to a more secretive identity to act more conveniently. After Klein got up, he enjoyed breakfast while starting to read today's Backland morning news. He smiled and thought to himself, today is the last day to enjoy the life of a rich man. Then, Klein's smile stiffened. He thought he had misread it, so he carefully looked at the headline again. Hobert has established a country. He didn't even bother to eat breakfast. He read the report carefully, then recalled the location where Hobert established his country. That's a good place, far from war and rich in resources. Then he realized that this was the Lowen royal family buying off the Creator's forces. So, in this war, the Creator would support the Lowen royal family. Then Klein sighed inwardly. He's also a transmigrator, and this guy has already established a country. But he immediately thought again. Given the path Hobert had chosen, establishing a country seemed to be only a matter of time. Klein closed the newspaper and sighed deeply. For many people, war is also an opportunity. At the same time, Christine also saw the reports in the major morning newspapers today. Hobert had told him about this yesterday, so he wasn't surprised. After putting down the newspaper, Christine sighed with emotion. Hobert still went to the South Continent. Then he chuckled. But it's not the same as our experience back then. We were colonizing for the Lowen royal family, while every inch of land Hobert conquered is his own. Christine sighed, suddenly regretting that he hadn't thought of such a method when he was young. But he immediately shook his head. Back then, he and Rex didn't have a strong backing. Even if they became local warlords, they would still be serving the colonizers of the North Continent. Earl of Light, General Manager's Office. Todd looked at the newspaper. Am I equivalent to the Minister of Economy of the Duchy? After all, a large amount of gold pounds was being transferred to the South Continent, which should be used for the construction of the duchy. Currently, he was maintaining the daily operations of such a large Earl of Light. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the Minister of Economy, right? While reading the detailed content of the newspaper, he also thought, fortunately, I listened to my father's advice before and joined Earl Hobert, now Duke, and joined the Earl of Light, which was still being organized at that time. I originally thought that becoming the general manager of a company with tens of thousands of people in half a year was already very impressive, but I didn't expect this to be far from my peak. Similarly, the Hall family, who were also having breakfast, stopped eating their delicious meal and focused on reading the newspaper. Finally, Hobert pushed the newspaper away. This is completely incomprehensible. First, he couldn't understand why the royal family would promote Hobert to Duke at this time. Theoretically speaking, Usually only those who have made great contributions after the war ends have the opportunity to become a duke and establish a duchy, right? Apparently, this is a bribe at the beginning of the war. Earl Hall glanced at Audrey before speaking. It seems Hobert's biggest backer is not Duke Christine. Audrey smiled slightly. Although she really wanted to, she still held back and didn't tell her family the secrets of the Beyonder world. Then she took a deep breath. In the future, she would be the Duchess. South Continent, St. Norcy region, Anjou City. This city was more like a fortress. It was originally built by the natives, and later the Loan colonial army occupied it, making it an important stronghold in the western part of Negro Mountain. Around 10 in the morning, the guards on the city wall saw a team of well-organized soldiers outside the city. They were marching forward with distinct flags, beating military drums, and taking neat steps. Because the other party was not wearing Loan military uniforms, the guards immediately blew their whistles, and the entire Anjou city immediately entered a state of readiness. Soldiers and commanders quickly ascended the city wall. The commanding officer of the area, Cote, calmly picked up his binoculars and observed. The equipment of this army below the city was so excellent that it was definitely not a local warlord's troop. Judging by their decorations, they were neither Fursac nor Intis. Their military uniforms somewhat resembled the style of the Fenaport kingdom, but there were obvious differences. The key was that if they were colonial troops from an enemy country, they wouldn't be marching so openly in the St. Norcy region. At this moment, the other party's large contingent stopped outside the range of the cannons. An officer, holding a flag, came alone to the city wall. The Duke has come to receive his city. The binoculars in Cody's hand fell to the ground. Before he ascended the city wall, he had just received a telegram from Backland, ordering them to quickly evacuate north, and that St. Norcy and 4 other regions had become Duke Hobert's fiefdom. He didn't expect that just after reading the telegram and ascending the city wall, he would be met by the Duke's team coming to receive the city. To say this was an enemy trick was unlikely. After all, he had just received the corresponding order. The enemy would need to get intelligence 2 or 3 days in advance to have time to prepare. But then again, why would the Duke's army arrive so quickly? It was as if this troop had been stationed outside the city all along. At the urging of his subordinates, Cote judged that the possibility of it being an enemy was small, and only then did he order to go out and welcome them. Originally, Cote estimated that the other party was only a regiment, so the commander would be a regimental commander, and they would be of equal rank. He didn't expect that the officer who had just been waving the flag told him that the Duke himself had also come. This made Cote somewhat flustered, as he had never met a noble of this rank. Hobert was still far from the city, but Cote and others already felt immense pressure. The soldiers all lowered their heads, not daring to look forward. Only Cote, as a Beyonder, withstood the pressure and looked a few more times. Duke Hobert was easy to recognize. He was the one who didn't look very serious but gave off a very dignified aura. He was handsome, dressed in a military uniform, with a black cape on his back, riding a white horse, slowly approaching. Just seeing this, Cote also unconsciously lowered his head. A few minutes later, as the sound of hooves approached, Duke Hobert was heard saying, "Colonel Cote." "Yes, your subordinate is here." Cote felt his answer was stupid, because he was not the Duke's subordinate. Hobert then said, "Take me to your command post." Cote agreed and quickly jumped onto a horse to lead the way. The area of this city was not large, with only 2 short streets both horizontally and vertically. Most of it consisted of barracks or residences for soldiers, families. A regiment, about 600 people, was stationed here. Most of the local residents were Loan merchants, as well as some natives who owned their own estates or large tracts of land. Hobert estimated that this small city could accommodate at most just over 2,000 people. Arriving at the garrison command post, since there was no administrative body here, this command post was the most impressive building in the small city. Cody's office was very spacious. There was a map of the South Continent on the wall, a wireless transceiving telegraph machine, a grand desk, and some office supplies used by the staff. Hobert acted as if he was back in his own office. He took off his cape and hung it on the coat rack, then sat in Cody's seat. "You should have already received the corresponding retreat order and know that this is already my fiefdom, right?" Cote nodded repeatedly. Then I order you to clear out the barracks by 2 o'clock this afternoon and completely withdraw by evening, Hobert said. Coate didn't expect it to be so urgent, but in the end, he could only say, yes. Hobert then said, supplies and tents, as well as personal belongings and weapons, can all be taken away, but not a single piece of public property can be taken. According to legal principles, all public property here, starting from midnight today, belongs to the duchy. Coate agreed again. He realized this was a good opportunity to show diligence, so he asked, Duke, Your Excellency the Duke, have you taken over Lanigua Port and Inverley Port? Do you want me to leave a platoon of soldiers to guide you? These two ports were relatively prosperous places in the southern part of the South Continent, serving as the capitals of Milher Province and South Haiti State respectively. No need, I don't plan to take over there for now, Hobert said indifferently. Coate was stunned again. Not going to take over those two prosperous ports, but coming to take over this small inland fortress. Hobert smiled and added, in the future, this will be the capital of the South Balam Duchy. Coate thought he had misheard. This, here. To the east of here was the Negro Mountain Range, which greatly affected transportation to the port. To the north was a hilly area, and past these hills was the Haiti Prairie. To the west, leading to the high Balanapa Mountains, there was a large plain with relatively fertile land, but it frequently suffered from floods, leading to reduced crop yields. The south did not have places that significantly affected transportation, but further south, the climate began to cool, and the land was not as fertile as here. Although the Loan royal family also supported agents in that area, they had barely done any development. Although this was not a desolate place, judging by the number of troops stationed here, it was not a critical location either. Hobert affirmed, that's right, it's here. What Coate saw as a worthless place was a feng shui treasure land, in Hobert's eyes. The surrounding terrain was very favorable for defense. Ever since he had the teleportation array, Hobert liked this relatively enclosed terrain, which allowed for both defense and offense, and also had a large plain for grain production. Hobert had visited here many times before. The reason for frequent floods was the lack of river dredging and reservoir construction, which made it difficult for the water from melting snow mountains in summer to flow out of this basin. As long as manpower was organized to dredge the river channels, floods could almost be eliminated. And by building a few more reservoirs, there would be enough water to irrigate farmland. What he was most optimistic about was the mountainous area to the east. As long as the local bandits were cleared out, the arsenal must be built there. If the fortress were to fall, they could still retreat there and continue fighting. Officer Coate left the command post somewhat dejectedly. After conveying the corresponding orders, he suddenly noticed a large number of beyonders and clerks at the end of the reception team brought by the Duke. He couldn't understand what the Duke truly wanted, but he was very clear, this land had changed hands. For the next 2 days, Duke Hobert stayed in Anjou City on the South Continent. On one hand, he discussed with Prime Minister Kondra and Minister of Personnel Donna about quickly establishing effective rule in the St. Nose Basin. First, thorough research must be conducted to determine the distribution of the population, cultivated land, and mineral deposits in this plain and mountainous area, and then a systematic takeover plan must be formulated. On the other hand, Duke Hobert discussed with officers led by Seal about the military suppression of this basin and the construction of defense lines. Duke Hobert did not intend to coexist with those Earth Kings and generals. He wanted to establish more effective rule, not proxy rule. He had already sent people to inform all the Earth Kings and generals in his territory to come to Anjou City to pay homage to Duke Hobert. Then, during the homage ceremony, he would announce that all their lands belonged to the duchy. And finally ask them who was for it and who was against it. However, due to the extremely inconvenient transportation on the South Continent, some Earth Kings would only arrive in Anjou in about a week. So, after Duke Hobert arranged for the garrison and beyonders there and built the teleportation array, he temporarily returned to Backland. Yesterday, Dofus reported that Princess Alice invited Duke Hobert to the palace as a guest. Duke Hobert knew that the other party must want to talk about the teleportation array with him. The war between Loan and the Faisak Empire started fiercely on the Janai southern bank, and the first batch of reinforcements from the Loan Kingdom from the west line would only reach the Janai southern bank tomorrow at the earliest. This was already the result of immediate troop deployment after the outbreak of war. Duke Hobert believed that the Loan military's actions were not that fast. Even if they were that fast, a train could only carry one regiment to reinforce, and how many trains could Loan mobilize at once? Following basic etiquette, Duke Hobert first sent Dophus to the palace to report to the princess that he had returned to Backland and to inquire when it would be suitable for an audience. The answer he received was, immediately. So, Duke Hobert changed into formal attire, took a carriage into the palace, and met Alice and Georgina in a well-arranged garden. However, they did not immediately get down to business. Instead, Georgina started talking about the situation on the South Continent. At this time, the Loan Kingdom was not only at war with the Faesac Empire on the North Continent, but fierce battles also occurred between the colonial armies of the two countries on the South Continent. Duke Hobert smiled and said, "As long as the duchy's arsenal is built, we can tie down some enemy forces. Currently, the duchy's power is not even enough to complete its own defense." Alice said, "Don't worry, you still have some time." Just as they were talking, Aemilus entered from outside. Alice invited them to a reception room. Calling it a reception room, it was more like a command center, with maps covering the table and tools for measuring maps. On the wall was a huge map, outlining the entire North Continent's war situation with red and blue lines. Alice opened her anti-eavesdropping sealed artifact. After inviting everyone to sit, she said to Duke Hobert, "The Faesac Empire's indiscriminate bombing of Backland has angered all the people and soldiers of the Loan Kingdom, so we decided to plan a bombing of the Faesac Empire." Duke Hobert was startled. The purpose of the royal family seeking him was not quite what he had guessed. Alice continued to Duke Hobert, "But this war came too suddenly, and we don't have enough Beander power to deploy, so we need you to send out enough Beander power to protect the airships for this bombing." Duke Hobert asked, "How many airships are planned for the bombing?" Aemilus answered him, 24. Duke Hobert smiled. "Bullshit, not enough Beander power to deploy. This is clearly a suicide mission. They intend to let the Creator's power jump into this fire pit." The three of them looked at Duke Hobert, who, after considering for more than 10 seconds, said, "Yes, but I have two conditions." Alice breathed a sigh of relief. "Tell me." "First, we will command this battle." Duke Hobert said. "Of course." Aemilus answered him, "But we will designate the bombing targets." Duke Hobert asked, "Where do you plan to bomb?" Aemilus replied, "Of course, St. Milan, the capital of the Faesac Empire." Duke Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, "With so few airships, it's only enough to bomb the industrial area of St. Milan." Alice leaned back in her chair. "You decide the bombing range. As long as it's St. Milan, it's fine. For the Loan Kingdom, as long as a bomb falls on St. Milan, even if it falls on a rural area in the suburbs of St. Milan, it is a huge victory. The symbolism of this sneak attack is more significant than the actual losses inflicted on the enemy. Moreover, this battle can be used to incite hatred between the Creator's forces and the Faesac Empire, which is a very cost-effective deal for the Loan Kingdom." But when Duke Hobert stated the second condition, Georgina and the others did not think so. Duke Hobert said, "The second condition is that Loan needs to provide some industrial technology." Alice asked, "Which aspect?" "Please wait a moment." Duke Hobert uncapped his pen, took a blank sheet of paper from the table, and handwritten a list of technical requirements. Before the war, Duke Hobert's team had already drafted the technologies urgently needed by their forces and had discussed them in multiple meetings. Duke Hobert had originally planned to ask the Loan Kingdom for these technologies as soon as an opportunity arose. Duke Hobert's list had 15 major items and 22 minor items. It covered confidential areas such as machine tool manufacturing, mechanical manufacturing, as well as transportation-related fields such as ship, train, and carriage manufacturing. Additionally, there were some technologies that were not very difficult to master but required continuous trial and error, such as alloy casting, sugar refining, chemical industries, textiles, and so on. These were the technological accumulations of the 4 North Continent countries over hundreds of years. At the same time, these were also areas that Duke Hobert himself was relatively unfamiliar with. At most, he could only point out a general direction to his subordinates, and it would take continuous trial and error and a huge time cost to master these technologies. Alice looked through the list and sighed. If all these technologies were given to the South Balam Duchy, and they had sufficient funds for construction, at most 10 years. No, with Duke Hobert's execution ability, it wouldn't even take 10 years for the South Balam Duchy to have a similar level of strength to the 4 North Continent countries. After taking a deep breath, Alice began to bargain with Duke Hobert, eventually agreeing to only 10 major items and 16 minor items of technical support. Regarding this negotiation, Alice clearly went easy. In Georgina and Amelis's view, such conditions were worth it even if several demigods from the Creator's forces died in the upcoming surprise attack, let alone the fact that Duke Hobert would not send a large number of demigods to participate in the battle. After they reached an agreement, the next step was for the Loan Kingdom's Ministry of Industry to contact Duke Hobert's subordinates and receive technical data. What Alice did not know was that Duke Hobert had already sent Todd to recruit workers from some heavy industrial cities on the Janai southern bank, promising that they could bring their families to the new workplace and that food and lodging would be provided. Because several industrial cities heard gunshots every day, many people worried whether the Fasak Empire's army would break through the Loan Kingdom's defenses. Therefore, a large number of skilled workers were recruited in just 2 days. Currently, Todd is transporting them south by train and using the Backland teleportation array to Longtail Island. The machinery for various light and heavy industrial factories on Longtail Island has already been largely put in place, all ordered from the Loan Kingdom. These skilled workers can start working as soon as they arrive. It is expected that by October, the industrial base on Longtail Island will be fully operational. By then, Longtail Island will not only meet its own industrial needs but also satisfy at least 1/3 of the South Balam Duchy's industrial needs. After discussing the bombing of St. Millen, Alice had a servant bring a pot of tea. Everyone drank a few cups of tea and rested for a while before discussing the teleportation array. Duke Hobert was well prepared for this. There are 2 cooperation methods. The first is to charge per teleportation array, £200,000 per array. One way is to sell you the blueprints and the method of invoking power, which includes 8 teleportation arrays, a 1+2+5 cooperation model. That is, when our people set up the first teleportation array, you can observe. For 2 teleportation arrays, our people will teach your people how to set them up. For the remaining 5 teleportation arrays, you set them up yourselves, and our people only provide certain supervision and guidance. For this kind of cooperation, if you want exclusive cooperation rights, the price is £4.6 million. If exclusive ownership is not required, it is £3.6 million. If in the later stage you do not have suitable targets for invoking power, you can invoke power from the Creator. How each invocation will be settled specifically, we can discuss then. Alice and the other 2 felt that the second cooperation method was very novel, and they also preferred the second method, but that was for the second phase of cooperation. Amelis said, "We hope to start with the first cooperation method first, establishing 6 teleportation arrays between the West Line and the Janai southern bank." Duke Hobert nodded. "Although we ourselves have not yet met our own needs for teleportation arrays, we can help you build them first." Next week, Amelis took a deep breath and interrupted Duke Hobert. "Can it be built within 2 days? The Loan military currently has no time to learn the technology of the teleportation array. They urgently need a way to quickly complete the support to the Janai southern bank." At this time, the war on the Janai southern bank was unprecedentedly fierce, and at the same time, the Fasak Empire's attack from the gap between the Minsk Mountains and Amanda Mountains in the east was also very fierce. They must have been scouting for a long time, and they immediately seized a large number of positions, causing heavy casualties to the Loan army. West Line soldiers needed to be quickly transferred east, and Backland's supplies needed to be quickly transported to the front lines. So Amelis no longer cared about negotiation skills and directly put forward the most urgent need. Duke Hobert feigned a moment of surprise, then feigned a moment of thought before saying, "I will personally arrange them for you. I will definitely have them ready for you to utilize within 2 days." In fact, currently, only Duke Hobert and Furs have mastered the blueprints for the teleportation array. This batch of teleportation arrays would certainly be set up by Duke Hobert, but his words made everyone feel comfortable. Moreover, he anticipated that the Loan military would not have time to study the blueprints for the teleportation array at the beginning. The 2 cooperation models he mentioned were actually sequential cooperation methods. Or rather, he intended to earn both sums of money. Alice and the others didn't know the inside story. When they heard that Duke Hobert was going to the teleportation array in person, they thought they really didn't have enough manpower, and Duke Hobert was indeed a good friend to go and do this kind of work as a Beander at the Sequence 3 level, the dignified leader of the Creator Beander Force. So, when Aemilus, on behalf of the Ministry of Defense, paid the huge sum of £1.2 million, there was almost no hesitation. As for the total cost of these 6 teleportation arrays, it was only a little over £100,000, because Duke Hobert recently had Dofus buy 8 gem mines in the South Continent, which significantly reduced the cost of making teleportation arrays. What Duke Hobert didn't expect was that diamond mines were even cheaper than silver mines, because the raw gemstones in the South Continent couldn't be sold for a good price at all. They only became valuable after being cut and set in the North Continent, and then hyped up by merchants. However, most of the money was earned by processing and sales companies. In the South Continent, a raw stone worth a few £100s could be sold for tens of thousands of pounds after being cut and set in the North Continent. Those small diamonds and gems in Backland, worth thousands or hundreds of pounds, had their raw stones sold by the cartload. Operating diamond mines often carries extreme risks, because of merchant speculation. In people's minds, this is something of similar value to gold, so many adventurers will try to plunder diamond mines. But the problem is, diamond mines are not as profitable as gold mines at all, and raw stones are often unsaleable, but maintaining security at the mine is a huge expense for investors. So Duke Hobert only spent a little over £200,000 to buy 8 mines, and immediately achieved gem freedom by hiring a specialized cutting team in Backland. After discussing the teleportation array, today's meeting concluded. Duke Hobert returned to the Earl's mansion and immediately used travel to go to Tony Manor and buy him. Patriarch Osman immediately came out to greet him. After arriving at the reception hall, Duke Hobert went straight to the point without even drinking tea. Have the family members who are preparing to advance to War Bishop get ready. I currently have an excellent opportunity for advancement here. Osman's eyes lit up. Yes, I will ask His Highness Raymond to select the advancing members shortly. Then he asked, do we need to make any other preparations? 2 more demigods and 8 Sequence 5s need to be dispatched to assist in this battle. I'll pick them up tomorrow morning. Duke Hobert paused and then said seriously, there might be some casualties. I understand, Osman said, in this sequence's advancement, some casualties are inevitable. Duke Hobert nodded, and as he stood up, he said, give my regards to His Highness Raymond. The war has begun, and I still have some matters to attend to. We'll talk again when there's an opportunity. Osman hurriedly said, Mr. God Blessed, there's a small matter I hope to get your help with. Please speak. Can we expand the Tony family's team? Let more Beyonders serve the Creator. Osman said sincerely. After the Tony family's Beyonder team entered service, Osman and other high-ranking family members learned that the Bach family had been completely incorporated by the Creator. All of their more than 100 Beyonders were currently serving the Creator. The Tudor family also had a total of over 60 Beyonders serving the Creator, and it was said that Angus, who followed Duke Hobert early on, had already advanced to demigod with Duke Hobert's help. The Tony family suddenly felt that their power was very marginalized within the Creator force, being on the same level as the Temperance faction, which wasn't highly involved. How could this be? That's why Osman made this request. Duke Hobert smiled helplessly. All right, after this raid battle ends, I'll add 10 more slots to your team. Let Pix choose the people. Pix was the commander of the Tony family's Beyonder army. For Duke Hobert, the Beyonders currently under his command already numbered more than 260, not counting the assassins of the Demoness Research Society and the apprentices of the Traveler Research Society. These Beyonders were enough for him to deal with the current situation. His plan was to find an opportunity to completely incorporate the Tudor family and the Tony family when the South Balam Duchy was preparing for large-scale external expansion. Duke Hobert quickly left amidst Osman's thanks. The other matters Duke Hobert mentioned were related to the intelligence officer, who had agreed to submit the investigation report on the 3rd batch of Aurora Order members today. In the study of the Earl's mansion, Duke Hobert received the materials compiled by Seal. Since quite a few members had already been assassinated, the 4 members in the 3rd batch had all changed their residences. Fortunately, the intelligence network Seal established had already taken shape, allowing them to find their new residences. Based on the surveillance by Ciel's subordinates, 2 additional Aurora Order members, beyond the information Duke Hobert provided, were also identified. Duke Hobert smiled and said, "I really didn't expect these lunatics to be so patient this time." Ciel reported, "I actually felt someone tracking me while I was investigating, but I pretended not to know." Duke Hobert nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, "Assassinate these targets tonight." He looked at Ciel and said, "This time we're going to take a risk. When you assassinate the first target, go by yourself. I'll give you a charm. As long as you inject spirituality into it, I'll be able to sense it and rush over to support you within 3 seconds." Since the other party hadn't withdrawn the Aurora Order members Ciel was investigating, it meant that the high-ranking members of the Aurora Order still wanted to observe Ciel further and suspected whether there was a demigod ambushing behind Ciel. Then, when Ciel carried out the third assassination, if they found Ciel was alone, they would very likely act decisively. If they didn't want to clash with Ciel, they would simply transfer those members away instead of continuing to monitor them. Ciel took the charm Duke Hobert handed over. Okay. Of course, she knew that she was to be the bait this time, but with the help of the 1-107 imperative mage gloves, she was confident she could last 3 seconds under a demigod's attack. Duke Hobert gave her another sealed artifact. This sealed artifact has the abilities of travel and flash. If I can't attend to you after the battle begins, quickly find a way to leave the battlefield. He earnestly instructed her, do not attempt to provide any help. Ciel also said seriously, I know. Of course, she knew that even if she had a grade 1 sealed artifact, a demigod-level battle was not something a sequence 6 like her could participate in. Duke Hobert continued, because tonight's operation is very risky, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, you will receive a reward. Either the disciplinary knight, potion formula, or this sealed artifact with travel ability. However, you can only get half of the usage rights for this sealed artifact, the other half requires additional merit to exchange for. Ciel almost immediately said without thinking, I hope to get the potion formula. If she hadn't joined the creator force, she would definitely have chosen the latter. But now it was different. She found that her acting as a judge in the Beander court made the potion digest incredibly fast. At this rate, she would definitely be able to fully digest the potion around the new year. Duke Hobert nodded. Okay. After discussing the details of the plan, Duke Hobert kept Ciel for dinner, and then the two of them went their separate ways to prepare. On Duke Hobert's side, he directly transferred the newly promoted Angus to Backland, letting him experience a demigod battle. At the same time, Duke Hobert had Dophis participate in the battle, ensuring the battle ended as quickly as possible. Around 8 in the evening, the 3 demigods played, fighting evil, in Duke Hobert's study while waiting for Ciel's signal. Angus was somewhat excited about this operation. He had met Dophis before and knew that this butler was a demigod who also helped Duke Hobert with some affairs, a person Duke Hobert trusted greatly. The fact that, God blessed, allowed him to participate in this battle also showed his trust in him. This gave Angus a sense of déjà vu, as if he had become a high-ranking member of the creator, Beander force. In fact, even without Duke Hobert's full trust, at his demigod level, he was already a high-ranking member. In the East District of Backland, Ciel, like in the previous 2 assassinations, got off the carriage early and rushed towards the target's residence. Just as she was about to launch her attack, her spirituality stirred, and she suddenly glanced at the shadows by the street, but there was nothing there. Ciel took a deep breath, adjusted her state, and swiftly launched her surprise attack. The battle ended in just over 10 seconds. She carried the corpse back to the carriage and arrived at the second target's residence. This time, she still felt as if a pair of eyes were watching her in the darkness. In fact, she knew in her heart that someone was definitely watching her, so she adjusted her mindset again and proceeded with the assassination. Just like last time, she burst into the target's room and dealt with the opponent with 1 strike. But Ciel quickly felt something was off. This sequence had high spirituality, and in every previous assassination mission, the opponent had been aware, but this time the target showed no reaction at all. Just then, Ciel saw the target on the bed turn into a black shadow and rushed towards Ciel. Seal was startled, quickly jumped out of the window, and while jumping out, injected her spirituality into the charm Duke Hobert had given her. As soon as she felt the warmth of the charm, Seal suddenly felt her body stiffen and her thoughts become unclear. When she came to, she found that the surrounding streets had become like realistic toys, and at the same time, 4 tall walls appeared around her. Thump! A dull thud came from above her head, and the top was also covered by walls. The section of the street in front of her was enclosed by these walls. Seal found that her every movement became slower and slower, gradually becoming like a wind-up toy, moving in fits and starts. After her mind had operated for more than half a minute, a worried thought finally emerged. Oh no. I'm trapped. I don't know if Duke Hobert received my signal. Seal was indeed trapped, and by a grade 0 sealed artifact. When Duke Hobert and the other 2 arrived, they happened to see a man with mysterious black robes and brown hair closing a silver-black jewelry box. Duke Hobert immediately recalled that this was the box of the old days. Then Seal would not be in much danger within 24 hours. The man in black robes, holding the jewelry box, was none other than Buddhist, the saint of the Aurora Order. Without Duke Hobert's command, the 3 immediately launched an attack on Buddhist. In the East District of Backland, several hundred meters of street suddenly vanished. Neither the streetlights, nor the pavement, nor the vagrants on the roadside, could be found. The original street had transformed into several hundred meters of flat dirt road. However, Hobert and the others paid no mind to this. The demigod-level battle on the street erupted instantly. Angus was the first to say, "Teleportation is prohibited here. Flash is prohibited here." As he prohibited, Dofus waved his hand, and a bronze door with intricate carvings appeared behind Buddhist. Amplify. Hobert assisted at the opportune moment. Before the terrifying screams, gazes, and pale arms could appear, the bronze door opened halfway. Whoosh! The opened underworld gate seemed to suck everything on the street into the underworld. Under the coordinated efforts of the 3 demigods, Buddhist had no time to dodge and flew towards the bronze door. Poof! Only a mirror remained in place, instantly sucked into the underworld. This was Buddhist's previously recorded, mirror substitute, ability. Buddhist, holding the box of the old days, quickly appeared on the rooftop. He lowered his head, concentrating intently on opening the second layer of the box of the old days. The second layer also posed a great danger to the user, but he clearly understood that the most pressing goal now was to escape as quickly as possible. However, his movements were still too slow. Aside from Dofus, who was maintaining the underworld gate, Hobert and Angus had long been watching where Buddhist would reappear. Stripping. Angus temporarily stripped the flexibility of Buddhist's hands, making Buddhist suddenly clumsy and unable to immediately open the box of the old days. At the same time, Hobert used the rampage ability, preventing Buddhist from organizing effective thoughts. Then Hobert injected his spiritual power into the 0 to 71 disaster porcelain doll. A mirror appeared in front of him, and simultaneously, a mirror also appeared in front of Buddhist. Hobert's 2 hands reached into the mirror in front of him, extended out from the other mirror, and were about to grab the box of the old days from Buddhist, who was in a state of confusion. At this moment, a crystal-like ice arrow shot out from the gloomy corner not far away. Hobert's spiritual perception sensed the danger. Without time to take the box of the old days, his hands retreated into the mirror. However, affected by Hobert just now, the box of the old days dropped from Buddhist's hand to the ground. From the moment Hobert's rampage took effect until now, only a little over a second had passed. Buddhist had not yet woken up from the rampage state, but his shadow seemed to have woken up first, reaching out to catch the box of the old days. Suddenly, a skeletal hand caught the silver-black jewelry box first. It was a skeletal warrior emitting a pale white light. This was, of course, an undead summoned by Dofus, originally intended to ambush Buddhist, but it just happened to catch this grade 0 sealed artifact. Hobert heard a mumbled sound from the shadows. Although he didn't hear what the other party was mumbling, he guessed it must have been very foul language. That skeletal warrior also knew it had performed a great service. It opened its mouth, hugged the box, and ran towards Dofus. But after only 2 steps, it seemed unable to move its legs and stood motionless in place. Although the skeletal warrior had no eyes or eyelids, Hobert and the others clearly understood that it had fallen asleep. This surprised Hobert somewhat. He hadn't expected the other party to also shepherd a demigod-level soul from the sleepless pathway. In Hobert's impression, apart from the Night Goddess Church, there were very few wild beyonders of the sleepless pathway. However, Hobert immediately thought that the other party might have herded a monster from the god-forsaken land. At this moment, the entire street was filled with tranquility. The wild dogs that had been barking wildly just now, and the vagrants who had been woken up, instantly fell back into slumber. Angus immediately said to the shadows, stripping. Stripping at sequence 4 level, besides being able to strip some usage rights, can also temporarily strip a target's single Beyander ability. At this time, what he stripped was the target's shepherding ability. Just like prohibition, after stripping that ability, it doesn't mean the other party can no longer utilize it. Firstly, if the Beyander's sequence is higher than sequence 4, the target can, to a certain extent, bypass the influence of this ability through their sequence, but even Beyonders at sequence 3 will definitely be affected to some extent. Even at sequence 4 level, the stripped ability can still be used, but it might consume several or dozens of times more spiritual power, or an ability that could originally be used instantly might become extraordinarily slow to utilize. Moreover, every time the target utilizes the stripped ability, Angus's power can be enhanced. Beyonders below the demigod level, after their abilities are stripped, can no longer utilize them at all. Angus's ability sank into the shadows. He was slightly stunned, realizing that it was actually a sequence 3. His ability did not attack a physical entity but attacked a shadow, so its effect was very limited. At the same time, Hobert raised a hand, and the air behind the skeletal warrior was altered, pushing it towards him. If it were a grade 1 sealed artifact, Hobert could completely utilize distortion of space to make the box of the old days immediately appear in his hand. But for a grade 0 sealed artifact, his distortion might not achieve the desired effect. If he accidentally let the box of the old days fall to the ground and open the third layer, that would be truly entertaining. At this moment, a wall of fire suddenly rushed out from the darkness. This wall of fire looked extremely fierce, as if it would shatter the skeletal warrior. Hobert waved his hand, distorting the direction of the wall of fire, sending it towards Buddhas. Buddhas had just woken up from the rampage state and was somewhat stunned to find his hands empty. He first agilely dodged the wall of fire's attack, then summoned a small phantom gate. His two hands reached into the door, and at the same time, a phantom gate also appeared above the skeletal warrior. Buddhas's hands extended out, intending to snatch the box of the old days. Suddenly, a cold hand grabbed Buddhas's hands, causing Buddhas's hands to immediately stiffen and remain suspended in midair. It turned out that Dophus had appeared beside the skeletal warrior and seized the opportunity to grab Buddhas's hands, slowly pulling him down. Buddhas seemed to see a desolate land covered with white bones and ghosts before his eyes. That was the kingdom of the undead. The pale-faced Dophus stood between two worlds. He was expressionless and looked very eerie, as if he also came from the kingdom of the undead. The skeletons and ghosts on the desolate land seemed to have seen Buddhas. They swarmed around, as if preparing to share this demigod's spiritual body. Buddhas's heart was instantly filled with terror. At this moment, his chest hurt, and his whole body turned cold, as if he was closer to that desolate world. This was not his illusion, but the fight between Hobert and the Trinity Templar hiding in the shadows had affected him. The true Trinity Templar's shepherding ability was more flexible than the monster Hobert encountered in St. Yadro City before. He could shepherd 3 souls simultaneously, attacking with fire on one side, ice on another, and also trying to pull Hobert into slumber on the third. For Beyonders of other pathways, such attacks were indeed difficult to deal with. However, for Beyonders of the lawyer pathway, such attacks were nothing. Hobert used the Trinity Templar's ice to attack his fire, then distorted the concept between himself and the Trinity Templar, turning the opponent's attack to pull Hobert into slumber into the Trinity Templar's attack on himself. As a result, for a moment, the Trinity Templar became drowsy and accidentally stabbed an ice spear into Buddhas's chest. And at this time, Buddhas's hands were still in the Phantom Gate, so his body couldn't become illusory to dodge the attack. As a result, Hobert and the Trinity Templar were fine, but Buddhis was truly injured. Finally, under Hobert's continuous alteration, the skeletal warrior delivered the box of the old days to him. Hobert quickly threw out an order crystal, immediately enveloping the silver-black jewelry box. This also indicated his successful snatch. In the night sky, the sound of strong winds could be heard in the distance. At the same time, everyone felt a terrifying force appearing in the dreams of people in the residential buildings on both sides of the street. Evidently, the saints of the Storm Church and the Night Goddess Church were about to arrive, and the oppressive aura that made people instinctively want to obey, appearing in the distance, as well as the silver wings rapidly approaching, all indicated that more and more official demigods were rushing over. Originally, the official demigods wouldn't appear so quickly, but after the Great Backland bombing, the official demigods had remained vigilant, which allowed them to react immediately. Hobert, holding the box of the old days, waved at Dophis and Angus, and at the same time, grabbed Buddhis, distorting a few drops of blood from the opponent's clothes into his palm. Buddhis noticed this and immediately reached out, wanting to retract the spiritual power of those few drops of blood. However, he was still under the lingering effects of the rampage ability, and his movement was a step too slow. Hobert had already used a spiritual wall to wrap his palm. Subsequently, Hobert and the other two left the place immediately. The Trinity Templar and Buddhis also quickly departed. Back in Hobert's study, Hobert opened his hand to show Dophis and Angus the blood in his palm. We'll pursue them later and catch them off guard. But before that, I need to sacrifice this sealed artifact to the Creator. He set up the altar and immediately performed the sacrifice. Since he no longer needed any action to enter the country of disorder, Hobert did not ask Angus and Dophis to avoid it. After placing the sealed artifact in the country of disorder, the three briefly communicated and then went to pursue Buddhis. With those few drops of blood in his palm, Hobert could utilize the association ability to roughly know Buddhis's location. But the premise was that the other party had not left the 500-kilometer range. If they left this range, Hobert would not be able to associate anything. 500 kilometers is basically the size of a county. Hobert guessed that the Aurora Order must have a stronghold in the suburbs of Backland. Hobert was very sure that the other party should not have run far. Just as he expected, through continuous association, they tracked them to a small town north of Backland. At the foot of a mountain, there was a somewhat eerie-looking two-story villa. Hobert waved his hand, and the mechanical structure of this villa was altered. It swayed slightly and then immediately collapsed. On the ruins, a phantom gate appeared. A somewhat disheveled Buddhist emerged from the ruins, turned his head, and ran. Hobert waved his hand again, altering the distance in front of Buddhis. He ran several steps but was still in place. Hobert laughed. "All right, stop acting. This place is far from the urban area of Backland. We can fight freely." Whoosh! Buddhis had no reaction yet. A pillar of fire broke through the ruins, and a fire elemental walked out from inside the pillar of fire. Two figures also appeared in the darkness, one of whom had 3 heads on his shoulders. Hobert was slightly stunned. He knew Buddhis was a saint of the Aurora Order. The figures in the shadows were clearly the Trinity Templar, with whom he had just fought, who should be the leader of the Aurora Order, and the other figure was a Black Knight, also certainly a saint of the Aurora Order. But what Hobert couldn't understand was why there was also an iron-blooded knight from the Hunter pathway. Although it was not exactly the same as the plan with Hobert and the other two, they did not flinch. Instead, each of them took out a thin, black crystal-like charm, and together they chanted the incantation, Deception. Hobert, of course, noticed that Buddhis realized his blood had fallen into the enemy's hands. So, if Buddhis hadn't fled too far, it meant that the Aurora Order must have set a trap to ambush Hobert and the others. At that time, Hobert faced 2 choices. The first was to call for reinforcements, asking Lawrence and the other 4 demigods from the Bach family to join the battle. However, the Bach family's demigods did not live together and needed to gather, which would take at least 20 minutes to return. For a demigod-level battle, 20 minutes could lead to significant changes. So, Hobert decided to utilize a Marauder pathway charm to catch his opponents off guard. The 3 of them respectively, Deceived, the Trinity Templar, the Black Knight, and the Iron-Blooded Knight, making them not only visually ignore Hobert and the other two for the next 1 to 3 seconds, but also ensuring that all their area of effect Beyonder attacks would ignore Hobert and his companions. Buddhis immediately sensed the danger. A phantom gate instantly appeared before him, hiding him in another world. He also knew that as long as he held out for a few seconds, he would be safe. But Hobert and his companions, of course, would not let him succeed. First, Hobert distorted space, creating a large hole in Buddhis's secret realm, and it was the kind that Buddhis couldn't patch up no matter how hard he tried. Dophis, with a single word, launched an attack using the undead language. Buddhis immediately felt a chill throughout his body, as if his spirit body had been violently impacted, and his body was no longer under his control. When he finally struggled free from the undead language attack, Angus was already close, death. He unleashed a punch that Buddhis couldn't evade, striking Buddhis directly on the temple, causing severe damage to both Buddhis's physical body and spirit body. Amplify. Hobert, of course, would not let go of such an opportunity and amplified Buddhis's injuries, instantly turning a severe injury into a fatal attack. Buddhis slumped to the ground, only able to watch as Angus swung another punch. The Arbiter Pathway's combat abilities had always been superior to those of the lawyer, and even at the demigod level, they were still skilled in close-quarters combat. At this moment, Buddhis was utterly defenseless, but his shadow suddenly rose from the ground, blocking Angus's attack for him. It turned out that the Trinity Templar had been the first to break free from the Deception Charm's influence, saving Buddhis's life at a critical moment. Immediately, the Trinity Templar launched an attack, and black flames ignited around Angus. These flames seemed to utilize spirituality as fuel, capable of burning spirit bodies and disrupting the stability of Angus's spirituality within his body, thereby preventing him from using his Beyonder abilities normally. Utilize. Hobert prematurely ended the duration of the black flames, giving Angus a chance to attack Buddhis again, mental piercing. Buddhis's shadow paused slightly, it couldn't block such an attack. So Buddhis's expression immediately became very pained, his mind even on the verge of collapse, but in the next second, his pained expression disappeared, leaving only him slumped on the ground, gasping for air. However, his shadow at this moment was clutching its head, appearing to be in great pain. The Black Knight had now broken free from the influence of deception, allowing Buddhis's shadow to bear Angus's mental piercing. However, such a burden could only temporarily remain in the shadow. After a period of time, it would be returned to Buddhis. The Black Knight appeared before Buddhis, his body covered in a layer of armor resembling black viscous fluid, and a black longsword appeared in his hand, engaging in close combat with Angus. Buddhis, sitting on the ground, was about to scramble into the spirit world to escape when suddenly his movements froze, as if he had instantly turned into an unmoving wax figure. It turned out that several pale hands stretched out from the soil around him, grasping his spirit body, as if to tear his spirit body apart. This, of course, was Dophis's doing. Those pale hands made every inch of Buddhis's muscles as hard as iron, every joint rigid, like a corpse that had been dead for some time. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't regain control of his body. Whoosh! Blazing flames ignited around Buddhis. The iron-blooded knight, having broken free from the influence of deception, used the fire to burn those arms, causing the pale arms extending from the ground to slowly retract. To prevent Buddhis from further harm, the iron-blooded knight threw two blazing white spears at Dophis. Dophis's chest and abdomen suddenly became illusory, and two long, white-haired hands extended from within, successively grabbing the two blazing white spears. Then, a gaunt, somewhat frightening head emerged from the illusion. It put the blazing white spears into its mouth and ate them with relish, as if eating bread. This evil spirit, with whom Dophis had just signed a contract, continued to crawl out while eating, but stopped abruptly at its abdomen. It turned out to be only half of it. At this moment, the stiff Buddhis finally recovered somewhat. He once again began to utilize his travel ability. Because his mind and spirit body had suffered considerable trauma, he could normally enter the spirit world instantly, but now it was very slow, taking 2 or 3 seconds to enter. Night. Buddhis heard an incantation chanted in ancient Hermes language, but he couldn't bother with that much now, focused solely on escaping from here. PFF'd. A sword with a pale white glow pierced through Buddhis's chest. He looked at the protruding sword tip, feeling his life rapidly draining away. This was by no means an ordinary attack. Buddha's body reacted as if in an emergency, his chest becoming illusory. Theoretically, any physical attack would pass through the illusory part, and he should not have suffered any harm. However, at this moment, Buddha clearly felt his heart being pierced. He struggled to turn his head and saw a middle-aged man dressed in knight's attire, emitting a faint silver-white glow, with somewhat strange-looking eyes. This was precisely Hunt, the very special undead Hobert had not summoned for a long time. Immediately after, Hunt made another sword strike, aiming to cut Buddha's throat. The Trinity Templar once again manipulated Buddha's shadow, making it stand in front of Buddha to help him block Hunt's attack. A silver light flashed, and the shadow failed to block Hunt's sword, which neatly split into two in front of Buddha's. Buddha's carotid artery was severed, and blood spurted out. With an expression of surprise, the light in Buddha's eyes gradually faded. Having finally succeeded in killing Buddha, Hobert immediately distorted the Trinity Templar's attack, directing his fatal attack towards the iron-blooded knight. "Take one down first," Hobert ordered, simultaneously distorting the iron-blooded knight between himself and the Trinity Templar, intending to temporarily block the attacks of two enemies by himself. The Trinity Templar's left arm suddenly lifted, extending a hand to grab at Hobert. The spider silk laid around him tightened, intending to trap Hobert. But Hobert immediately distorted the concept of himself and the iron-blooded knight, and ultimately, the spider silk entangled the iron-blooded knight. At the same time, a fire snake emerged from the right side of the Trinity Templar, rushing towards Hobert. This fire snake also possessed the ability of weakness attack, making it difficult for Hobert to avoid. Chaos. As Hobert raised his hand, the space in front of him became chaotic. The fire snake, which was originally rushing straight towards him, suddenly changed direction in front of him, burning towards the sky. At this moment, a circle of flames suddenly erupted around Hobert, completely engulfing him. This was the iron-blooded knight's attack on Hobert, though he hadn't fully broken free from the spider silk's restraints yet. But in the next second, Hobert appeared in the grass. He distorted his position with a stone, causing the iron-blooded knight to burn nothing. Currently, Hobert was fighting two enemies. Although he couldn't effectively harm them, he could temporarily withstand their attacks. And Angus, Goffus, and Hunt, utilizing the few seconds Hobert created for them, had already pushed the Black Knight to a desperate situation. At this moment, Hobert not only felt no joy but couldn't help but frown. Because up until now, the Trinity Templar still had no intention of retreating. The Aurora Order members were indeed insane, but not brainless. Couldn't he see that in at most 10 seconds, the Black Knight would be eliminated or completely lose combat effectiveness? By then, it would be too late for them to escape. Since the opponent wasn't foolish, it could only mean they had a trump card. Suddenly, the iron-blooded knight and the right head of the Trinity Templar began to jointly set up layers of firewalls around them. Hobert used his ability to prematurely end the burning time of the firewalls. These firewalls burned for 1 or 2 seconds before immediately extinguishing. However, as the firewalls extinguished, a fireball rapidly flew towards Hobert. The fireball exploded not far from Hobert, and from within emerged a man with a high nose bridge and blue eyes. He stretched out a hand towards Hobert. Although he didn't touch Hobert, he had already completed the slaughter attack on Hobert. This was actually a war bishop. The previous firewalls were meant to conceal his presence. Amplify. To everyone's surprise, Hobert actually amplified the opponent's slaughter attack. The war bishop seemed to realize something, but it was too late to withdraw now. PFF'd. This amplified slaughter instantly blew off most of Hobert's chest, left shoulder, and left abdomen. His left arm flew far away, landing at the feet of the Trinity Templar. Such injuries would be difficult for even a Sequence 3 to recover from. Even for the Trinity Templar, who could manipulate his own flesh and blood, his spirit, body and mind would suffer immense trauma, bringing him to the brink of losing control. With his left cheek blown off, Hobert, whose teeth were covered in blood and flesh, suddenly revealed a grim smile. Fate. A dark cloud simultaneously appeared above his head and the war bishop's head. Then, both their figures became illusory. When their figures solidified again, Hobert was completely unharmed. And the war bishop had most of his upper body blown away. This was the ingenious application of high-level charms, which could severely injure enemies in unexpected situations. Whoosh! The missing part of the war bishop's body was filled by a ball of fire. He transformed into a streaking flame and immediately left the battlefield. The Trinity Templar provided cover, pacify. Immediately after, he retreated a few steps, weighed his options briefly, and then decided to abandon the Black Knight and escape immediately. After all, the reinforcements they had placed high hopes on had only participated in the battle for 1 or 2 seconds before being forced to retreat. Hobert suddenly felt unwilling to move, as if he didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Pacify was not like abilities such as slumber, it was an attack on the spirit body, making it very difficult to defend against. Hobert struggled internally, like in a leisurely afternoon nap during a light summer rain. He still wanted to sleep, but the alarm clock, like a death knell, rang. After struggling for 1 or 2 seconds, Hobert finally woke up, and immediately used his utilize ability, ending the effect of pacify prematurely. Then, Hobert endured a blazing white spear from the iron-blooded knight, unsealed the 0-71 disaster porcelain doll, and a mirror appeared directly in front of where the war bishop was fleeing. At this moment, the war bishop, whose mind and spirit body were both damaged, reacted a little slowly and plunged headfirst into the mirror. Immediately after, a mirror appeared on the battlefield, and the war bishop flew out of it, returning to the battlefield. The Trinity Templar and the iron-blooded knight intensified their attacks on Hobert. Hobert continuously blocked their attacks with chaos and distortion, but it was merely a blockage. Hobert risked taking a blazing white spear to pull the war bishop back, not to capture the famous Sequence 3, but to utilize him to stall the Trinity Templar and the iron-blooded knight, interrupting their escape plan. Cough, cough, cough. Both the two enemies in front of him and the escaping war bishop began to cough, as the Beander virus from the disaster porcelain doll started to take effect. This time, Hobert didn't bother with the escaping war bishop. Ah! A scream came from the other battlefield. The Black Knight was killed by Angus's death. The 3 demigods tacitly attacked the iron-blooded knight, while Hobert single-handedly entangled the Trinity Templar. However, he quickly realized something was off. This Trinity Templar had been using abilities from the Hunter pathway since just now. Hobert frowned. Rampage. If he had used Rampage before, the Trinity Templar would have let its shadow bear such an attack. But this time, the Trinity Templar in front of him fell into a state of Rampage. Hobert immediately altered the molecular structure of the surrounding hydrogen and oxygen, forming a mass of water that evenly covered the Trinity Templar's body. He then briefly altered the freezing point, causing the water to immediately freeze. The flames on the Trinity Templar's body immediately extinguished. Hobert saw that 2 of the 3 heads on his shoulders were originally composed of flames. It turned out that the main body of the Trinity Templar had already vanished into the darkness and escaped. He had left 1/3 of his physical body and a demigod-level soul he had grazed to block Hobert. In a one-on-one battle, Hobert could definitely have kept this Trinity Templar, but in such a team battle, Hobert knew how difficult it was to kill a Sequence 3. Hobert did not pursue the Trinity Templar. Instead, he swapped the concept of a pebble at his feet with that of the iron-blooded knight, who only had 1/3 of his physical body. At the same time, Hobert stomped on the pebble, which was equivalent to stomping on the incomplete iron-blooded knight. His body became distorted, and his face showed an extremely pained expression. Hobert then amplified the opponent's injuries, instantly depriving the incomplete iron-blooded knight of the strength to retaliate. Utilize. Hobert then prematurely ended the Trinity Templar's flesh magic, causing a large amount of blood to gush from that 1/3 of the body, and it quickly lost its vitality. The incomplete iron-blooded knight instantly lost its basis for existence in the real world. Only then did it realize that it had regained its freedom. But in the next second, Hobert had already rushed over with a rapier and sent him back to the underworld with a single strike. Dofus's battlefield was also drawing to a close. At this moment, the iron-blooded knight deeply resented the Trinity Templar. Before Hobert exposed the Trinity Templar's trick, he had also believed that the Trinity Templar had not escaped. Only at the very end did the iron-blooded knight discover that he had long been treated as a pawn. Before Hobert could even go to help, the battle ended. The iron-blooded knight's head was chopped off by Hunt, and the flying head still had a very unwilling expression. Hobert accelerated the extraction of the Beander characteristic while cutting off Buddha's head and putting it into a pre-prepared cloth bag. After collecting several Beander characteristics, Hobert searched the iron-blooded knight's body to see if he could find any clues. To Hobert, the appearance of this iron-blooded knight and the war bishop here was extremely abnormal. Soon, Hobert found a badge on his opponent. The front of the badge was engraved with a cross, which immediately made Hobert think of the Iron-Blooded Cross Society. That was an organization that believed in the true creator, and its members were basically beyonders of the hunter pathway. It seemed that the Aurora Order knew that their strength alone would not only fail to ambush Hobert and others but might also lead to their own demise, so they sought help from the Iron-Blooded Cross Society. The Iron-Blooded Cross Society then sent 2 demigods as reinforcements, resulting in 1 death and 1 severe injury. After finding the relevant clues and collecting the magical items from the bodies, Hobert buried the bodies, and they all returned to the Earl's mansion study. First, they divided the spoils of war. This battle yielded 4 sequence 4-level Beander characteristics and 2 grade 2 sealed artifacts. Hobert first said to Dophus and Angus, "Firstly, you participated in the competition for that grade 0 sealed artifact. In the future, you can utilize that sealed artifact for a short period by praying to the Creator. Secondly, you can choose one of these spoils of war, or have them counted towards your accumulated merits for promotion to sequence 3. Angus could not hide the joy in his heart. I choose to accumulate merits. The rewards from this battle were very generous for him. He not only gained a large amount of merit but also obtained the right to utilize a grade 0 sealed artifact. That was a grade 0 sealed artifact. Just as Hobert had said before, something extremely scarce in the Beander world. Even on Dophus's deadpan face, some smiles appeared. He also chose to accumulate merits for promotion to sequence 3. At this level, if one wanted to advance further, relying on the organization was the most convenient way. After Angus and Dophus left, Hobert said to Hunt, "You choose one of the spoils of war." Hunt, however, asked, "Do you remember my last request?" Hobert nodded. "I remember. To help you find your Beander characteristic, right?" At that time, Hobert was still a sequence 5, and he had said he would discuss it in detail when he had time. As a result, only now did he have time to talk about it. "I don't need spoils of war," Hunt said. "I still hope you can help me fulfill my previous request. Of course, I also know that this request is very difficult to fulfill, so for a period of time in the future, when I fight for you, I will not ask for any spoils of war." Hobert thought to himself, "If I had known this, I would have summoned you more times when I needed demigod-level combat power." But thoughts aside, Hobert did not immediately agree, but instead asked, "Do you know where your Beander characteristic is?" "Inside Larian," Hunt replied. Hobert recalled, "That sounds like the War God Church's Grand Bishop." "That's right." Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, "It might take me some time to fulfill your request." "I know," Hunt said. "But with your promotion speed, it shouldn't take many years." Hobert did not ask Hunt about the grievances between him and the War God Church's Grand Bishop, but instead smiled and said, "I hope so." He paused and then said, "Now I rarely carry the psychic wine glass with me, and I believe you have long been able to break free from the constraints of the previous contract. How about I sign a contract with you personally? I'll help you find your Beander characteristic, and you'll fight for me." Hunt nodded. "No problem." So Hobert used the psychic wine glass to summon the previous contract. After burning the old contract, they signed a new one. The underworld still served as the witness to the contract. This time, because Hobert had been marked by Mr. Azek, there was no need to chant the underworld's honorific name. He could directly summon the power of the underworld to make the contract effective. After the new contract was signed, Hobert could directly summon Hunt in the future, without needing the psychic wine glass anymore. After Hunt left, Hobert summoned Maximilian and also re-signed a new agreement with it. When Maximilian assisted Hobert in battle before, it obtained a piece of mutated flesh from a Black Knight. Now, red flesh had grown on its body, and a layer of membrane had grown on its wings, basically covering its previous bones. At the same time, its power also seemed to have greatly increased. Hobert felt that once its skin also grew out when there was an opportunity, it should be able to recover some of its peak strength, just like Hunt. After sending Maximilian away, Hobert muttered, it wasn't as good looking as when it was just bones. After dealing with the division of spoils, Hobert sacrificed the loot to the country of disorder and then brought the box of the old days into the real world to release Zio, who was imprisoned inside. East District, middle section of Darren Street. At this time, 4 official demigods gathered here. Archbishop Anthony Stevenson of the Night Goddess Church, wearing a clerical robe, Archbishop Radar Valentine of the Storm Church, whose eyes seemed to flash with lightning, Archbishop Hobert Hayden, the benevolent old man, Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery, and General Camilla Augustus, with a cold demeanor, dressed in military uniform. In addition to these 4 demigods, there were also many Nighthawks, Punishers, Machinery Hivemind members, and military Beyonders conducting investigations in the vicinity. They initially determined that this should be an attack on a high-ranking member of the Aurora Order, and relatively high-grade sealed artifacts had been used in the battle. Just as the 4 demigods were about to hand over the area to their subordinates and return to their respective places, their spirituality simultaneously sensed something, and they all looked towards the roof on the left side of the street. Suddenly, a handsome man in knight's attire appeared there. Everyone immediately recognized him. That was Earl Hobert, no, now Duke Hobert. Hobert smiled at everyone and said, "I've caused you trouble. Please clear out that missing section of the street." The official Beyonders were stunned, but under the orders of the 4 demigods, they quickly cleared out that section of the street, which was a bit lower and entirely dirt road. Hobert opened the first layer of the silver-black jewelry box in his hand. The surrounding spirituality suddenly became dense, and the previously vanished street suddenly returned. Zio, who had just returned to her normal state on the street, had not yet reacted before Hobert used his ability to distort space, twisting her onto the rooftop. This was a surprise attack against the Aurora Order, Hobert said. I believe everyone also strongly supports the crackdown on the Aurora Order. With that, Hobert and Zio disappeared from the spot. After the 4 demigods were stunned for a second or two, Anthony said, "He doesn't seem to need to return this part of the street in front of us, or even return it to its original location at all." Radar said coldly, "What an arrogant noble." Archbishop Hobert, who had just communicated with Hobert a few days ago, said with deep eyes, "Perhaps he did it deliberately for us to see." Anthony and Radar immediately understood. This was an act. Only General Camilla's expression was somewhat complex. He's already so powerful. When Christine defected from the Loan Kingdom before, the royal family sent General Camilla to intercept Christine and her father. At that time, Hobert was just an insignificant Sequence 6. Only a year had passed, and he was already a Duke, already a Sequence 3. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.